My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Are you ready for reload?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome! It is the dawn of a brand new era here in Siege. It's time for Siege X, and of course, the opening competitive tournament in the entire history, the 10-year anniversary of our beloved game. It is time to reload. It is Reload live in Rio. We love to rock, we love to reload here in this beautiful city, and one of the most beautiful nations on this planet. And of course, you cannot be here without some of the most beautiful people on said planet. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are said people. It is Foxe and Laxing. Gentlemen, you're looking so dashing today, but that's kind of a gift.
I mean, I like our get-ups so far, but I mean, if you're talking about Rio, I mean, I spent the entire day yesterday just at the pool. So once we wrap up the show today, I'm going right back to the pool.
Oh, it's so beautiful out here. The weather's beautiful, and I agree. I love you guys look like you're from like Florida going on vacation kind of thing, and I look like I'm like from the bayou. I'm about to take you guys on a boat ride. I love the theme we got going on.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see you be your guide in Louisiana somewhere with a lot of alligators. If there's one person I would put my complete trust and heart and life into their hands, it would be you.
No.
Well, yeah, kind of.
I can
in Minnesota, maybe I can definitely do that. But what a wonderful time we're having here in Rio de Janeiro. We're of course prepping things for this brand new event that has a completely different format than we have ever seen before. Reload runs like this. Now, first of all, a prize pool. There's always a lot of money on the line. 20 teams have entered the gauntlet here. Our partner teams in the share program. $520,000 are on the line in our prize pool. $170,000 for the winning team. Of course, it's quite top heavy as we have been used to, but there's more to it than just money. Why is it called Reload again?
Well, because every single team starts out with a magazine with at least 6 bullets in it, and every single game you have to risk a certain amount up. The first 2 days, at a max, you can risk 2, but after that, sky's the limit. And obviously, you accumulate bullets based on the amount that you risk up. And then once you play, if you win, you get that same amount back plus double, essentially. And that's what makes the format so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting format. We've obviously never seen something like this in Siege before, and especially to kick off Siege X with a format like this. I mean, it creates such an exciting atmosphere, not only for the players, but even for us. It gives us something, especially the viewers at home. It gives everyone an exciting new look in how to approach this.
There's always a risk on the line with this format. And of course, the first time that's ever been done, 20 teams walk in, each with those 6 rounds, but we're gonna have to trim things down with our 5 days of group competition here in phase 1. At the end of day 4, 4 teams will qualify to the main event next weekend, and then on day 5, the next 4 to make it a total of 8 into our quarterfinals. Of course, the format is quite different, but there are modifiers that are also active and some are also passive in the way that they impact the game. So, Gabe, what's one that we really need to focus on? Because there's 6 in total.
The important one is the flawless card. That's going to be a manual one that we are going to see implemented if teams get a flawless victory. And what I mean by a flawless victory, it's clearly right there. That is a 7-0. So whatever bullets you're risking that you're putting in that chamber and you get back, you are adding an extra 2 bullets to that. So that is so important and so crucial early on. Now, I'm not expecting a lot of 7-0s, but this is a best of 1. This does allow teams to hit the gate out running and possibly, again, accumulating extra bullets.
And it adds a whole element of pressure. And we've seen teams crumble under that pressure, knowing as the round count develops, if you don't get that round, you're going to be giving up free bullets to an extra team.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of today, if you put down 2 bullets, which is the maximum that you can do for day 1 and 2, plus a flawless victory, you'll go up to a maximum of 10 bullets that you can charge up. Reminder, at least this is the way that I simplify it for myself as a layman in my own terms. You have a revolver, right? It's a cowboy shootout. You got 1 revolver or 6 shooter with all 6 bullets that you're ready for. You want to have enough bullets by the end of day 4, at least day 4, to fill up 2 revolvers. 12 is kind of, it's not the be-all, end-all, but that gives you enough space to survive. But of course, you want to have as much as possible in your belt.
Basically just Deimos, just dual wielding.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's
a little bit of a safety net.
That's how Shaiko thinks when everything's working, right?
Can you imagine a dual wield on Deimos and Shaiko's running? That's even scarier.
It's a good thing we're not introducing balancing things, but speaking of changes, Siege X is starting right now in competition. Here's what it looks like.
Any day I walk through the fire, go hard when the stakes are higher, never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears, I want it to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it in the rain. Crash in the plane. That's about the least of my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, and I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
It is a new dawn and a new day in competitive Siege history as we hit year 10 and we really hit it running. Siege X is coming, a free update to everybody who owns a copy of Siege, and it's going to be a good time. There's been a lot of overhauls. I liken it to back in our days where Operation Health came in and kicked things off and really updated the game so we could have new mechanics and new things added into it, but also it's a huge visual update with some extra flair added here and there. This is the first time that we get to see this in competitive play. Of course, the Siege X showcase happened back in March, and you were there. It was wonderful to watch.
Monumental moment.
It absolutely is a monumental moment for our entire game and our esport. But there are some things that change in the game, but others that don't as much, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, the core fundamentals of Siege is still there. That's the main focal point for me, is that it is still Siege through and through, but just with a little bit of flair, like you said. And one of the big things for me that I'm really looking forward to is those environmental ingredients that we even just saw in that showcase and that reveal.
I mean, the community loves new things, new ways to get kills. one thing I'm excited for is the new rappel, being able to run on the rappel. I would love to see something happen where a player gets turned on and shot because he was running around on the wall. It'd be exciting to see.
There's a lot of stuff that we look forward to seeing with mechanics changes, but all the overhauls that are being added into Siege X. However, there's one thing that is very important for competitive play, and that is
Operator bans.
With Siege X, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with Siege X, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
A huge change, and may I remind everybody, as the resident knowing about old stuff in Rainbow Six expert on this, I would say the bans were introduced that we have seen up to this point post-Paris Major 2018, and that's when the system has kind of stayed since then. But this is a complete overhaul, and now teams are going to have to think a lot more in depth about how they ban.
Yeah, and again, just one of the added things that I just love about Siege as a whole, it's about reinventing the wheel, and this is definitely going to do that. You have to be more focused and more honed in on what your bans are actually going to be, because if you think about before, when we were scrimming back in those days, you could just focus on what bans you think a team's going to have, that you're going to work for, and now it's in-game, in the moment, that can just happen on the go right now. And so you can't have that prep, because it's a lot. It's a lot to take. You have to be ready to adapt almost immediately once those bans go out.
It'll succeed with adaptive heavy teams because every single situation is going to be different. It'll be interesting to see what teams bring, if they're banning based on the rounds, if they're banning based on prep, but obviously every environment is going to be different. So a team with a structured IGL is going to struggle a little bit. We're going to see the adaptive heavy teams thrive in this meta.
You don't want to overthink it, you don't want to underthink it, and also you have to think one round ahead because it is for the upcoming round where defenders would have probably swapped sites. There's a lot to go through, and that's where the analysis really comes into a lot of theory crafting. However, there's nothing to theory craft about our schedule for today. With 20 teams, we are left with a total of 10 best-of-1 matches. Here's the first 4 that are happening on both A and B stream, as we've been used to at this point through all of our big tournaments, either majors or at the Invitational. We'll be focused on the A stream here, as our colleagues on the B stream will carry you through their own 5 matches. That'll be Dez and Ace on there. We got Guz and Xenox. We'll talk to them in just a bit. And our focus is on a Classico for APAC North and Korea, Japan. Of course, that is now the old system that has come back, and it's better positive overhaul for 2025. If anything, El Clasico between the 2 giants of Asia. This is FearX and CAG, Korea versus Japan.
I mean, yeah, and it's interesting because when you look at all those matchups, these were hand-selected by these teams. So the fact that you have CAG picking into FearX, it just goes to show they want to come into this event comfortable. They want to know who their opponent is right out the gate, and especially when you're risking these bullets, putting them in your chamber, you are almost guaranteeing yourself comfortability in that to possibly accumulate those extra bullets.
And there's no right or wrong way on which team you want to go up against, but obviously picking FearX is a great start because we know Cyclops is good at playing against teams of their own nature, being able to start off slow, pick up their momentum. Same thing with FearX. I mean, but I think that's the situation with every single game.
For sure.
Every matchup looks so close, and it's a whole clean slate on on a new CJ.
It is.
And speaking of momentum, we'll carry that into our rosters. FearX is up on the chopping block first, and this squad is a stark reminder of the heyday of APAC North and Korea especially, back when you guys were competing at the tippity top in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roster that I'm personally excited for because when you look at the roster as a whole, phenomenal players, but 3 players that stick out to me the absolute most is Rin, Coded, and Woogieman. Coded and Woogieman just recently joined this roster, I believe shortly after SI wrapped up. So the fact that they're rekindling that synergy that they had back on that old Damwon Kia that we played back in 2021, where they were hitting their stride running. So the fact they're bringing familiarity back into this roster, back into the regional league that they're competing in, it is going to be exciting gameplay from this team, and I'm so excited to see those 3 reunited.
And we know how scary they can be.
They can be.
They are
especially in the best of one.
Yeah, they are so good in best of ones, especially how adaptive they are as a team, cohesion-wise. Strategically, that's one area that APAC lacks the most, but them as a team can always adapt on the fly and use that calculated aggression all over the map.
Absolutely.
Well, we go from calculated aggression into calculated how to play Shields 101, basically, with KAG on the other side, Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, Osaka. This squad, we have seen 1,000,001 times in international play. They always get so close to making it to that main stage, including at Boston most recently, and yet, for lack of a better term, and really to quote at this time, they KAG it. It just falls apart last second.
Yeah, but there's one thing that we did see at SI with KAG, and that's when pressure is not on their shoulders, they're able to excel. That's where they find themselves playing the best. Obviously, they've been together for so long. They haven't made any roster changes since SI going into this tournament. And one thing we know is they have amazing individual play.
They do.
But it can't just start there. But starting on a new CJX against all the teams at the tournament, there's no pressure on their shoulders. Everybody's clean slated. There's no teams holding it over their head. So obviously, they can start it out running because they have everything from the previous years to be able to back it up.
They made the selection in this case, so they have to have a battle plan for it. And of course, for that, we will turn to our map pick. It is a best of one throughout this phase 1 until we hit the main stage next weekend. And for our 9-map pool that has not shifted in our competitive space, we go to Chalet. All right.
So the one thing I love about this, that you were talking about a clean slate for all these teams, is when you are playing a best of one, at the end of the day, about say 90% of the time, you're not going to get your favorite map, nor is the other team. You guys are both going to meet in the middle on a playing field that is comfortable for both sides. So it's really about adapting and just being better that day and just being able to, again, adapt and be quick on that fly.
And I mean, it's only day 1. You can only risk up to 2 bullets. Every bullet counts.
It does.
But at the end of the day, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to be able to limit test. Every team at the event wants to be able to see what other teams are going to be bringing and how they'll be playing on this new build. So obviously Chalet is a great matchup for that because it's really going to expose the aggression of both of these teams, and that's something they both excel on.
To add my own analysis to this, and if that means anything, if Rin had their old hair, maybe that would kind of add an extra bit to FearX. Remember how that was a big crutch back, at least for me. I don't know. I'm just a fan of it.
You'd look good with Rin's hair if you had the long hair.
I think you pull it off.
You know what? That's good. That's a big change to what is happening currently with my hair. Let's have a chat with our casters. A head full of hair on both of them. Guz and Xenox. Gentlemen, good morning. How you doing? You landed in Rio last time. You were in Sao Paulo, and you casted what is potentially, definitely, the best match in the history of Rainbow Six. How does it feel to be back into it in Brazil?
Yeah, firstly, definitely the best match we've ever had. Absolutely, let's not debate that. But it feels really, really, really good to be back in Brazil, and also really good to have this guy back because he missed out in Boston.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here. Obviously, some big changes on the board, pretty much for everything, right? We've got a new format, essentially an overhaul game as well. It's been 6 months for me since my last call, so yeah, very excited to get back into the swing of things.
And I can't wait to hear it. This is Siege X, the beginning of the new era of Rainbow Six, and we have all the best that are going through it. Please, Reload in Rio begins now with Guz and Xenox.
I'm excited. This is a really good way to kick things off. You know, it's that fresh slate. We've had a little bit of time since Boston. You've had even more time, really, since Montreal. But we get a really good glimpse at a lot of different rosters that have made also a lot of different roster changes. You know, admittedly, even in this particular match, you look at FearX, and it's kind of like this D plus FearX like combo now with the 2 new players coming in. And even CAG, a team historically that doesn't make a lot of changes, also brings back Arkali back into the roster from a couple of years ago after Shirin Echo has retired. So, look, we got 5 best of ones to get through today. And then we've got like 5 days of action. It's just going to be non-stop.
Yeah, it's going to be the Wild West, I think, these first few days as we get a feel for these roster changes. We get a feel for this absolutely incredible format that's going to be insane to track. So very excited to jump into things and kick off CJX.
Oh, Chalet. It feels good to be back.
It's a cozy map.
It is a very fun map. It's very cozy. Outside right now, of course, we're in the lovely Rio de Janeiro. It's very, very warm in Chalet. Not quite the same temperature. FearX, CAG. What a way to kick things off. Talk about the real, global nature of Siege. Two teams that throughout history within the APAC region have always been thereabouts, always had a moment in the spotlight at international events, always fighting to get to international events, and usually two teams that we typically do see. When you consider, of course, the D+ players that have joined in Boogeyman and Coded, I'm very excited to see how they actually now form with this FearX roster. And for CAG, I think that they are a roster that there always are high expectations on. We saw them, of course, the 6 Invitational. Did okay, nothing too crazy, nothing too special. And a good chance also to get a map win, right, against another APAC team.
Well, it is the opening match of CJX, and it looks like we might have some growing pains here as the team's only able to ban out the one respective operator to kick things off. If you are just joining us and maybe a little bit unfamiliar with what the new ban phase now is, the beginning of the match is very much like the previous ban phase in the sense that it is 4 operators total. That being said, each selection is now simultaneous, so the overall time is a little bit faster. And then heading into round number 4, each team gets 1 additional ban. If we go into overtime, the bans then revert to what they respectively were in regulation. So we do enter a technical pause as we get the lobby back up and hopefully get that resolved.
I think we're going to probably see a little bit of this today, right? They're being absolutely candid. We're playing on Siege X, new build, and also when you take into consideration that for a lot of these teams as well, this is that first instance of also now playing competitively on it. Sure, they've been scrimming on Siege X, getting prepped, getting ready, but now you're actually going to play competitively. And yeah, there's going to be some kinks to iron out, that's for sure. I did my ironing this morning, so we're going to
Did you?
I did, yeah.
I can tell.
No, not the great guy. My wife usually would be better at that than I am.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to be in for a fun day in terms of us being able to just maybe go into Jake Guz mode a little bit.
It's the podcast.
Special
edition.
It's already begun. But I'm excited. I think that, there's always been a little bit of that hesitation when it comes to reload. But at the end of the day, we're here now. We've got these teams and we've got a really good opportunity for a lot of teams that maybe wouldn't actually make, say, majors or even 6 Invitational based on the usual way in which you qualify. So it's a really good opportunity, like your Fnatics, for example, even your Wildcards and Elevate's another team, and any team really from APAC where it really is hit and miss whether or not you make an international event. It's really, really a really solid opportunity for these teams.
Yeah, that storyline's probably not as applicable for these two. I think both FearX and CAG will very much be looking to be top contenders in APL for this particular year. Of course, an overhauled format heading into this particular season, yet both teams will want to be front runners. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I do see this as being a match that potentially foreshadows that storyline. Yes, it is just the best of one. It's day one, new event.
It's a preview.
New build, etc., etc., etc. So I'm even putting those asterisks out there. But if one of these teams can come out of the gate with a really strong performance and sort of set that precedent for APL going forward, I think that's going to be really intriguing. Now, in days gone by, or at least recently with like SI Quals, for example, it was CAG that were rather dominant and they took down FearX on 2 separate occasions to qualify for Boston. But seen a couple of roster changes, and with all the other additional changes on top of that as well, we'll see if CAG can continue that little head-to-head run of form, or whether or not FearX can kind of bounce back here. Because FearX, again, to reiterate, Woogie and Coded in are massive additions and should really overhaul the team.
And it's a good point as well, because I mentioned it for teams that maybe wouldn't necessarily always qualify for these international events, but also now we've had our break season. With the change up to the schedule post-SI, we've had really the break season now, whereas like historically in the past, you would do SI, very, very small break, and then straight into stage 1. It means that a lot of teams have made far more roster changes coming into the new year, if you will, than we typically see. And so you're going to have a lot of teams here at this event that have made 2 to 3 roster changes, or even teams that are an entire new roster, like your Elevates, for example, or your BDSs.
Yeah, on top of that as well, the ability to boot camp and prepare. I don't know what the specific routines for either of these rosters were.
I know there was a couple that actually flew early to Sao Paulo and did a boot camp.
I get the feeling FearX was perhaps one of those teams, but I could be incorrect in that regard. It's a fantastic opportunity to fly over to Brazil, arguably the best region in the world, and has been for quite some time, to get that practice in.
it's a good head start to the year as a whole as well. When you think about with stage 1 kind of around the corner, this is a really solid opportunity if you are a FearX, if you are a COG, to bank this experience of playing other top teams, playing locally, LAN, get that travel aspect, then bring it back. Obviously, you've got your local qualifiers to then get into APL, etc. But then to play APL with that extra experience, extra time as well, with your new roster that has been put together, I think that's something to consider as well. And it goes really for all of the teams here at Reload. So they're certainly going to be able to benefit from that. Shouldn't be too much further away from getting into this one. To apologize, we've got everyone on the edge of their seats to actually begin Reload here on the A stream. Of course, there is the B stream with Des and Ace, of course.
Hopefully they're having smooth sailing over
I
there.
hope so. Sure. I hope so. I mean, look, to be fair, they do love a chat, so I'm sure they'll be more than happy to have a chinwag.
Cup of tea.
Yeah, I heard them do their little intro as well.
Oh, yeah.
They did some fun thing.
That's nice.
They're lovely.
But I feel for the APAC viewers that have, of course, stayed up for this particular matchup. I think, at least in Melbourne time at the moment, it's 11 p.m. I want to say.
I think it's like 1 a.m.
Oh, it's the opposite, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's 12 p.m. here in Brazil. Yeah. So our body clocks are absolutely
So for like Korea, Japan would maybe be 10, 11 p.m., something along those lines.
A nice evening viewing.
Yeah, a little late night viewing. Stay up.
Glass of red.
Glass of red.
Red cordial, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta stay on the cordials. Looks like we got everyone back into the lobby, so I don't think we're too far away from beginning here on Chalet. Again, a reminder, all the matches today, best of ones, which we were speaking a little bit in the green room before with some of the other talent members, and I think that the general consensus was, and I have to agree with it, is that for APAC teams, best of one is usually kind of their bread and butter. Yeah. Like, this is a really good way for them to start. Now, I know we did our predictions coming into this event, and neither of us actually had any of the APAC teams making it to the final 8, but realistically, if there's ever a chance for APAC to really kind of make that live portion, it is with a format such as this.
Yeah, I think at least one team should sneak through. As to who that actually is, I think the front runner probably is Cyclops, pending their performance at least on the first day to gauge that. FearX could be very dangerous as well.
I think the addition of Coded and Woogieman, and something that has been spoken about when it comes to the FearX roster over, I'd say almost like the last 12 to 16 months, is Nova. And his place on the roster, and he always pops it from you.
I won't say anything.
You do love a little Nova slander, and he's back on the analyst role now. So, but he honestly did quite well filling in, all things considered. But now they've finally, from my eyes, actually got their finalized roster. So now they can kind of move forward with a core 5 that they are going to actually want to compete with, rather than essentially a kind of stand-in when it comes to Nova.
Well, we should be back in a moment's time, and right on cue, we load back into the ban phase, and it looks like it has been corrected. So again, to reiterate, it is 4 operators taken off the board, 2 from each team. They are now simultaneous though, so we'll get through them rather quickly. Monty Azami off the board. Not too unexpected. Monty, a mainstay for Cyclops, of course, and Azami incredibly powerful on Chalet in establishing some of those power positions. Followed up by the Ying, and interestingly, the Castle is a little bit more out there. Quite a powerful operator on the extensions across this particular map and cutting off line aside.
Very quick ban phase, I like that.
But yeah, I feel like we're already in it. In the old days, we'd still be going to the first ban.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, for those unfamiliar, though, you do have an extra ban phase now.
Yeah. Getting into round 4.
Yeah. How do you think that's going to change things up when it comes to the esports landscape?
I feel like I've heard both sides of the coin, where some are maybe a little bit more skeptical and don't think it's going to have a massive influence on meta and changing up the game too much. Others are a little bit more glass half full approach, a bit more optimistic that it's going to encourage adaptation. It's also going to be quite detrimental to teams and maybe individual players that crutch operators. If you highlight that in the first 3 rounds, X players running around on Y operator and dominating, you can just completely get rid of them off the board and make that change. And then the second portion of the half is going to be a lot more challenging.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see how it plays out. I'm, again, going in somewhat blind. I mean, we all are to some extent, that these teams have had access to the build and have been streaming and practicing, etc.
Yeah, exactly.
We obviously don't have vision on that.
No. And it's really good to see, of course, a lot of the new elements when it comes to CGX. Already straight away, you can notice the lighting difference. It feels very
Who turned
gloomy.
the lights off? Who turned the lights off? Someone didn't pay the power bill.
But when the lights are on, it's actually very noticeable. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is match 1, 5 days. There's a lot of games to be played through for these teams, respectively. When it comes to the opening match, you probably don't want to give away really all that much either when it comes to FearX and CAG. Everyone's kind of watching, seeing what they're going to have to maybe contend with. Also, only the 1 match, so it's not a best of 3. But I'm mostly curious when it comes to this particular matchup is how do the new guys integrate onto the roster? Of course, Akali used to play with CAG, then he kind of, I don't know if he got dropped or what the situation was, went to Crest Gaming, and now he's made his way back with Shironeko retiring. And of course, with Woogie and Coda, man, it really feels like almost it's supposed to be a powerhouse roster now in Korea.
Yeah. I feel like Korea has been calling out for a bit of a super team for quite some time. PSG, Talon probably tried their best to get the closest to that, and that project still...
Yeah, it didn't work, did it? F for Fabian.
I get to see Fabian in action for a minute later here on the A stream, actually, as well. I'm very excited for that.
Well, it's Chibitsu that will find the opening kill here for Reload on the A stream. Gets rid of Good Boy, who over the last couple of years has been a real talent coming out of Korea. Not the way that you would want to start. Of course, CAG on the attack. And yeah, I think even for myself, I haven't really had the opportunity to really see a whole lot of Siege X. And straight away, when you're kind of just watching it, it feels very authentic, especially with the lighting changes as Coda gets caught, window cross, he gets downed. Fortunately, he also still has that Nitro Cell that he never got to make the use of either. Good drone work coming in from Akali, and the rotate here from Rind, maybe go for a pickup, but it's not exactly safe, but makes his way in towards Closet and will get the revive onto Coda. Minute left for the round. So far, decent start from CAG.
Woogie able to fight back, and the fact that that res was able to take place as well, a little bit concerning for CAG. Looking for the advantage now, but that's Diffuser on the ground over towards Trophy. FearX now back on top, 50 seconds on the clock to hold out for. Player posted outside, I believe that's Anaton, who now jumps forward in towards Trophy, takes the fight but loses. Methy good for his second in the round, and now Cully to try and sneak through West Main, but the barbed wire to give away his position.
Yeah, it just felt like CAG kind of rushed it a little bit. They got that initial opening kill and then the down, and then from there they all just kind of sent it in, and credit to FearX, able to rotate, get back into good positions, and able to outnumber the entry position from CAG, and it is FearX on the defensive chalet that open things up here for Reload. They are on the board, and a really good response considering they did have the opening death, then the down onto Coded, so a really, really good work from FearX to actually just kind of navigate their way throughout that round. Minute left in the round, CAG were looking good on the attack, and FearX actually able to offer a decent counterpunch. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we do have some graphics. A couple of highlights from that opening round.
Of course, Game Pass, one of the sponsors for the tournament as well. Don't know about the slow motion.
The slow-mo audio is always funny.
Oh, nice. Minus the very thick Australian accent.
Yeah, the start of the round there from CAG was pretty good and pretty traditional in the sense that, as you typically want on Chalet, establishing presence on those external windows and cutting those lines aside, preventing those rotations was rather good. And then I think they got caught in transition, and then Rin able to get that revive. A couple of those players on the top floor able to get themselves in more comfortable positions. And as Cyclops tried to transition back down below, then they lacked control and pressure, and it really kind of capitulated in the end.
Left.
So solid start from FearX, some decent mid-round adaptation.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The second round then. We'll see what kind of approach is employed. Solace in play, bit of an intriguing one. An operator that is very much now on the fringe, post those nerfs that we saw quite some time ago now. She has fallen out of fashion quite a bit, but can still be useful in the right hands. In terms of the attacking meta, not seeing major changes here, at least in round of 2 from Cyclops. A lot of emphasis on information. You have the Grim in combination with the Deimos and the Lion. So there should be no shortage of info in the round here for Cyclops, and Sharif taking an opportunity to just get basement control. And another good position for Chalet attacking, cutting off rotations.
Well, one of the big changes when it comes to Siege X as well is the repelling. Hello, jump out. Rin tries to go for something very special, but it backfires. Anaton, quick on the trigger, able to get the kill. Sharif does lose his life on the Deimos. Not ideal in helping clear out some of these positions up above. So 1 for 1, and a fast starting attack from this second round, which is very APAC in nature.
Well, APAC tends to be blips of action at the beginning of the action phase, then kind of standing around for the next 2 minutes.
and then blips of action to close it out.
Wildness to end the piece. So.
Lots of chaos.
Don't expect too much for the next minute. Depending on how aggressive they want to play, I mean, again, both of these rosters looking to sort of stamp their authority heading into APL for the year, so they are looking to play some confidence.
Oh, contact! Good boy went searching after getting rid of the drone, and Chibisu was ready, able to land the shots and give CAG an advantage once again. And no trade to come through for that as well, as this Good boy was completely by himself over towards Library Stairs, pushing down. And that just leaves top floor control for FearX. Now, for CAG, they've got over a minute here to kind of think their way through this round. This is where I want to kind of see a team like CAG from APAC really just kind of start to think. You don't have to throw bodies towards site.
Yeah, aggressive open hold here from FearX. Breach open. Couple of gates in position, and that allows Coda to post up over towards that half-wall position. He'll be somewhat tricky to clear. Cyclops, though, with the player advantage, can look to trade that out, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, potentially even set a play down below if they have the information, if they do now off the back of that drone. Stall out, though, is available with the smoke in play, and Wookie's still with 2 canisters left. So somewhat of a stalemate, and as I said, don't expect a ton of action until that last 30 seconds, which pretty much has played out.
Though. I mean, FearX are very, very split. They're essentially 3-1s. There's not a lot of trade potential. And Coda down to about 1 HP. Not ideal. Still, Mephi got 1. Wookie will fall. And Coda is going for a big power play here over towards Ego Balk. He is very, very low. Essentially 1 HP. Goes prone. Hopes that he doesn't get checked. And he may very well not. It's an off-angle position. And he does get the kill onto Jibitsu. Makes it a 2v2. Deep in a red time. But a good swing onto the low HP Coda. Anaton will flush him out. Down to Mephi. And he makes it a 1v1. Not a lot of time. Just needs to hide. 1 second remaining. You don't need to peek. He just remembered, and he's able to fall back, confirm the round, and FearX make it 2-0.
I don't know how FearX are able to make that work. I think, again, in many rounds of Siege, we tried to attribute who won the round, who lost the round, etc. And I think it was an element of both there in that particular round. FearX doing a good job holding half wall. That utility probably not quite landing as it needed to for Cyclops to clear it effectively. And we have access to the overhead here off to the side that isn't shown on stream, but Blackray there, who we saw at the very end swing in double window, was completely having 0 impact there for that final portion of the round. He was messing around on that rappel. These players then forced to filter through into Coded, who did a good job to make that final stand. Mephi had the sound read on the Blackray, got a free kill. And with that diffuser not inside in no time anyway, it was rather comfortable, somewhat comfortable, I guess, to an extent there for FearX in the end. So somewhat concerning signs for Cyclops to kick things off, but I
think losing the Deimos was not ideal. That was actually a really big loss, because if you have that Deimos at the end of that, or towards the end of that round, you can get the pings out more.
Imagine having the Deimos there to lurk below instead of dining and flush out half wall, or at least have some additional pressure. Would have been so useful.
And if you're Sharif as well and you're playing that operator, you've got to value your life. This is the only player at 6 Invitational for CAG that was over 100 EPS. He's their star player. There is one concern, though, when it comes to Sharif, is that he's actually -4 on entry back at SI. Admittedly, though, he had 56 entries. So he's getting quite a lot in terms of volume, but he is technically at a negative. Admittedly, though, that is SI. You're playing against good teams, so I think you can give that a bit of a pass mark. And the positive then is actually +16 overall KD when it comes to his performance at SI. So he was definitely the star player for CAG. For him to begin 0-2, not able to make an impact here into these attacking rounds on Chalet for CAG, not ideal. And I think we're starting to notice that as the fact, of course, FearX 2-0 start. I will say, though, I mean, Chalet is the kind of map, really, I love Chalet. It's one of my, if not my favorite map, because I genuinely think you can really win on both sides of the coin. But in APAC, typically, we do see it be slightly favored to the attack. So for CAG to be 0 already after the opening 2 rounds, not ideal.
So double M for the Thermite. Exothermic over towards main breach. Pretty simple stuff to kick things off here for Cyclops. And again, noting that this is the final round before we introduce an additional operator ban for both sides as well. So what's that going to look like? I don't think there's been like a singular attack/defense operator that's been massive.
It's a nice pick here from Wookie Man onto Blackray. Must have had the good vert angle and up close. Sharif taken down again. Another poor entry from Sharif. 0-3 start. FearX just starting to actually look a little bit comfortable here on the defensive Chalet as they take a 2-player advantage, and it feels like it's up to Jibitsu to go and find one back. That's exactly what he's doing here. Over towards Balstock, and Mephi wins the battle. What a start for Mephi. 6 kills in the opening 3 rounds, and FearX now establish a rather significant 5v2 lead.
We're going to start beckoning here for FearX. Coming out of the gates very strong here at reload.
And they know Arkali is low and in bar. That's information that will be provided over, and he unpeaks, unlocks, and Mephi finds a 3rd in the round. And this very well could be the first flawless here at reload, as Anaton, well, he does spot a couple coming up fireplace stairs. He'll get himself a double. He's got 4, but he cannot make it anymore. 4, though, does go the way of Mephi. And 3-0, the lead for FearX.
Yeah, I think heading into this particular matchup, if you had have told me it was a 3-0 start, I very much would have thought that that'd be in favor of Cyclops. And, I mean, irrespective of the sides, but an opportunity, I suppose, now for Cyclops to try and adapt.
What do you ban?
We do have the additional bans to come through.
And coaches, I think, do they get to talk as well?
I believe coaches can. I haven't had 100% confirmation. I wasn't actually looking to see if the lips are moving there to confirm that, but it's been rather dominant from FearX thus far. Cyclops, I mean, in that instance, finding it difficult just to get simple map control. Previously, not as much of an issue, as more so their side completions, but that one there would very much be a confidence builder for FearX.
Well, we did have the bans, by the way, and I like the way that we actually did this. But this is the first time for all of us kind of seeing how the systems are going to work out, but they've been done through that little highlight package. So we've had Grim get banned out, we've had Fenrir get banned out. Of course, new system, so 6 operators now banned away from this particular match. Heading into round 4, 3-0 start for FearX. Very clean, very quick. And so far, this match is turning out to be rather quick and clean as well. If FearX continue to play in this fashion, this could very well be a very fast start.
Well, it's taken to the 4th round, but Cyclops are going to look to try and activate some shield play here to see if that can be a differentiating factor. We know that typically Anaton, if available, will play the
Fuse and Blitz.
Everything was banned out as expected. Don't think Blackberry is not running shields. Anaton will be looking to play that front line and just probably try and aid in a bit more of that map control, get in the face of FearX and apply a little bit more pressure. For me, their pressure factor has really not been there as much as it needs to be on a map like Shark.
We didn't touch on it, but of course the multi-ban Anaton is widely known as basically the best Montang inside of APAC. Basically a 2-operator, 1 trick with the Ying and the Monty. And both banned out. That's a bit of respect there, right? Like when you've had 2 operator bans on you.
Well, I mean,
and he's still 4-2.
I think in general we are going to see quite a bit of Ying banned out.
Yeah, I'll
be honest.
Target detected! Coincidence. Yeah. It'd be Anaton though. Target ban.
Better map control this time around though for Cyclops. Already over towards Mez, looking to start poking towards Office. They have the Thatcher available once more. Primary hard breach, double swing down the ace and the Thermite, and that will make this a rather easy task. Tuberout is though available, so Mephi can just stall that out for a little while longer. Keep in mind, 8-0 by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Only just noticing that now.
4K in the last round. 4K, sorry, I think it would have been.
And again, holding down very similar position, powerful, DMR in hand. Really important that Cyclops clear it properly this time.
Zoto Canister will again look to delay. That wall is indeed frozen. It's the new visual. And Mephi looking to maybe play close contact. Drone was spotted at the feet, has been shot out. 90 seconds remaining in the wall. Finally, hard breach established, looking to take top floor control. CAG can sense the hesitation though in their movement. Oh, and there's a swing from Mephi. Well, when you're hot, and he is starting very hot for reload. 9 kills through 4 rounds as Good Boy finds one. Mephi, a second and a third in quick succession. He is hot. We need to stay on him. 11-0. And unfortunately for Shuri, no entry to be found as he is the solo for CAG, and it is going to be a 4-0 start for FearX and the Koreans. A dream start here in Rio.
I really like that read from Mephi, right? They deploy the smoke, which stalls out the push, and Cyclops just don't expect the re-aggress. And for me, the most concerning thing is the Blitz was, I think, the 3rd, maybe 4th operator to die. They send it through Piano. Like, what's the play there? Surely you're anticipating the half-wall hold again, and that's where you try and get a bit more presence, like breach or from the outside.
Well, if you have the blitz at the hard bridge, Mephi swung, if you remember, so that could have been an easy opportunity to actually maybe counter that.
Yeah.
What a start though for FearX. Again, it's a new look roster. You can see Dark, of course, the coach in the background, very happy. Nova, the analyst, no longer the stand-in, and things look very, very good. I love their new logo, by the way. If you can just see it there encoded, and Woogie, but it looks very nice, very clean.
I mean, they're playing clean siege. So.
They are playing some very clean siege. Well, the highlight here, I mean, Good Boy cleans up over towards Piano. Mephi, really the highlight of the match.
It's never not funny.
I really hope we keep this. We need to keep the slow-mo on the player cams. 4-0. Well, CAG right now playing in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Also, the new reload bundle, little Good Boy doggy on the drone looks cute.
Yeah. So 2 rounds then remaining in the half.
10 seconds left before insertion.
As mentioned, actually, in the pre-show desk from Lax, is that flawless
5 seconds
card.
remaining.
If you win in a 7-0 fashion, you do get the additional 2 bullets automatically. And I honestly did not expect that to probably happen at all at any point. 7-0s are rather rare at this kind of level, but at this point in time, at least, it's very much looking towards that trend, right? Cyclops are not putting up much of a fight at all.
Well, they've got to find a way to get Sharif into the game, right? He's 0-4, and I reference him again because of what I brought up. Statistically, at his performance at 6 Invitational, their best player by far and away, plus 16 KD at a tournament like SI, is quite something for an APAC player. And the fact that he's playing the Deimos role as well, so you calculate that into the picture. Like, we haven't even really seen the Deimos actually be all that involved. It's such a powerful tool, powerful operator. And so I feel like for CAG, when you're playing the attack on Chalet, they're just missing a big chunk of that. Can you find a way to get him into the game, get a couple of opening picks? And you've got to remember as well, first 2 rounds, CAG got opening picks. They actually had advantages, 3-on-4s, 4-on-5s in their favor, and squandered both of them. They should have won that office round.
Quickly, let's play a game of over-under. Mephi, EPS, what do you think it is?
150.
Way higher.
200.
Higher.
250.
Higher.
300.
Lower.
Ah,
263. I have never seen an EPS that high in my life.
jeez, I've never been that bad.
I didn't even know I could go that high.
And the problem is, one death and it's just going to plummet.
Take it down to like 150.
Well, CAG have actually slowed things down a little bit on this approach in the 5th round. They bring out the Capital. Try and maybe just smoke off that mirror window, but it's not going to be played off of, though. No one pushing in towards Piano. But they have anyone out in that balcony? They do. Chibitzer on the bathroom and Piano Belk. And they're struggling to deal with this mirror position. Mephi's going to get a free kill here. Absolutely should find this indeed. Sharif tries to make entry from Ego, but falls to the hands of Mephi, who's turned into a god here in Rio. He looks comfortable and at home, and so does FearX. CAG trying to go for a fast hit in towards site. It does not work. 5-0 as the Korean powerhouse is shredding this Japanese roster.
It's like Lance to the slaughter at the moment. I mean, very dominant. FearX just continue to have really good reads on Cyclops. That attack, some of their positions really didn't change that much. Again, Black Ray double window didn't have an impact. Mephi allowed long range with the DMR to disrupt. Cyclops kind of had to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play there. You could see the mirror was incredibly disruptive and they were finding it quite tricky to deal with. And ultimately, the plan that they went with had other pitfalls. And they weren't able to make up for that fact. And FearX had a good read. Yeah, they really tried to lean on Sharif here, but Mephi with a good read and Black Ray double windowed, not able to trade that out. And they really blended themselves into playing these really long lines of sight. There was no sweep threat from behind, no vert pressure to speak of at all. And so, very much a case of just walking into those lines of sight and getting crushed.
Wait, do we get it?
Nah, no slow-mo this time.
Oh, they're telling me they've already taken it away. No.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, 5-0 start for FearX is certainly not something I had on my bingo card.
5 seconds to go.
I wasn't like...
Is there a... I'm assuming there is a 7-0 on the Fresh bingo card. I can't remember.
Has Fresh put out a bingo card?
I believe there was.
Okay.
Or maybe it was on Reddit. I can't remember.
I saw one on Reddit. Shout out. They did their own bingo card. See, I mean, look, at the end of the day, CAG surely don't get 7-0 here. Like, this could be a case of, like, defense comfortability. Playing on CGX, you know, you've just traveled. Maybe you want to start defense, but I mean, even
we're heading into the 6th round.
It's so dominant that, yeah, it's...
And 4 players have got a 2 or less kills.
Yeah.
It really doesn't get much more.
Well, to be fair, for FearX, they've got 4 players with 4 or less. Just 1 player's at 13.
Yeah. When you frame it like that, sure. At the end of the day, it's the number at the top that matters, though.
Matters the most.
I think they're just going to go.
And those bullets as well. So I think it's 2 each. 2 bullets have been...
This is you. This is the part where you talk.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see, because Boogeyman might be able to find a pick, expecting others to follow behind the blitz. Indeed, that's what happens. Black Ray completely caught unaware, but a good trade from Anaton. Indeed, now 3 versus 2, but Anaton going for the plant. Sharif needs to keep that shield up, and he cannot. Tries to push forward, eventually loses his life. Anaton's got a couple of picks, but he needs at least 1 more, and Rin is the only one standing on that Allah. 1 versus 1, as close as CAG have been to winning a round that we've seen so far, and on the board, finally, Cyclops have done it. They've won a round. Woo! Woo. But hey, I mean, that was better, right? Like, I mean, it's very standard in terms of a breach rush behind shields, send it in, hope for the best. It was sloppy. It came down to a 1v1, but it was still executed the way you want it. Push in, get the plant down, play off breach.
I mean, we saw it so many times over the course of that half where clearing structured setups was not their strong point. So you may as well go for that play at that point in time. You're already trailing by 5 rounds to try and get at least one on the board. Eliminates now that opportunity for FearX to claim the flawless card. And so those additional bullets will no longer be applicable. Ban phase then for the second half. Again, if you are maybe just joining, maybe you missed the explainer before. This is the new ban phase implemented for Siege X. And we are going to see a couple of change-ups to perhaps what we saw in that first half. Tuberau was rather impactful back in that first half, but will play no further part in the second. Highlight package of that previous round. So we get a little bit of control. Decent work there from Boogeyman on the main stairs, and then Anatim with the sound cue. Able to collect the res there attempt at the very end. So I guess the sound's working pretty well. He was able to hear that.
Camera ready. Welcome and deployed.
I'm happy to see
Attackers
got
the location of a bomb. Deploying
slow-mo replays.
That's my favorite part of the tournament so far. No 7-0 as well. I mean, I think that's something that we didn't probably want to see on the opening match. Certainly Cyclops didn't want to see that on the opening match either. But yeah, as you were alluding to, we do the bans again. And I mean, I like it. So far, it's not really adding any extra time as well to the game itself, which is good. I think it's being done well. Adds a new element.
5 seconds left.
Ultimately, for CAG now, the question beckons, can they actually replicate a defensive performance such as what we just saw from FearX? This is the beauty of Siege, right? It's a game of two halves. We always kind of like try not to go too much off of what we see from the first half, because now we get to see CAG on the defense. They very well might be able to replicate what FearX were able to do. Could just be a comfortability thing. Go on defense, sit back, wait for the other team to push.
Certainly possible. I mean, the historical data is not particularly favorable for Cyclops. The chances of recovering
the historical data is this one game.
I'm just talking.
I'm rolling your leg. I'm excited to see Coded and Woogie as well on the attack here for FearX. There's one thing playing on defense. When you go into the attack though, comms change up a little bit. You have to organize. And also Coded is just such a really strong attack player. Oh, Rin, hello. Easy one over towards Mez. Gets the kill onto Anatun, who wasn't even looking. Was looking in towards Library. So just completely caught in the back. That's a nice opening kill on the attack. Hello.
Oh.
Well, that's...
This input.
You can't throw your gun at him. Kali does get the kill onto Rin. But he's very low. So, I mean, a decent start. Rin on the entry there on the Ash. I think job done. Essentially 1.5 kills. You'll take that.
No, I don't think a half kill counts. That sounds like something you'd say in a ranked game.
He's very low. He's low. I got him.
Yeah, what's the response going to look like then from Cyclops as they look to readjust FearX as well? Now taking this opportunity in the mid-round to gain a little bit more information. Still a wealth of drones available to garner that.
Or have they droned out Sharif, by the way, lurking over towards Snow down below. He's just holding near fireplace stairs. And you've got one over towards bot library stairs as well.
You don't have to worry about it. He hasn't got a kill. So you can ignore him.
I can't.
You can ignore him. He hasn't got a kill.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So I didn't want to say it too loud.
I know, you're just... I
didn't want to be too rude.
You're just trying to be very nice and polite. Yeah. That's all right. I just got detonated somewhere for Chibisu. I didn't get to hear the explosion. For a camera getting dealt with from above. Still a minute left into this round. I mean, it's a slow approach from FearX after the initial entry from Rin. Yellow ping as they look to take library stairs. The corner. Oh, good headshot onto Sharif. Well,
I told you.
Bond has arrived in Rio. 007 has made his way over, and the fire extinguisher that we get to see being used in terms of the environmental damage, and that's another kill. Coded. Decent effort, and it's given FearX a very resounding lead in this 7th round as the plant goes down in towards games. Blackray by himself on Fenrir, and he's got a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, he's a mile away. Allows that plant to go down for free. Information is very much being retrieved here by the attack and confirmed off the back of that charge. Boogeyman to complete the job, and FearX very quickly found themselves a match point.
What did you think of the attacking round though from FearX? CAG aside, the way that they kind of Rin, entry fragger, and then the follow-ups, the drone work, and
I think they went in with the right tempo, right? Which is let's get some very quick map control, maybe find a pick, do a bit of damage. They achieve that, slow it down, get information, cut off the remaining defenders, and execute it in a pretty clean fashion.
So 6-1, CAG will call themselves a tactical timeout. You can hear them talk, you can see them talking in the background there. Yeah, not ideal. And Sharif, unfortunately, with the old James Bond 007 to begin here at Reload for a player that was the absolute best player on this roster in Boston not that long ago. Not the way that you want to start. I feel like, you know, there's certain players on certain teams that are kind of like a Kickstarter, if you will. Like, you know, they're the kind of player that gets the team going, and Sharif probably is that player for CAG. If Sharif's playing well, he's entering, he's getting kills, he's got double digits, CAG are playing well. If he's 0-7, you've lost a lot of your firepower. Like, he is there to get frags.
Yeah, it's only, I mean, 7 rounds into the first CJAX event, but I think it is a storyline that could be quite intriguing across the 20 teams, is what players may find difficulty in transitioning across to this new build, because there are quite a few different factors that have changed outside of things like even the ban phase. You know, you've got new sound, a couple other mechanics here or there that have been adjusted. And some players are probably going to find that easier to acclimatize to than others. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case here. Again, it is only the very, very beginning of the tournament. It could just be one of those off days for Sharif, but looking more broadly at the tournament, could we maybe see some unexpected ups and downs across the board for these players that have made the journey to win?
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate reality as well. Best of one, first day, it's kind of like...
You're just cooked. If you have a bad
You've
start,
laid an egg, and it's like, oh, well, how many opportunities do I get to kind of rebound? The good thing is, with the bullet system, you actually do have some opportunities.
Yeah. It really only starts to come right down to the wire in the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do get quite a big margin of error for the first, I'd say, 2 days. Third, it starts to get a little bit more intriguing, and you introduce things like the duel, etc. But for now, I've been just looking at it as an opportunity to try and get as comfortable as possible.
Dream start, though, for FearX. The debut of this new roster. Of course, I say the organization, FearX, did not make Boston, did not make 6 Invitational, so they've had some time to, you know, rejig in the background a little bit, put this team together, get Coded and Woogieman from D+ over, solidify this core roster. And so far, it's a really, really good sign. It's a really good start, but I add the caveat, guys, and the asterisk to it is they're playing against another APAC team, right? Yeah. We've seen this before at a lot of tournaments. APAC can do well against APAC. Then you play the big boys from the other regions, and things don't quite go the same way in terms of the script. Rin, opening kill onto Blackberry, perfect start again. And Rin's also someone that has been performing really well over the last 12 months.
Yeah, he's found.
And he cut his hair.
Coincidence?
New hair, new Rin.
I mean, he was so good back in that sort of like 2021 Dam 1 era, right? And then we saw him drop off. And now we've just passed the first.
Absolutely, just thrown him onto the bus there as Timothy throws the Nitro Cell onto him, gets the kill. Mephi 13-1 now. Is his EPS dropped by half?
195 as of
no,
round 7.
Not 260 anymore. Dropped off. Watch.
Wasn't it in the 300s last time?
No, it's like 260. Okay. Cool, a chance there. They have the yellow ping as well. Mephi on the Blackbeard. We should mention as well, I don't think we kind of touched on it, but we are playing on a new balancing patch as well.
Yeah, I believe so. We haven't really seen many of those changes that have been impactful in this match. So
we haven't really had the time to kind of dive into it either. There's been so much other things for like, the analysts to talk about regarding the reload format. Certainly are some small changes. Ooh, a chance here. The peek from Kali, but unable to find anything off it.
This is a pretty strange attack from FearX, just lurking outside West lane. Maybe looking to try and find something cheeky with the Glass Smoke combo, but Coded's out of util now. I know that Woogie has a couple, but he's a fair distance away.
Oh, that was head. That was spotted, but I don't think was seen initially by Woogieman until the shots were fired back by Sharif. He's going to go for this one. No. Yeah, Woogieman a little bit indecisive. I'd say that's probably a symptom here for FearX in this round. Not quite sure how they want to play this. Still quite on the exterior. They don't have a lot of map control. There's only 30 seconds left. This definitely has to be around as CAG closed out.
Double Nitro available for defense as well. So all the cards on the table. All Cyclops.
Somehow, Kali has made it out alive and then finds Woogieman in the hallway. And Woogie then gets through to Sharif, who made the push up Fireplace stairs. And that now, with 10 seconds left, does give FearX an opportunity to close this out. The yellow ping and Jujutsu will fall to Coded. Leaves Anaton by himself. Free kill and no kit in hand. It's a double. And how about that one? Oh,
how did that round get close? And why did Anaton swing there at the end? Gave me a heart attack. Goodness gracious me, Cyclops just able to cling on to that round, but not making it look particularly easy.
It didn't have the kit, unfortunately, at the end there for FearX, so that was always going to be a little bit tricky, but a 3-on-1, they don't check right side corner. And nicely done from Anderton, who, by the way, he's up to 11-5 now. Getting close to matching Mephi, even though his team is down 2-6, as FearX will call a tactical timeout here with Dark leading the conversation. Which we don't get to.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was just about to mention, I don't think.
I thought you were like pausing to like listen in.
Oh, I was seeing if I could hear, but unfortunately.
We did have, I believe we had listeners in Boston. From what I
Oh, did we?
Oh, sorry.
You mean you did?
I did. It's good to have you back. How do you feel? It's been
I was a bit rusty before.
hard to believe this, but the last time that we actually got to cast together was in Montreal last year.
6 months ago.
6 months ago. That's insane.
A lot has changed.
Because we haven't even had like local stuff either.
No.
So, done more casts with Seven Ace. Emmy as well, shout out. But yeah, this was a very chaotic end to the round. It was a 3v4 with like 16 seconds to go. Double kill from Woogie. They get the yellow ping information onto Chibitsu, and then there's 7 seconds to find this last player. And honestly, nicely
the swing there from Anderton is
that is a ballsy swing.
He should have died.
He probably should have won that one, and I think even a little chuckle.
Like, just run away. Get out of there. I suppose, to be fair to him, actually, probably anticipating the plant, but they didn't have the diffuser, so... Because he tries to get down to the 1v1, anticipating the second player actually has the diffuser and going for plant, so I suppose in that sense, not the worst read in the world. Anyway, high mountain still to climb, 4 round
I mean, 6-2, I mean, it's a deficit you can certainly come back from here on the defense. We'll see a G if they can really get going, and I think that Anderton's performing incredibly well right now. Just got to ride his coattails a little bit. A little spawn peek attempt here from Chibitsu, if he can find anything out west main. And that is a wonderful shot, by the way. That is not easy to hit onto Woogie. And he will fall on the Blackbeard too. No. And Sharif, unfortunately, his poor start to this tournament continues before our eyes. He's 0-9.
I feel like I could almost feel the lack of confidence in the...
I don't like this anymore, right? We need to stop pulling. We need to get Sharif a kill. And he needs his team to win this round for that to happen. Chibitsu helping out by getting that one and shuts down Mephi, who's 14-3. Gives Anderton another opportunity to close that gap at the individual level. And again, for CAG, I mean, it feels like despite the scoreline 6-2, they've had a lot of rounds where they've actually had that player advantage. They just haven't been able to capitalize all that on a few instances. Good boy, opportunity, but hey, better. Black Ray up close. And CAG just feels like they're starting to warm up a little bit.
So, minute passed in this round and 4 players in the grave. Coded and Rin, all that remains for FearX. But we have seen Cyclops give opportunities in many of these rounds thus far, so do not count FearX out just yet, especially with a plentiful amount of time, and the ability to gain information is still very much available. Cam spotted out, been able to clear that, and can now get to work with these Latero drones and look for additional pieces of utility in towards the site itself. BPC dealt with. So just chipping away at the information, gathering tools available here for the defense. And I don't mind this from FearX. I mean, obviously in a 2v4 like this, it's very natural, but I think their tempo, generally speaking, has been quite good in the mid-round.
I don't think it's been too dissimilar to what we saw from CAG in the first half. Early start, then slowed down. Coda just wanted to get the plant down. The gas canister, though, is going to force him back out. Still one more available for Anderton as well. Coda's still trying to just make some contact and maybe get rid of one of the members of CAG. Black Ray low.
Yeah, like
still 40 seconds, though.
I think this could work, potentially. Try and go for the deep plant and Rin sneaks forward. Maybe Coda tries to go half-wall this time.
Oh, Rin, though. Just steps over the mark. Unfortunately encoded. Well, he does get the plant down and gives himself some kind of opportunity. It's a very unlikely one at that. Here in a 1 versus 4, Lowenheld holds over towards Ego. Great swing from Chibitsu. He's starting to perform very well. CAG as a team finally starting to get going. 6-3 scoreline. Set that mountain high to climb, and they are climbing it. They've got their hiking boots on, and they've started to make their way up that mountain. 6-3, more respectable scoreline as well.
Additional ban as well to follow after this round, and we'll see.
Who does that benefit more, though, right now? The team that's losing a couple of rounds in FearX, even though they're up 6-3.
I would say probably does give FearX a slight advantage if Cyclops have found comfort in what's been taking place at the moment. I don't know how much of that is really operator-based currently, but yeah, we'll see what kind of impact it will have.
You know, one thing we actually need, just live suggestion here, would be some kind of overlay over...
Oh, so we can see this, just like that.
Magic. Absolute magic. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I love this new system, though. Absolutely. I think it really just opens up the possibilities as to what we can get out of Siege Esports and the chopping and the changing. So that the Valkyrie does get banned out along with the Twitch.
Yeah, we saw Valk in 2 of those rounds last far.
Look at this.
Only in round 7.
Beautiful headshot. And gets rid of the black bit. That doesn't help in a round such as that as well when you lose an operator. That can certainly help you get those entries in a player position like Ego Belk, or try and take Piano or the office half wall when you try and get that hard breach done.
Okay, that's pretty BM from the observers. Spectating Sharif in anticipation for the big 0-10.
I really hope he does actually get a kill now.
It kind of gets to the point where like it's just not funny anymore.
It's not. Look,
I don't think it really was funny at any point, but
a couple of kills ago, a couple of deaths ago. The one solace though, and you're always going to try and look on the bright side of life, find the positives, is that for CAG, you've got arguably your best player that, you know, is just having a down game, right? It happens from time to time. And yet, they're still being competitive in this game. It's 6-3, they're bringing it back. If Sharif gets going and starts to contribute, and it becomes 6-4, you start to get a little nervous if you fear it.
Yeah.
Because you had a 6-1 lead, gets the 6-4, so I put a big emphasis now on a round such as this, especially coming straight after that operator ban phase. There's a little bit of pressure now on FearX to close this one out.
Yeah, it's just slowly starting to build.
Turning out to be the
Very
most APAC start to a tournament we could get. 6-1 lead, then into a 0-2.
No one can attack.
No one can attack. Is it no one can attack, or they're both pretty good at defending?
I do this on my downtime.
Depends on how you want to spin it.
Depends, how positive do you want to be?
I'm feeling very positive.
I think
the defense has been pretty good.
Elements of both.
So an opportunity though this round for FearX. They of course lost Woogieman on the Blackbeard to a spawn team, so they're going to have all 5 players up. Sledge.
Well, we're about to find out if the
Jaeger.
Yeah, the Jaeger changes are in effect.
And you can see firsthand the Jaeger changes for those unfamiliar. Yes, his ADSs captured those bolts from the Kappa Tower, and you can already see the difference in the fact that he's able to hold on to this position, a key position inside a library, for a hell of a lot longer. They are struggling to deal with him now because of the Jaeger changes. Welcome to Stage X.
One grenade, a couple of flashes. Anderson could probably hold this. I don't think he's really under immediate pressure to fall at this point in time. He can just hold it for as long as he wants. And in fact, FearX may be completely forced to rotate off this.
And there's only 90 seconds left now. You've wasted a lot of time trying to clear out the Jaeger. Admittedly, though, and we didn't capture it, but Shreep is now 0-10. They did find that elimination onto him, so still got the player advantage. I don't think they're stressing too much as Woogieman rotates over towards Mud. There is one close by here at bottom library stairs. I think it is Chibitsu. Does have a Nitro self. Of course, Castle Barricade still up into the effect, but the quick rush through. Here comes the slide with the shotgun, and Woogieman, like the boogeyman coming out of the closet, able to find that pick. Clears out library. 60 seconds left. Anderson, though, now up to 12 kills. Gets rid of Mephi. Takes down his competitor on the other side. Takes it back to a 4 versus 3. The FearX starting to get a bit more map control.
Yeah, and with that, Anderson then forced down the pressure across from Office, and Mez exposing that particular position in the corner of library. 40 seconds then on the clock. Still time for FearX to very much cook up and attack here and close out the map, especially with that advantage now in play. Control from Woogieman over with library stairs. But is there an X Factor available here from Cyclops? Black Ray lurking. Probably the best bet to make a hero play is Arkali, actually, in the meanwhile, has repositioned to vert control in library. So
yeah, regained it. And 3 on the exterior for FearX.
I mean, the jump in default plant's not really applicable now.
I don't think they're going to be prepared for Arkali up above and Code will fall. Good Boy does have the diffuser as he finds the entry kill onto Black Ray. 10 seconds in a 1v2. Clouded by the vision of the Fenrir. 9 and Arkali and Code do the job for CAG on the defense. What a round for Cyclops. Again, they lost the opening death battle as Sharif falls again. They were down a couple of players. Woogieman with an amazing entry through Mud to clear out library stairs. The only caveat was they did fail that initial clear at library, the earlier portion of the round, but I felt like FearX then actually kind of got going towards the mid-round, cleared things out. But CAG holds strong defensively. 6-4. We keep going here for the opening game on the A-stream for Reload as CAG are fighting back from a 6-1 deficit to make it 6-4. The last time that we got the cast in Brazil, the very last map, was a 6-1 lead that ended up being quite something special. Yeah, this one, maybe not quite the same. Good to be back in Brazil.
I think the most important detail really to nerd out on that round was the Anaton Jaeger hold, right? Like, you think back to...
They couldn't clear him.
But like Foster, I mean, whatever the previous patch was, you wouldn't be able to do that because you would have just been flamed out. But now that the holds get captured by the ADS devices, in addition to other changes which will unravel if they become applicable, that was massive. Now, the Thatcher was available. They could have brought something to counteract those ADS devices, but Cyclops elected for the brute force, tried to clear it and burn it with those flushes and the frag grenade before that, but not proving to be particularly effective. With that control was pretty meaningful. FearX forced to rotate, didn't quite work out. Now, Woogieman has a read and a ping.
And a run back.
Sense in play. Okay. Traditionally, it would be the Glaz and Sense combo, but that's no longer applicable.
So I was looking at the EPS battle. Mephi, of course, who started at like 260-something, down to 154. Anaton up to 143. That one's getting a little bit close. Oh, Chibitsu did land some really solid damage. CAG, they've definitely got the momentum now. Like, they are the team that is looking more likely to win off the back of what we're seeing here defensively. And so far, this has just turned out to be an incredibly defender-sided chalet. Neither team is just capable of pulling together these attacking rounds. Chibitsu under a little bit of fire towards Solar.
See you on the other side.
I've got the Glaz and Sens combo. Curious to see if they can actually get that into effect.
No catch this time around, right? So no Jaeger or Lamai. Ying should be very effective here. Keep in mind, Ying was banned out in that first half, so
Lights on.
quite a significant change here for round number 11.
Through the drone hole, looking to get a little bit of control over towards Trophy, but this is the absolute biggest counter that you can bring to the table to stop this kind of attack. In the Warden, Coda trying his best here to make advantage of the smokes in front of him on the Glaz as Akali gets on the move, one on the rappel. Big kill from Mephi. Coda landing a couple of shots. The down eventually does come through onto Akali, swinging around over towards the mezzanine, and a drop down now from Sharif. Needs to find a kill. Absolutely, now the time is vital for him to get off that donut and try and salvage things for CAG. Well, he's on 0 and he needs to find 3 if CAG are to stay alive here in the opening match of Reload. Coda, Woogie and Mephi, the 3 up for FearX with 1 minute to just make sure they do not falter in this round. It is a huge advantage. Sharif trying to find at least 1 kill. Blocked though, the line of sight, and unfortunately the one player he could shoot at has a shield in his face, and his position at West Main is now known. Will he be 0-11? He will not. He takes solace with that 1 kill, but it is FearX that takes the map as they begin Reload perfectly. 7-4 over CAG, their APAC rivals. A little bit hot and bothered towards the end like the weather, but hey, they got the job done and they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, pretty good in the end. Again, naturally, Siege game of 2 halves, and sometimes it can be difficult to find your footing in that attack. First game of the event. APAC traditionally not the best on that half, but
techno music.
Yeah, they'll be vibing out to that.
I'm admittedly not the biggest fan of the SI Boston jazz music. I'm not a jazz fan, but hey, I love this. I'm happy with what we've got, and I'm very happy with what we saw from FearX. You know, they were a team that had my eye coming into this event. The changes with 2 players from KU Plus feels, I don't know if you could say like Korean super team, but it's as close as really you can get to that.
It's the closest we've probably had and the closest we're ever going to get for a while. So
6-1 lead probably should have been like a 7-2, 7-3, but in the end it's a 7-4. FearX take the opening game at Reload with a resounding 1-0 win over CAG.
welcome back to Reload. I am Maria and I'm here with Dark, the coach for FearX, and you guys just won the first ever match to happen on CJX. How cool is that?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a thing I'm gonna remember all my life because I want to play this game the rest of the life. So yeah, it was really nice.
Really cool, right?
Yeah, really cool. I think the best thing for these events, and of course, like, I'll be the first teams to play the new game, and like I say, I hope so for more than 10 years, right?
Yeah. Also, with this new way of banning operators, do you think it's going to actually boost APAC region? Because, you know, APAC play style, game style, it's really surprising us each and every game.
Being honest, I think like maybe the best point for this is not the ban, is the replay best of one map. I think if you combo the ideas for the ban operators and the play best of one, you can surprise the other teams so much. I don't think like just the ban is gonna make a APAC some big change. But anyway, like I said, the best of one and the combo with the bans, you can do big surprise, right?
Yeah, and also I'm really happy because that's the first time I'm doing an interview, and I'm here with Dark, who is also Brazilian as me. So thank you, Dark, and back to you, Malas, in this studio.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yes, it is an absolute honor to have Maria being part of our team. We've known her for years now, and now she's ours. She's part of our squad, okay? Brazilians eat it. She's one of our crew, at least for this event, which is a lot of fun. Always good to have, and always good to hear from coaches in the back. Dark, of course, coming from the best region to ever touch Siege, Brazil. Full Brazil fanboy at this point. It seems like he really has a full lock on the format, and we talked about it prior to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. You know, when we talk about regions and how well, you know, they're adapting, how are they improving, it's getting other regions to come join them. So the fact that we got Dark there being able to be from the strong region, that is Brazil, to help them. And again, what I talked about going into this matchup, that big roster change of getting Coded, getting Woogieman, and reuniting that roster with Rain and having that super powerhouse of a Korean team. I mean, just goes to show they got the win. They almost were so close to getting that flawless card, but in the end, Keg did make it a very competitive game through and through.
And those players specifically from the previous Damwon roster, they're very aggressive. So to have a backing of a coach from Brazil to be able to give them that diversity in play style,
absolutely.
I mean, it showed that it works in the server. And obviously, that's what they needed to do. I mean, the confidence was there for FearX. And that's a first start-off game that you want to start Reload with. Being able to beat up on a team from your home region, getting comfortable, going into the rest of it.
I just want to say, I got to look at for my boy Mephi there, because I believe he ended at like 17 kills. So we're cutting him a little short there. But I mean, I talked about Woogieman, Rin, and Coded specifically. I apologize for not talking about Mephi because he was absolutely an animal in this match.
He heard that. And also to commend Kag a little bit, Aniton, for being retired, coming out, and being the top fragger on his team. I mean, that just speaks volumes on historied players.
Yeah.
When you're in the game for a long time, you're able to just bounce back on a moment's notice. Didn't really seem like Kag was able to show up on their attacks, though. It really looked like FearX, the way that they were utilizing the Tuberau, the Mira, that's where they won, is on their defenses. They were constantly stalling out Kag to the point where there was really no availability for them to get back in the round. Once the side swapped, it was a little bit closer, but at that point, the round was just all in FearX's favor.
Yeah. A reminder that, yes, whilst you do pick the team that you're going to be playing in the next time, which is what happened, Kag picked FearX to play on day one, you don't get to pick the map all the way the day before. So yes, there's a lot of space for counter strategy going for the map, but you did both mention at the start of the day with this pregame that both teams are going to have to be comfortable on it regardless, because it is the decider in a best of one, so you kind of can predict within a certain ratio what map you're going to be playing.
I mean, that's how it has to be. You're going to go to an even playing ground, but FearX's defenses are looking very strong with the way that they were able to play aggressive at first and then pull it back. And it didn't really look like Kag had a response to getting those opening kills. Once the side swapped, FearX was still very dominant in the way that they were getting those opening kills. They were finding more on attack than they were defense, but they were closing out their defenses efficiently.
Right, which is still a little worrisome because realistically, defense is always going to be easier. If you can have a good attack side, that should realistically put you in a driver's seat once you switch that defensive half. Both teams were looking a little shaky on their attacks. And again, that can be, you know, salvageable in a best of one in some aspect, but once you get to a best of three, you need to be better on top of things.
Absolutely. You have to go through the gauntlet before you get to the main event next weekend. However, it is time for our Blacklight detail, the first one here in Reload. All right, gentlemen, the detail. We talked about all of this in Boston. You picked one specific moment to highlight. What is it for this match?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really big one. I mean, I believe all of social media was blowing up seeing this one. This is just one of those changes that is coming to Siege X, and it is Jaeger's ADS. Typically, if Anderton's in this position, this is a good position to stall out utility, but the biggest thing and the biggest takeaway is the ADSs from Jaeger now are capturing Capital bolts. And that is so important and impactful for this round because, again, any other time, you are immediately going to be pushed out of this position, most likely giving up your life, putting your team in a man deficit. Now you can play there and burn extra utility due to the fact that those ADSs now capture Capital bolts.
And it's refreshing to see because every map has death spots like that. Where you're just meant to play. You're going to lose your life, but it's about stalling time. Now with the ADS being able to capture Capital bullets, that's 2 projectiles per ADS. So that's 6 potential projectiles that you can stop. And usually we would see a Doc in that corner. And I was just thinking when I was watching that, imagine they had Doc, Wamai, and Jaeger. There was no way you're going to be able to clear that guy out. And so, I mean, I'm happy to see Jaeger come back a little bit.
Again, it goes into what I was saying in the beginning. It's all about reinventing the wheel, and this is just another aspect and key element that is going to reinvent the wheel on how teams are going to approach certain positions in any single
A meta shifter for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, at the tippity top, the highest level of competition, small changes like this can have a massive impact. I'll remind you, well, back in your day when you can burn ADSs with Hibana X Kairos pallets and just clear out all the ADSs in a room.
I mean, we were talking about it, you know, you were saying it back in our day. How old were you when Siege first came out?
When Siege came out, that was what? December 2015. I was still in university. I barely had any money to live day to day.
Right.
And
how old are you now?
I'm 31. I was 20. Oh yeah, I was 21. Oh my God.
I was 18.
A long time. Well, we don't have to talk about that.
For anyone that knows, you know.
Anyways, this game has changed all of our lives, though, and Siege X is set to change more lives over the next 10 years, a fresh decade of competition. We're going to talk about a few things, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll get back to you in a sec. What a wonderful time we're having here as we kick off the first game of competitive Siege X live at Reload in Rio. Of course, rock in Rio. We got Reload in Rio.
Yeah,
it's all a good time to go through, of course, with the heavy metal music to really take us into it. Though I do disagree with Guz and Xenox on the Boston music. They actually like a bit of jazz.
It suited the environment, but just like this music suits here.
Absolutely. That's a very, very good way to put it. Gentlemen, we want to refresh everybody's minds because you might just be tuning in for the first time today, really. The first 2 games just ended. We'll talk about those in a second with a quick recap, but the format for Reload is like nothing we've ever seen before in Siege Esports and its entire history, because there are modifiers, right? Not just the bullets themselves with how things work, where everybody starts with 6 bullets and they have to load up to a maximum of 2 for the first 2 days, and we'll talk about things later after day 3, but there's a total of 6 cards. 4 of them I'm calling passive cards that are always in play, and 2 that can be activated when the players actually want to use them. We'll tell you how that happens. So first of all is one of our passive cards, which is the Flawless card. What happens, or what does flawless mean in this context?
Yeah, I mean, flawless means exactly what you would think it'd be in terms of this competition. You are flawlessly beating the other team, winning in 7-0 fashion. They couldn't even stand a chance against you. And what that does for you is that gets you 2 extra bullets. So if you're a team going into tomorrow, you put up another 2 bullets, or even today, for example, we almost saw it in the first matchup. Had they won that match 7-0, had Fear won that, they would have accumulated 4 bullets back to themselves, putting them in a much better position, because at the end of this, you want the most amount of bullets you possibly can get, and a flawless victory gets you that much closer to having more in the arsenal.
Well, that's the Flawless card, one of what I'm calling, it's not official nomenclature, but this is the kind of, I guess, MMO brain that's coming in here. It is a passive card. It is always active in play, but at the end of every single play day, we have a draft show where all 20 teams have a representative each, and we're going to be chatting to them as they pick who they get to play against tomorrow, because we don't know what the games are going to look like until the end of the day. How does that work out there?
Well, in the draft show, usually based off of the previous day, so for example today, the teams that perform the worst at the bottom of the leaderboard will be able to have their fair share of the pick out of all the other teams in the investment.
But what can you do then in case you don't want to play against any of the team that selects you? I hope there's an active card that you can play.
Well, there is. There's actually a chicken card, which should be a fan favorite. So essentially, if one of the bottom tier teams picks a team to be able to go up against them in the draft show.
I'm sorry, I love the audio with it.
In the draft show, the team that has been picked will be able to use this once to use the chicken card to avoid playing them, which means that the team that picked them will have to then pick another team from the remaining amount of teams that have not been selected to play it the next day.
And that is a single use, as you can see. Unlike our passive card, the Flawless, that is always active, this here, you could only play it once, so you have to be careful. It's like a lot of the things where you might be saving that potion for way deeper into the game. Well, here, do you want to save the card until later in the tournament, or do you want to have it right here, right now?
Again, it creates that element of surprise and also having to really think about how you're implementing these cards and when you're going to use them, because realistically, if you chicken out on someone, you could be going against a harder opponent, so you really have to think and strategize when is going to be the best time to use these cards.
Exactly. If you use it too early on in the tournament and then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place later on,
you're stuck
and
with
you
it.
Get put up against a team that's smoking everybody at the tournament, it's going to look very rough. You're going to feel a little silly that you used it so early on, but every situation is going to be different. You got to roll with the punches, and to be the best, you got to beat everybody.
Absolutely. Ain't no secrets in these chambers.
Absolutely. And for all of that, you'll have to stay around until the end of the entire day, because that's when the draft show will be live, and we'll be having a chat with all the players and getting their live reactions to being picked to play against whom tomorrow. There's a lot to figure out around that. That's 2 cards that we've explained so far. We'll be talking about more as we go on with the day, and of course with this entire group stage, because that's when these cards are relevant for the competition. Though, gentlemen, thank you so much for this reminder. Again, we'll be refreshing as we go. Game 2 of Reload starts in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to Rio de Janeiro. We're in Brazil, and it's time for our second matchup here at Reload. It's the first time we get to see Siege X, a brand new game, all of its overhauls played in this competitive system. Now, we've seen game number 1. That's bygone. That's done and dusted. We have to talk about our second, and it's Wildcard versus Scarz. This is a matchup that, in many ways, you would not be seeing in a lot of tournaments, but this is really shaking things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Again, back to, you choose your opponent. Wildcard picks Scarz, and when I look at this tournament and how this format is and how you play it, I wouldn't pick a stronger team out the gate. And for Wildcard, I'd say this is a little different for them because I don't see them as one of the stronger teams here. So they're also going to probably look for someone that they can try to beat up on. So it kind of makes sense that they're picking Scarz, but at the same time, they don't have that international experience that Scarz does, which again, can bite you in the butt in the long run.
Yeah, it's a test for both teams, and picking them obviously goes to show the NA confidence because a lot of regions in general don't really believe in the APAC. So Wildcard coming to Scarz for their first pick could be a rude awakening, could be a good startup for Wildcard and what they have to show in the rest of the tournament.
You never know what you get at the end of it. It's best of one, and that is very dangerous territory. Now, let's talk about Scarz. And this squad you've seen over many iterations in international play over the past 2 years, ever since Copenhagen up until now. They've had a lot of success online as well in their own region in Japan.
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes to events, though, they really haven't found that much success. But the individual players were doing good. But they recently just got rid of Nina and Tayu, which means they lost a little bit of firepower. But the players that they went for specifically were to round out the core, be more supportive players, the players that are able to uplift players like Rek. They ended up getting Aya Gator, who is coming out of retirement. The last time he played was almost a year ago. And Choppy, who the last time he played was in Atlanta. Wow. So both of these players have had a little bit of a stretch since a international tournament. It's going to take them a little bit of a warm-up, and Wildcard is a perfect first opponent for them to go up against.
At the bottom of the screen there, you saw a little teaser show up with the Scarz logo and a piece of a weapon. That is a teaser of their in-game skin that will be coming out very, very soon as part of the R6 Share program. Of course, all of our 20 teams here at Reload in Rio are part of the Share program, so you will eventually see their skins in the game. And I know that the money that we all put forward as a community to support the organizations and the esport also support the players individually. And I have 2 great examples of people that
it helps.
It really does help. It adds on top of everything. Your usual salary, you get more secure and you get to focus on your game more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing. I mean, and who doesn't like skins, especially when they look good? And honestly, the creativity that Ubisoft allows all these teams to be able to have, I mean, we have some pretty damn looking good skins.
Oh, out of the whole esports ecosystem, Siege definitely does it right with everything that they're allowing teams to do. So when a team takes charge of that and is able to create something unique, something cool, hopefully no more Hyper Beast sets.
Though, shout out to all the artists that make this happen, because I mean, we've met a lot of them, and they are incredibly creative in their usual work, but to be able to design all of that, and then for the UB team to put it into the game, to really live up to all of this beautiful design is a wonderful thing to see. So everybody's a winner. At the end of the day, you get to show off for all the other people that are looking at you when you clutch it out in the round. Is beautiful to witness. Though, with all the promo aside, because there's a lot to talk about, let's put up Wildcard on the other side, because this squad is, in many ways, a mishmash that's looking to find success in this international.
You know, it's crazy as an NA analyst seeing this roster now. I mean, you have Dash, a very good player coming from Brazil, coming from that WCHEME roster that won all the way back then. Now he finds himself in North America. But then you also look at Baby Shark. He's coming all the way from Europe. So, I mean, this roster really is a wild card now. They're really pulling out every little bit, every little showcasing of their cards, and trying to facilitate this roster, make them as competitive as they possibly can be. And on top of it, this is their first international event as a team, and for some of those players.
I think a standout player that everyone should know is Kansan. I mean, he's been performing so well, and to finally have a team where it's his own, he's arguably the leader of the team.
Yeah.
And now orchestrating it by picking up 2 players from 2 different regions to be able to have a little bit more experience and depth. It's a very young roster. They have a lot of potential. First tournament. There's a lot for them to show, there's not too much pressure on their shoulders because a lot of the NA teams are kind of washing them out going into this tournament.
Well, and what's good, especially for Spiker and Mr. Bay, is that you have a player like Kansan that you can piggyback off of. But now you're adding Dash into that element as well that also has that experience, that has won something. So they really have a good support system and a really good IGL to look at and be like, okay, this is what we got to do. This is how we're going to facilitate a round. And I'm expecting big things from this team. I don't want to see disappointment.
Honestly, there's quite a few teams, not just, I guess, 2 NA teams that are part of this tournament that we're looking at as, my God, is this going to be a repetition of Manchester? But there's actually more than that. The Brazil is bringing their own. Talk about Loud. There's other squads that are in here, and we're going to mention them and go in depth as their matches kind of happen here on the broadcast. But there's just so much to look forward to because it is a blank slate for all of these. Yes, your experience, as you mentioned with Kansan or any other player, it's really important. But it's different when you're playing internationally. It's different when you have this format, especially, and when you're on a brand new game with a lot of changes, though not the core, as we mentioned earlier in the day.
When you're watching 2 main stage level teams go at it, it's amazing for its own reasons. When you're watching 2 teams that have a lot to prove for themselves, it's a whole different battle. You're going to see a lot of creativity, maybe a lot of rookie mistakes, but that's the beauty and the magic, especially on SiegeX. Everything's going to be brand new.
Nice, exactly. Now let's take a look at our map. Again, all best of ones throughout our first 5 rounds, our first 5 days of competition here at Reload. Before we go to our main stage, we're going to get Chalet again as our decider. I wonder why that's been happening.
I think it's just a great map for everyone to go to. Arguably, it's Chalet, Clubhouse, maps that are a little bit more aggressor-sided, allow teams to be able to go for aggressive plays, to show a style of play that you're not going to see later in the tournament unless it's from a Brazilian team for the most part. And Chalet is just a good back and forth. It's able to test both things because on defense, you have to be proactive. On attack, everyone knows attack, you already have to be proactive. But the uniqueness that we saw in the previous game excites me for the Chalet because especially the Jaeger innovation, the way we were seeing Tuberauer and Mira be played, I'm excited to see how these teams compete to that because I would say they're on a more aggressive level than the previous game.
I mean, just even the picks and bans already add a completely different element that I really want to see what is going to be used from both teams and how they're going to counteract one another because, again, adding that ban system really does revitalize certain strategies. You really have to think. And again, for teams that are better at adapting on the fly, that benefits them. Whereas teams that do struggle, it really can put a hindrance to their performance.
And adapting on the fly, experience usually weighs over new players. So in that regard, Scarz is looking very comfortable in this game, and there's no pressure on their shoulders.
Clear communication is a big part of it as well. And speaking of comms, let's bring up our casters who just casted the first ever matchup of competitive Siege on SiegeX. Guz Xenox, I mean, it's a huge honor in general, but how are you feeling at the end of your first game?
Feeling good. I mean, it was a very fun game. I think, obviously, for FearX to get out to a 6-1 lead and then ultimately not close it out too quickly was, I mean, a little bit disappointing. But they looked really, really sharp, all things considered. Slightly new roster with 2 players coming over from D+. And for CAG, at least some credits in the bank after a really dismal attacking half to at least get the scoreline a little bit more respectable. But all I can say is APAC on top.
Yeah.
Does that count?
At least APAC won.
And also on the bottom.
That's a win for you guys.
That's a go.
That's a win for you guys.
I love to hear that. I think Ace would be saying also that we're all winners here, especially all us our viewers that get to witness all this firsthand. Gentlemen, I won't dilly-dally or delay any longer. Our game is set. It's all yours.
Yeah, and another APAC team that we get to see now with Scarz, of course, though, going up against Wildcard from North America, which should be a lot of fun. Again, you've got a team in Wildcard, which we haven't really seen, right? So, like, we get to see something a little bit different, whereas for Scarz, it's probably a little bit more of the same in terms of the roster that they're kind of bringing to the table. It's a good test, though. I think for both teams, admittedly, a Wildcard roster that's nearly put together versus a Scarz roster that has got quite a bit of experience. And I think over the last 12 to 24 months, it's a team from APAC that we typically expect to do well, make majors, etc.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of intriguing changes just across the board. For many of the 20 teams attending Reload and Wildcard, very much at the top of that list. I mean, Dash coming in feels kind of random, right?
Yeah,
but such an experienced player. Won at Montreal, of course, incredibly accomplished. Baby Sharkian as well, over from France. So I don't know how it's going to work. Like,
it's also best of one again, so it's a bit tricky because you kind of look at this as a really good feel out for both of these two rosters against each other, but I wouldn't be taking a whole lot away from it. Right? It's similar with the FearX and CAG game.
Day 1, even 2 to an extent, is very much a vibe check, right? Like, how did the players look inside of the server? What are they looking to approach with? We're not necessarily looking at the end result, more so how they're approaching the game and how that's translating. And this match is going to be a great example of that.
I do promise, by the way, there are other maps. We're just going back to Chalet again.
Yeah, it's a good map.
That's all good.
I think as the guy said on the desk, right? No, an extension of what they said. You're probably trying to find some comfort at an event where things are kind of uncomfortable. New build, new rosters, a lot has changed. Chalet, though, very much still playing out in a similar fashion to what we've come to expect, at least what we saw in the previous matchup.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we kind of come into this particular matchup, I was wondering for that social prediction. I was like, 62%. I was like, who's that for? It's for Wildcard. You know, at the end of the day, you also don't want to give too much away. We're playing best of one, so you might have a predetermined map where you're like, yeah, let's just go to a map like Chalet, have some fun, and we don't have to, you know, kind of reveal too many of the secrets as we head into the first ban phase of many, which was, I think, a pretty good success from the first match that we saw for CAG and FearX. And that's the other thing as well. You kind of got the CAG and FearX match as well on Chalet to use as a reference point too, because that was a match in which neither of those two teams really found a lot of success attacking. So straight away coming into it now for Scarz, is they're going to be attacking first up in this opening half against Wildcard. You know, the question will be on them, can they actually find some attacking success here on Chalet, or is this just going to be defender-sided again?
Well, the onus is on very much Scarz to be the initiators here in the first half. The bans have come through. Azami Tub from Scarz, followed by the Monty Damos off the board from Wildcard. We'll wait until the conclusion of round number 3 for the additional bans to come through. Again, this may be your first time watching CJX, and it is a new ban phase heading into this particular season.
It's early on, but I think it's going to breathe a little new life
subtle change.
Yeah, a little subtle change. I think the fact that as well you get to kind of ban out 2 from the opposing side. So for Scarz attacking into this, you can get rid of the Azami and the Tube route, rather than just sort of like one of them, for example. Or, you know, you get to choose the 2 this time.
Yeah. 10 seconds to insertion.
Well, we head into the second match. To reload again, only 2 bullets that have been reloaded.
Well,
Day 1
is a maximum of 2 for the first day. There's been, from what I've looked so far, the majority of teams elected to put 2 on the board, but there are teams that did the 1. I think Elevate in the previous match against Fury, I think listed as 1. Obviously, a bit of a high risk.
Which is probably a smart way to kind of go about it. You're going up against, you know, Furia. But yeah, I think for me, coming into this opening half, all eyes on Scarz and their ability to attack. APAC has really struggled with attacking in Siege over a large period of time now, when, you know, back in the old days, you think either pre-COVID or even just slightly post-COVID, it was all about, well, APAC's kind of this all-gun, all-attacking, flare-based, you know, sort of region. But actually, in terms of recent times, it's been a region that has struggled attacking on maps. So that's definitely going to be something that we will see. Scarz can find some early success on the attacking side. Wildcard on the defense. We get to see this new-look roster for the first time as well here at Reload. And I kind of come into this 25-26 esports campaign really with my eyes glued to the North American region. There's so many changes, so many really solid teams. That's the region to watch for me to see, can they make that next step?
Some of which are not in attendance as well. I mean, Shopify probably the greatest example of that.
Oh, so you're going to talk about the casters?
They're not.
I do have to give a quick shout out to our lovely friends in Parker and Jesse, who are actually...
I did actually see Intero went live on Twitch, so
yeah, he has gone
now.
live, so shout out to them. They are North American. Just on the north side. North. 1-for-1 trade here. Grim off the board for Choppy and Dash, who's a big pickup for this wildcard roster. Has lost his life on the Fenrir, and Washoit very, very low as well on the IQ. But it's been a quick start to this round, but not a whole lot has happened. A little bit of map control established for Scarz, especially on the top floor.
It runs on batteries. I see it.
Yeah, pretty aggro extension, but the fall off now in play. Bay Library, supported by Baby Shark over towards the library stairs, a bit of a cross established, and actually down below as Baby Shark pops his head up.
Well, there's a yellow ping there. He knows there's another one at the end of the hallway, but he does lose the battle. Baby Shark had the information, but hey, Gator had the better aim, hits the headshot. And just like that, Scarz established a 3-on-2 advantage. Hey, Gator has now been down. Wildcard certainly have information as to the whereabouts of Scarz and what the way they're pushing. Fire extinguisher. Oh, okay. Good use of it. Just kind of block a little bit of that line of sight towards Games, as Fishlike is... In fact, all 3 members of Scarz are incredibly low, and Spiker will take advantage of it.
The very aggressive Wildcard rewarded. Gator falls as well. Fishlike now the last remaining player from Scarz, low on HP, and Supremacy from above, Wildcard with a good start.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a pretty decent round, all things considered. I spoke about Scarz and APAC as a region struggling to attack, especially in that previous match between CAG and FearX, but that attack that round wasn't completely awful. They were able to very much get a few picks onto Wildcard, get some of that top 4 control, slightly make their way over towards site, but credit to Wildcard, especially Spiker, was able to establish good position, hold strong, get a couple of kills, and they also got a lot of damage in that round. Like when it was a 3v2, like they were all very, very low. Yeah, a little bit of an early conflict, and I love that peek as well from Baby Shark. Thought he maybe should have got the second kill as well, but at that point, Rashoy, Gator, Fish like all very low. It wasn't going to take much for Wildcard to close that round out, and they start well on defense.
Yeah, effective peel from Wildcard and then able to reaggress it towards Library. That Scarz seemingly did not have a read on 2. Keeping in mind as well, the Valkyrie in that round seemed to be feeding really good information. IQ was on the board, but clearly not finding all of that.
Well, we started our first match of the day with a technical version for a rehost, and we're going to do that again today. It is a rehost, unfortunately, after the 1 round has been played out, which is slightly better than the first match because we got it before the first round was actually played out, so that's at least something.
We're still ahead of the B stream, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, like we obviously on the A stream didn't realize, but the B stream was like severely behind. Poor Ace and Dez. But yeah, I mean, I think for this match, again, you got to kind of re-cool things down a little bit. It's day 1, you know, fresh tournament, and coming into a fresh year. So expectations on a wildcard roster newly put together are very low. I mean, and that's probably a good thing. You don't want to come into a tournament and have super high expectations. And this is kind of the caveat for Reload in comparison to, say, a major. If Wildcard as a roster did well in North America, qualified for a major, then there's a little bit of expectation because you've qualified for the tournament. But this is a little bit different because it's the partner-only invite system and they get to kind of come here and play. There's pretty much no expectation on this Wildcard roster outside of maybe at least do well against the APAC teams.
Is it unfair to bundle them into those teams that perhaps wouldn't qualify if it was a qualification?
Well, we had this discussion actually on the Jake.
I feel like Wildcard are just teetering on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Because it's
so many unknowns, though.
It's exactly. There's so many
big assumptions on this team.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. You know, you're going into and to be fair, this is where for Wildcard, depending on how they actually perform at this event, then the connotations around them change going into the North America League to come for stage 1.
Yeah.
So then that's like, well, suddenly you've got maybe a change in the level of expectations. If Wildcard go on an amazing run here at Reload and look amazing, then you go into the North American League to follow, and you're like, well,
target on your back.
We're going to get that back again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and also for Scarz, for CAG, for FearX, seeing these 3 APAC teams as well to begin here day 1 on the A stream, going into APL, you know, like this newly reformed APAC system, the 5th APAC system that we had in about 5 years, but, you know, that's going to be, again, you know, another thing to consider later on as well.
Yeah, very intrigued to see how APL is going to shake up this year.
Well, I mean, you know, we've been a little bit separated, haven't we, in the last little bit of time with all the sub-regions?
Over time, teams very much lent into just being good enough to qualify in their own regions, and it created massive issues internationally. Now, they're going to have to be far more competitive in APAC.
Well, the hope is as well that we can get to a point where APAC teams can get to events and have higher expectations to do well, rather than just, you know, bomb out phase 1 or whatever it may be, depending on the format. But I hope it's a case of the region can lift itself up with a format such as APL, rather than trying to improve within your region. It's almost like all the regions within APAC improving together. Formers 1 to take down EU and Brazilian supremacy. Which, by the way, you know, like that's my thing for North America, is the match is re-beginning, by the way. We can see it on our second monitor, so don't fret. We are getting back into Chalet here, round 2 coming up shortly. Is this the year, and I say the year 25-26 campaign, right, going in towards 6 Invitational, so over the next 8 months or so, can North America take that next step? Shopify Rebellion's looking good. I mean, they're not at this event, but
I feel like I do share the same kind of optimism as you. I don't know how much of that is just an unfounded gut feeling, or if there's actually a lot of logic to back it. I think there's elements.
I was speaking to Lax before in the green room, and he wasn't too...
I feel like we're more excited than the American boys.
EU teams. Yeah. But I feel like that's what North America.
He's a humble man.
Yeah, he's a humble man. Second round coming up. Of course, Wildcard took the opening round against Scarz, back underway. We only had the one rehost on the first match, so I'm hoping it's a one-and-done situation once again. But good start for Wildcard, and again, all onus is going to be certainly on Scarz and their ability to attack. They're going to have to get, I can't believe I'm saying this, but at least 2 attacking rounds here. Like, that's already probably far better than what we got in the opening match from the other 2 APAC teams. A little change up in terms of attacker selection for Scarz, and I say little, it's actually rather large. They will employ the glass this round.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Fire extinguisher pot early, which will be the little nuances regarding the new environment, whether you want to leave them up or destroy them early. I don't think it's going to make too big a difference, but it's something to consider. A little run out to bait.
Yeah, I think the consensus so far, talking to teams, etc. I think I was sitting down with Tengu last night, briefly chatting about it, and it seems like the meta is, as the defenders, you just shoot as many as you can in the first phase. They're not too impactful in action phase. That being said, we have seen small impacts. I think it was the same fire extinguisher lead in the games. The only one that we've captured being shot, we saw it in the first game, and then round 1 here for the second.
Also map dependent as well.
Yeah, because of the positioning of them.
Yeah, again, Wildcard banned out 2 very important operators for Scarz in Deimos and Montaigne, both of which that can certainly aid the entry for the attacking team. Again, new ban system employed. Something to consider, but apparently no issue. It's a double kill for Scarz to begin the second round, but the response is swift from Wildcard to bring it to a 3 versus 3, and we will then settle, I imagine, go back into a bit of a lull. We didn't get to see, I don't think, any of those kills, but that's okay. There's always next time. And you get 2 of the snipers employed here as well, on the Glaz and the Wamai with a castle.
Yeah.
Not the best lineup, I think, for a 3-on-3 with 90 seconds remaining. I was vibing out.
Rek does have a smoke grenade that he can use in pocket, and Fish has 2 to assist as well. I mean, so just for sure.
Oh, huge nitro from Spiker.
Well, they're not short of utility on the attack still, but
they're short of hard breach.
They need to get Rek activated, and no hard breach now means that they're pretty much forced to filter through.
So smoke deployed, 2 still remaining on the Wamai. You got to find this kill, Rek. But he doesn't want to overstep the mark. Grabs the kit. Minute left. Smoke, though, unfortunately now has extinguished. There's a bulletproof camera as well watching that doorway. Fishlike from above, actually able to use the vert, finds the kill onto Kansan. And so first floor control only now for Wildcard, but there's only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Yellow ping information. Can Fishlike find the kill? Indeed he can. From above onto Spiker and clears out that dining room position. And suddenly the snipers are finding an avenue here in the second round. 2-on-1. Rek is very low. Down to Dash. He's certainly got the capabilities to win this round for Wildcard, and this is the player that you want in this situation and why they brought him to this roster. Watches towards the hatch, of which, of course, Fishlike is above. 20 seconds remaining. Yellow ping information off the BPC. Knows where the last player is. Drop down, and surely Dash should be able to finish off this Kali. Indeed, he does. Huge round for Wildcard.
That's clean Siege. The positioning there from Dash was beautiful, perfect. Able to push forward off the back of the BPC info, kill the player entering dining, and in the meantime, not overexposing himself to the trade potential from the hatch. Tucks in the corner, swings with a bit of pressure. And that's kind of just the cool, calm, collected nature of Dash. That is probably a large reason as to how he found himself on this team. In fact, I would love to ask Wildcard management, like, how did they scout this team? Because it's such a crazy lineup when you think about it, really.
It's so crazy, it just might work.
Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good showcase in terms of an individual ability moment there from Dash. His positioning was absolutely perfect. He read the game situation amazingly well. One above, one pushing in towards dining. You still had the bulletproof camera, so you use that for your information. You get the yellow ping, you swing. It also helps, of course, he was going up against a Glance and a Wamai, but to be fair, I mean, I felt like Fishlike and Rek actually were handling the situation quite well. After the spike of Nitrocell onto the castle, I thought that's it, round's done, but they started to bring it back. So you can take some small caveats there for Scarz if you want to find the positives. They are there. Fortunately, the reality is, though, the round goes the way of Wildcard, 2-0 start on the defense, and looking good for the North Americans.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And French.
And French. Everyone's everywhere these days.
At least it's a majority NA team. I'll give them that much.
We'll give them that much. Same can't be said for Elevate.
We did lose to FearX over on the beach.
Actually, yeah, as we were getting back in, I actually watched them leaving. Scarz with a swift entry in towards game 3. Catches his drone and now start to make his way around the map.
This is intriguing. Barricaded off inside of mud. Obviously, a teammate has barricaded him off, hence the orientation of that barricade, just to maybe throw Scarz off. Potential for a missed drone as well, especially onto a Vigil. This would be very intriguing. In fact, Baby Shark's play might be to be as passive for as long as possible, then go for the late sweep play.
Just a lurk of Roma on the Vigil. If anyone comes into mud, you'll probably get the free kill. If not, you can push out later in the round. Flash towards Library. You didn't even need to wait for it.
Oh, he got shut down. So Fish like over bottom stairs was actually watching it and ready for it.
Nicely done by Scarz to read the play. The two lose were short, but they gained 2 kills off the back of it. And
he got the
most
barbed wire.
importantly dealt with the smoke as well.
Is that in the bingo card? I think he was calling around in the barbed wire at the game store done.
Just while that was happening, Hansen found the kill on the Choppy. He deals with the Grim. And we end back into a pretty similar scenario to round 1. 3v3, 9 seconds left.
Breaking into their network.
Cameras are going to get hacked as well, courtesy of the Dockerbee from Fishlike.
That's going to be quite useful for the Echo on the board. Scarz is able to employ that information effectively. Plenty of time remaining, minute 10 on the clock. Main breach still to be, I was going to say dealt with, but no hard breach available.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm assuming the Grim must have had some tin can openers.
Stand by to it.
On the left. Again, that slow approach now from Scarz, very akin to what we saw in the opening match for the APAC teams, where they kind of try to go a little bit fast and then slow it down. Wildcard were able to stand strong on the site in the previous 2 rounds. Can they do so once again? Inside of Piano is Dash. He's going to be a key figure.
Attackers recovered the bomb
This is going to be
diffuser.
a meat grinder moment for Scarz. I mean, the lack of hard breach here is...
Look at flashes, though. Surely they just flash dump in towards Piano and try and clear Dash.
They should at least get the wall open off the back of the Tero. Half-wall plant now an option.
Oh, yeah, but not going to be able to make it in. Canton with a swift headshot onto Gator. See you later. 20 seconds left. Wildcard certainly with an advantage once again. Ping goes out, the call goes out, and Canton by himself now on the Echo, which is not going to be something of too much use, although yes, indeed it still will be. Even though it has been hacked, still operational. Planting the diffuser now. Wreck, good shot from Fishlike, and now knows exactly where Wreck is as well. Plant does go down securely, but this is not a very strong position to push out of. Canton clutches up on the Echo. 3-0 start for Wildcard.
Clinical from Kansan. Big couple of kills and really composed. But how are you allowing that to happen when you have the cam hacked, you have a player watching the drone? Why are you not clearing it? Why is that not getting commed? Don't yell at me. What's going on? Like, guys.
Well, I mean, I think the Gator loss as well just kind of just sends it so casually in towards half wall, and they had no pressure back, so they had nothing on the solar side, nothing over towards bathroom or out in the balcony position, so you didn't have any of that horizontal pressure. It was just as simple as sit back, watch the long line of sight. They just send it in through the hard breach, easy pick, easy kill. Then the second one has to follow. Yeah, I feel like Scarz definitely blew that round, but credit to Wildcard. They, again, just backed up their systems defensively on site. This was a fun little exchange earlier on in the...
Oh, he called it the Barbarian dying.
Fishlike can't be dying there.
Let's go, Ivan! Let's go, Ivan! Oh my god, guys! Let's fucking...
Let's what? You want to say that again?
Let's go, Ivan! Oh my god, guys! Let's fucking go, guys!
There we go. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think Fishlike probably needs to be in a position where he can watch the close, up close positions. Instead, he's sitting pretty much in the middle of the hard
Did he
breach.
push forward to get the cam? Was that why?
I'm not too sure.
I can't quite remember the time. Well, either way, that was...
He's just literally in the middle of the hard breach.
Camera feed up and running.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the burst went out and then Wreck got off the cam.
10 seconds remaining.
Might have been a case of that. Either way, 3-0 start for Wildcard. Pretty decent on the defense.
5
Scarz,
seconds to
again,
go.
you can find the positives, but they haven't won any rounds.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Reality of the situation is that we, of course, just had the second ban phase for the half. Fenrir banned out by Scarz. The Dockerbee banned out by Wildcard. And that's actually been where some of the success has been found for Scarz. So they've lost that operator.
Yeah, the Dockerbee was played 2 out of the opening 3 rounds. Likewise, the Fenrir as well. Top floor hold for the bar defense. We've seen the Jaeger employed previously back on game 1 for those perhaps unaware, didn't capture it. Jaeger now does actually catch Capital bolts, and so letting it be incredibly effective. This time around though, that option not available, so capture board, but they do have Spiker there posted on the ward and perhaps looking to aggress. Nitro available, and we'll be able to counter potentially those flashes as they come through. Nitro doesn't land, ineffective. Continue to post up in the corner. Candella's being disposed of elsewhere though, as well as Alliance scan, so Scarz looking for some kind of ground, and there's the push. Spiker caught.
I think Spiker went for the more aggressive play of expecting the push in towards Big Game's window. So he looks down there, but then the timing is just perfect for Scarz. And they have got themselves the best position they've found so far in the half. But Kansan, big from Barstock. And he might just find the second if that hatch does get big. Yellow ping, and the swing is absolutely perfect. So clean from Kansan. 7-1 start for him. And so far, Wildcard is showing they've got some serious firepower on this roster. Choppy. Can he make his way in successfully? He shot Fish-like in the back. He's almost team killed. The only player left alive that is there to help him is Nitrocell from Kansan, who has just absolutely wiped the floor with Scarz in that round.
You wouldn't know it looking at him though. He's so cool, collected up. Bit of a smile, bit of a laugh. But looking comfortable inside of the server, a player, of course.
Just another Saturday for Kansan, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, you go back a few years.
Is that a 4K? I think it might have been in that round for him. He's up to 9 kills from the 4 rounds played. I think that was actually a quad from him. 4-0 start for Wildcard has forced out a tactical timeout by Scarz as well.
Kansan top 4 World Triple Major 2022. Top 6 SI 2022. Decent credits. And as the boys on the desk are sort of alluding to now, in some respects, the
boys
leader
on the
of
desk are basically going to just, with Fox and Lax on the analyst desk, they're just going to just may as well claim Wildcard as favourites for the rest of the tournament now.
No. It's only an APAC team. Doesn't really.
If we had Fresh and Leo, then they'd be like, well, it's just they beat Stars, you know, like it's not that big a deal.
It's all Baby Shark. It's all the French talent.
Yeah, I mean, I will say for Scarz, like I can't believe I continue to say this, and maybe it's just because I'm coming into this tournament with such a positive mindset. They've done good things, but they just haven't been able to do it long enough, you know, and enough moments in the round. And even this was actually quite poor in the end. Choppy, Fish-like has got the hatch. He shot him in the back, and then he's died to a Nitrocell because he wasn't ready for it. So a little bit of chaos there in that moment for Scarz, trying to get the plant down. Wildcard, I think, also just looking like more than capable of punishing Scarz if they do make mistakes or over-aggress. It's a good start if you're Wildcard. I mean, you really can't ask for a better start to the tournament. You play an established roster, but from a region that, you know, historically hasn't seen a lot of success.
Wait and see what their attacks look like, because
well, that is actually
so far
that's a really good point. That's why you're my favorite podcast.
Thank you.
It's of course a very defensive-sided map apparently today. The CAG FearX game was predominantly defense from both of them, and as we've already alluded to, AP is really struggling to attack.
We said it before, 2-round benchmark. Still very much at play. Let's see if Scarz can just work on their mistake minimization a little bit more.
Oh. Baby Shark, really good discipline to maybe not go for something there. Of course, the Claymore placed. Could have tried to go for a shot through the barricaded door as the run-through was happening. Bit of a focus over towards the solar side of the map here for Scarz. Balcony right now, Choppy on the Finker.
Here comes it.
Where's this entry going to come from, though? Is it in towards Piano? Indeed it is. Just a clean vault over. Rank is there for cover. So they had some numbers, but they did lose Washoy. That's done from Rank, but at least get the kill onto Kansan. Finally shuts him down. He's already got It's Dash, though. Easy headshot with the SMG-11. And those bees may be buzzing, but it's Wildcard that is certainly up and about as Choppy is down for the count.
Incoming adrenaline boost.
Not for much longer. Adrenal Surge activated and Choppy's back up and ready for the fight. His Dash is down to 1 HP. He just went for another swing. Didn't mind the fact that he was so low on health, but now Choppy by himself can push forward. Dash very low, won't take much to find this particular kill. He can't even get the kill. Dash able to put a big dent into this half now for Scarz as they are 5-0 down. Wildcard with a very clean look to start reload. And it's just another Saturday for them. They're just chilling.
I'm loving what I'm saying. I mean, good pressure from Scarz in that round. The Grim offering a lot of information, and we saw that sort of set play come out from Scarz in terms of the entry over towards Piano, and that pressure began to mount. You could see players in the backline pinged out. But it was Dash specifically who just stood up in the moment, SMG in hand, was willing and able to take on those medium to long distance fights. And just so precise, landing his shots, applying so much pressure, preventing that control over towards the Repel as well in the end. And ultimately too good up close with the shotgun as well. So
Let's fucking go, guys.
good vibes in the wildcard camp at the moment, understandably so. A 5-0 lead. Scarz.
Do we get a flawless in play? Spoke about it actually in the previous game. It was a...
No, don't. You're not allowed to say the F word, because if you say the F word,
They said the F word.
it won't happen.
10 seconds left.
Oh, they said the other word.
What was the other word?
I can't say it. They can.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I have said it before.
You have said
Actually,
it.
last time I was in Brazil.
Did you actually? Oh, yeah.
It was a DarkZero VP game that was quite electric. This one was got some kind of electricity to it, but only from one side. Wildcard have looked very, very good. Their on-site holds have been very, very strong. Happy to play some of these key positions as well. Baby Shark's been living inside of mud. Troy on the other side of it. And this has really got to be, again, a reminder for the APAC teams, just needing to find more success in their attacking rounds.
I don't think these attacks have been completely
awful.
It's just finding that extra 5% that's the difference, mate.
I think Wildcard's positioning has actually been incredible so far on Chalet. Happy to take some more aggressive angles and fights. We saw that with Dash. Round.
Oh, you ran past him!
Did lose out. But
He's running 4-3.
Kill on to Wreck. And Aegated to fall as well. It's all falling apart for Scarz. Shot be able to get one back, but then losing out to a nice peek from Bay. Clinical again from Wildcard. Their defense proving to be, well, impenetrable at the moment. As Fishlike in a 1 versus 3, entering towards Trophy. Hoping and praying that someone maybe just over peaks, gets over aggressive, but for Wildcard, I don't think that will be the case. They've got top floor control. So much utility to still play off. Yellow ping information at least. Onto Bay, over towards Bedroom, hoping that he would swing. He does swing, but Bay's just better. Hits the headshot. 6-0 for Wildcard at the close of the opening half.
You have permission now. The F word terms have been lifted.
Yeah, this is flawless territory.
Yeah, very much so.
Scarz get one opportunity on the defense to deny the 7-0 for Wildcard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm too surprised, but maybe I'm surprised at the actual overall scoreline, the fact that it's a 6-0, but I'm not overly surprised that A, an APAC team struggled on attack, and B, this Wildcard team that's got some really nice additions and change up is looking very nice, and they're on the defense to begin. Like, coming into this, I would have predicted like 5-1 anyway to Wildcard in the opening.
Really?
Yeah, I probably would have predicted 5-1. It's easy to say now.
Hindsight Harry.
Yeah, absolute hindsight Harry. But I think I'm basing that also off the previous game and the lack of attacking crowds of these APAC teams. Wildcard position has been very good on their sides. They're swinging, they're aggressive. Baby Shark, I think, has almost that freedom, that license to kind of just play different positions off-site, go lurk, go sit inside of mud, see if you can catch someone. That's proving to be pretty successful. 4-3 when you're playing that position, you're making an impact. Dash is just proving to be the kind of player you're just not going to be able to push over on site. He's holding strong. He also gets really counter-aggressive. And don't forget, Kenton had like all 9 of those 10 kills inside the opening 3 rounds.
Big impact. They're not just farming numbers, right? They continue to aggress offside, look precise, and they have the anchors in the back line as well to make up for the fact that, yes, Scarz are aggressive and going to make plays, but those players further back in the line of defense are holding their own as well, right?
Never a good sign as well when the analysts start coming back in, getting ready, because they sense the game's almost over.
Attackers must
what do you think, Fox? Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
We got Fox over here. What do you think, North America on top? Yeah, double thumbs up. Say. Not just one, just it's a double thumbs up.
Swapping man.
Never seen Fox so animated.
Yeah, I've never seen moves like this before. Jeez. Save it for the camera. Well, it's up to Scarz now to deny the flawless.
I mean, what a boost that would be for Wildcard in this tournament to get the additional bullets off the back of a flawless. I think it's not going to be massive, but it's still significant.
And honestly, if you're Wildcard this round, you're locked in. You're like, boys, we can get the flawless here. Some extra bullets on the on the table.
Yeah, which is cool. Cool aspect of the tournament, right? Because previously it would just be a case of, oh, let's just grind it out eventually.
Get to it like one of the sides that's like, the tertiary side.
The tertiary.
Yeah.
So a bit on the line here.
And same for Scarz as well. Bit on the line, indeed. You certainly do not want to kickstart reload. Getting flawless by Wildcard. Obviously, we did have the bans change up for this second half. Scarz opting to ban some of the more informational operators in Grim and Deimos. Wildcard getting rid of Azami and Fenrir. Dash towards Library Stairs. Oh. Kenson's actually being caught. Third hold from Wreck, successful. Kenson's entry, unsuccessful, and they lose the buck. No skeleton key.
That's probably
eliminates a lot of that soft break
first
potential. Oh, and dash caught as well from the verge. Rex just found two from the same position over at the half wall in office, and Scarz are on the verge of claiming their first round at reload.
Reload!
I was about to say, it's probably the first, first in quotations, mistake we've kind of seen from Wildcard be punished last fight. It was back-to-back from the exact same position, so very much early days in the half, but could this be another defensive?
Well, there's no map control right now. You've only got Bay over towards the Mez, two outside in the exterior, and Wildcard don't really have a whole lot to help them get inside of the map here and start to unravel this defense of Scarz. They're going to have to just go for broke. That's a barricade destroyed over towards Bathroom. Yellow Pink, one in towards Piano. Gator gets rid of Spiker. Well, we thought this might be flawless, but it may be a flawless round. Indeed, it will be for Scarz. How fitting.
Yeah.
So it was a flawless.
Yeah, kind of.
The way we thought it was going to be. No 7-0 for Wildcard. Scarz on the board. And they had to get that one. You really, at the very least, now need to save grace for if you're Scarz. You cannot be getting 7-0'd. If this ends up being like 7-3, okay, it's a little bit like CAG in the opening map. You redeem yourself a little bit. It's a long way back, though, from 6-0 in terms of the match as a whole. But it does feel like one of the hurdles has been overcome. You're not going to get flawless now. Still, you've got 5 more match points that do need to be overcome.
Yeah, I think the most likely outcome from here is it goes to the third site, the tertiary, and we'll see Wildcard come out on top.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Fortunately for them, that previous round, losing 2 picks essentially for free on the back of that third uncontested. In the hands of Rat was pretty devastating, and the remaining players not really in a position or having the utility to be able to deal with that hold above, understandably so. Over to Bar and Games for round number 8. Mirror in play and available, and so we'll see that employed from Gator.
10 seconds.
Quite intrigued to see what Wildcard looks to do in terms of their approach. We are going to see the repick onto Blitz, and so that may suggest something a little bit more direct and aggressive. Could also be a tool to aim on the map clear as well. Wait to see. Not quite sure what Lax is trying to tell me on the side, but he looks very excited. More animated than Fox, that's for sure.
No, really? Wow, that's shocking. Doesn't take much to be more animated than Fox. I think he's got a fishing trip actually after today.
I see what he's doing. He's saying that Scarz are going to bring this game back and pull off the upset.
Be a really big believer. Now, Kenson's got a little bit quiet since he's 10 kills in 4 rounds.
Well, he has a big role in this one, though.
Yeah, on the
especially in the face of the warden.
Frag is, of course, available, as he said, on the wall. A little bit slow to react to that frag grenade, though, and eventually walks into another one. Oh, they've played that perfectly, Wildcard. Really good utility usage to put the frag grenades. And that has enabled them the entry towards top library. Dash gets the kill onto Choppy, of which now gives them a 2-player advantage for the remainder of this round. So someone from Scarz now needs to go for that counter punch, try and get a kill back. But with that, you overextend your position, and Gator gets caught, and he has no idea really even where from. Yellow ping, there's no one there. Not sure what you're pinging. Dash gets the free kill onto Gator. They haven't even fired a shot this round, Scarz. Wildcard so clinical with their entries. We haven't even really needed the blitz as Dash decides to dash in towards Fastock and make this a swift finish for Wildcard. It may not be 7-0, it may not be flawless, but hey, it's an astounding start to reload for this new look roster. Wildcard 7-1.
Yeah, quick game's a good game, and Wildcard proudly waving that flag for North America with a convincing start, not really putting too many feet wrong at all over the course of those 8 rounds. Off to a good start. Still plenty more to go for them at this event, but I think they'll be quite pleased.
I think it was a really well-rounded performance overall from Wildcard. Kansan double-digit 10 kills from him inside of the first 4 rounds. That was, well, probably what we expected in this roster. And everyone else had a little moment or two where I felt like they had some really good impact. So really, really good signs for this Wildcard roster to begin. We will, of course, always add that little asterisk. APAC team, you know, what can they do against others, etc. But hey, you can only play what's in front of you, and that's a very resounding result as well. It's not like they struggled to get the win. They absolutely destroyed Scarz, who are going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if Chalet is going to be one that they're going to want to put in the wheelhouse again for this particular tournament. That being said, though, it is arguably one of the maps where things should be a little bit more open for the attack. We didn't see that in this matchup, so we'll see how it develops. But yeah, that's the end of the match, Jake. Let's go to the break and find out what's on the other side.
Let's go! Let's keep going.
Shark. I needed to do this. We are back on Reload, and I'm here with Baby Shark, who just made your debut on Tier 1. Yeah. So, how's the feeling for you?
A bit like I was stressed at the beginning, but like I was feeling good during the game. Like my mate made me like confident. I'm really happy about the result. We worked hard. We are literally a young team. Like we're together since like less than 1 month, I think. It's literally my Tier 1 debut. I didn't play any stage, anything from the professional side. So I'm really happy about the result.
Yeah, you should be, because, you know, 7-1, that's really cool. And also, it was very easy for you guys. Did you expect that?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we knew that these guys were good. Like, the APAC region is, like, unpredictable. Like, they can play a lot of play styles, aggressiveness, etc. So, like, we're just, like, playing our game. We didn't prep anything against them because, like, that's a new roster too. But, like, yeah, we're just happy about that and nothing more. Just happy about the result.
Also, do you think Wildcard may be one of the underdogs team in this reload?
I think that we could be, yeah. Yeah, we could be. I think, yeah, but like, let's see. I'm not gonna talk, and we'll see like during the tournament how will be like the next matches. But yeah.
Let's see. Let's just see what it happens, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Baby Shark. And that's with you, Malo.
Thank you, Maria. It's good to see you again here on the broadcast and having a chat with Baby Shark. And, well, at the end of the day, 7-1 victory for Wildcard. And, my God, we're talking about Scarz trying to put up a fight. Yeah, there was none really to be seen.
Not at all. We're talking about Baby Shark. It really was like a Jaws movie. It just looked like round after round, Wildcard was on top of it. And I really feel like the deafening moment was back-to-back clutches. Dash clutch, Kansan clutch. It really shut down Scarz. They had no ability to get their momentum back into things. It was just quiet, lights out from that moment, and Wildcard had it the rest of the way. Really well played.
I mean, we said in the beginning of this when we were going over the rosters, I mean, you noted Kansan is a big name that sticks out specifically to this roster. I touched up on Dash. Both those players, the most experience on this roster, leading that charge, leading those gunfights, those entries. Both those, I mean, you see them both right there, 10-3, 10-4. That is what you want from your experienced players, so that Spiker, that Baby Shark, they can play around, learn things from, and keep getting better and growing as a roster. As Baby Shark said, they haven't been together for less than a month. So as this tournament continues, I expect to see each and every single one of these players stepping up individually and having a good performance.
One thing that I look at specifically at a team's longevity as an IGL is if you look at their opening kills, they're not slaughtering across their board. They're not getting those opening advantages, yet they still manage to win the rounds where they're man deficit down, and that is good grounds for a solid team that can, with a little bit more experience, have a deep run in a tournament. And they played so well off of each other. Even in the moments where they were man down, they went down to the execute, they still knew exactly what they needed to do in those moments. So it feels like the coordination and the leading of what the game plan is, the win factor, the win condition, Wildcard had it.
I'm absolutely not going to call it early, but I keep getting flashbacks to Manchester, and that is a story that I would love to see.
We definitely got to see a little bit more from Wildcard. I mean, that was Scarz.
I know.
Scarz just had a big
A man can dream.
Roster-wise, a man can dream.
You know, you can make the excuse that Scarz, did make this roster change, but it's not an excuse for them to have this performance, especially a team like Wildcard that doesn't have that international experience. Sure, Kansan does, Dash does, but the other three don't. And the fact that you're putting up a 1-7 in your first performance, putting up 2 bullets, I believe, losing those, you're putting yourself already at a very bad deficit going against a team that realistically you should have put a better performance up against.
Well, then what will be a part of our next segment, of course, at the end of every matchup, our Blacklight Detail, where our wonderful analysts selected a specific moment from the game for us to learn from, either be it a new mechanic like we have with Capitao, or something different this time.
I mean, not necessarily a new mechanic, but just Kansan going crazy. Obviously, he's the player that we highlighted specifically at the start of the game, and this was a nice 1v2 situation where he understands the positioning. He knows once the case goes down, there's no possible way that he would be able to get out of the site, so he holds an off angle. He doesn't overexpose. That's a veteran move. Kansan, we've seen him clutch beautiful clutches, that 1v4 on Bank. That's notorious for Kansan. Moments like that, you can understand and really see the level of a player's IQ in game. And Kansan right there, he rounded it out to a 4K. He won that round, and I think that was the deciding moment that shut down Scarz.
And again, for like Baby Shark, just seeing a player that prestigious be able to read that situation like that, not getting overzealous, that is something that Baby Shark then can retain to himself. If he's put in a similar position, to just wait for them to come into your crosshair. Don't be overzealous. Don't force around if you don't have to.
He's waiting. He's a learning experience. You know, you got to wait for the chum in the water.
Facts.
Hell yeah. That's what SpongeBob says with the chum bucket and all that. Anyways, thanks so much. Gentlemen.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I love SpongeBob. That's just, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Kind of look like him.
That was my nickname back in school, by the way. Anyways, well, that's another story to tell another time. Gentlemen, thanks so much. That was our Blacklight detail. We see Baby Shark learning from Kansan, learning from the rest of the squad. Well, we have some more to learn, because imagine if you put 5 of the greatest minds in Siege, 5 of the best IGLs all together in one room to talk about tactics. That would be something to learn a lot from. And hey, good for us. We've already done that. That is the IGL Roundtable.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Reload in Rio. I am never going to stop. Love to say that.
Reload.
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 Innovation here on the analyst desk. Welcome back. I'm Milosh, with me are Foxay and Mr. Laxing, and we've had a great day here exploring Siege X for the first time ever in a true competitive setting. But we have to talk and refresh everybody's mind. We're assuming that you're just joining, because there's going to be 5 days of competition before we get to the main stage next weekend. Why not just talk about the format and make sure everybody has it clear in their mind? We played a graphic earlier on today. We're going to play it one more time to make it clear that the studio times are from today until 5 days from now. When we are done, that'll be Wednesday, May 14th. But we started with 20 teams, best of ones, 10 in total every day, and they're split 5 best of ones per stream on A and B. But there's the whole bullet system. How many does everybody start with, and how does it all work?
Well, at the start of the tournament, every single team gets 6 total bullets at the moment. And every single game within the first 2 days, you can risk up to 1 to 2 bullets a day to be able to capitalize. There's also the different little cards to be able to impact. But at the end of the day, you have 6. You want to accumulate as many as you can into day 3, because that's where it gets very hectic. There's a lot more to it, but it's still going to be the same system.
Yeah, and day 4, the top 4 teams that will automatically qualify to the quarterfinals, and day 5, it is even more eliminations, because we're going to cut them again by half with the last 4 that'll be joining the first ones in the first set on the main stage that is being built as we speak, only 2 walls behind it. Let me tell you, it's going to look so sick. We're in Brazil. We have to pull at all the stops. The prize pool is $520,000 here at the event. The winning team goes home with $170K. That is definitely life-changing, especially for the first ever event that we have.
Yeah, imagine all the siege skins you
yep.
buy.
all the siege skins you can get.
That's where I'd put it.
Right.
My investment.
Investment, yes.
And at least that investment is going back to everybody in here, because it supports the esport and also the teams and individuals on every single one of our teams. But you mentioned cards, right? There are 2 that are currently in play. There's one that gets played at the end of today once we do the draft show, which will be live. Everybody gets to watch that. That'll be the
chicken card.
Exactly. And you were doing something. What was it that goes?
Exactly. You gotta fan the wings out when pulling out that card.
The movement.
The chicken card is more about we're gonna get out of it completely. But we have to take a look at the standings first, because we don't know who's gonna be chickening out or potentially chickening out at the end of the day. Here's what our bullet count looks. This is straight from the armory. Wildcard, Furia, and FearX have been able to gather 2 extra bullets to chamber into their revolver's magazine. You can't usually fit 8 of them, at least when it's 457.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this right now, some people will be like, wow, you know, FearX, Furia, Wildcard, they're looking really good. How is no one else at their level? Yeah, that's because some of these games have not been played yet. So by the end of this, you're going to see this balance out. Some teams have been using 2 bullets, reloading 2 bullets, where some teams maybe are going to be using 1. So we're all going to see it roughly close no matter what, but that right side is where you're going to be seeing some of these teams over there already that aren't gaining anything because they lost those matches.
And Cloud9 PSG right now, just a quick update, they are 6-5. Cloud9 are up, and it could end there, or it could go to overtime and see how that new system works with the operator bans, but yeah.
Exactly, and there's no right or wrong way to go about the risks that you're taking in each matchup. Every single one is going to be just one step at a time. Some teams want to play it safe, only risk 1 bullet. Some teams want to accumulate as much of a lead as they can, because once you get to that 12 bullet mark, you're not safe confirmed, but it's just a little bit more comfortability. Like you said,
it's a good threshold to be at, that you can feel a little comfortable, but you ain't safe. That's the important.
You want to have your revolvers loaded up. So if you got 12, you're looking a bit better than all the others.
Absolutely.
Right.
Like
Show them the revolvers.
Pull them out.
The guns.
Yeah, double Deimos on this show. Anyways, speaking of shows, we talked about this a bit earlier on, and now we finally get to see what the IGL table looks like.
Hello guys.
Bonjour.
So FearX, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah, it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know, that can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah,
exactly. Like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. So, like your team understands and like buys in and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right, on the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Some responsibility,
Some
for
responsibility.
sure.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about like about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because hey, say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time, and so like as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
it's negative.
It's just negative balance, you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have a aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
Good to hear from the IGLs, and more from the IGL roundtable will be coming as our tournament progresses. It's good to hear from all of them, and especially from Likefak, because the Hope Core video that was made in the Boston group stage and was, guys, are we going white or long bar? Sometimes you have to be that guy.
I'm just saying, I agree with all of them. You know, the IGL has to take responsibility for when things go wrong. Every time I lost a gunfight, I didn't think I did it wrong. I just thought Fox put me in a terrible position. So, like, I just patted myself and was like, it's Fox's fault. It's not mine.
Right. Lex, you got flanked.
I need help.
No, but for everything that
He's
they're
the
saying
player
is true.
usually.
Especially the pressure that you feel, because every single loss, even if you're difficult on your teammates, every single loss at the end of the day feels like it weighs on you. If you did something wrong, if you called something wrong, you think of things forward, you stay up at night just thinking about it. It's terrible, but it was really nice to hear the inside of all of them. I don't know how Packer was able to sneak in there. I thought it was, I thought when we talked about it, it was the IGLs, like the best IGLs.
You know, I'll
It's some of the
listen,
best.
I will say this. I will say this. I think Packer is in a far better position IGLing Cloud9 than what he was doing on M80, especially with the familiar faces on that roster.
Because of the respect thing, when you join a team like M80 as a rookie IGL, it's very difficult for you to respect Packer. But on C9, all of those players are mostly rookies besides really Dream. So it's a way better position to be in.
Well, maybe we'll get to see C9 later on today and see what they can offer. Now, I have never been an IGL in Siege, but I IGL'd a bit in all other titles, either in Raid Nights or that's for the Destiny lingo, but also in Battlefield back in the day. So there's a lot of pressure that rides on you to make the right call, and I would only assume that in Siege it could be worse, because I've heard people being burned constantly for making the wrong calls at IGL.
It's very difficult to talk to people in a respectful way. You have to always be thinking of how to speak to people properly, but at the same time, like Savage said, giving them encouragement, which
you did.
I didn't give any encouragement.
Fox gave no encouragement. It was like cutthroat. It was like, you messed up, it's your fault, fix it. And he slept great. I don't know why he said, you know, you think you stay up at night. Fox was sleeping, I guarantee you.
He changed, though. I will say he changed a lot, and for that, we're going to have to change our topic, unfortunately, to our next matchup. Halfway through our day, we've passed it. DarkZero versus Fnatic is up on the chopping block, and we get to see how these two squads come in. Fnatic with a lot of changes over time. They've been up and down over the past 2 years, and even 3, really, for looking back at older forms of this squad. And DarkZero on the other side, well, we want to see a resurgence back into the top. Last time they were here in Brazil, it was a very different roster, and they made it all the way to the biggest stage that there's ever been in Siege.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, in my opinion, you know, DarkZero picked Fnatic, right? So for me, they have Nafe on that team, they have Citizen. They already have EU talent to understand what they're kind of going up against. And I really think they think Fnatic is going to be an easy opponent, which is why they're going to pick them, which is why they're going to reload 2 bullets in the chamber. So I feel DarkZero is extremely comfortable going into this matchup.
Let's talk about them then in detail. We'll pull up their roster there on the screen for everybody to see. And you know, of course, we talked about Nafe. We saw Nafe also in the IGL roundtable. What does the squad look like when it's fully around him in-game?
Well, I mean, the DZ story has really just been trial and error. They were trying to find a new legacy when it comes to CGX, and that starts with picking up 2 players that specifically round out the team and fit the holes that they needed. Citizen's going to be coming onto the team. He's filling into Bolo's spot. A perfect 1-for-1 swap. He's a great flex, great controller. The team needed a little bit more consistency. But one thing that we've never known DZ to be is fast. They've always been the slow team. They've tried to switch that system up a little bit, but picking up Spirit, I think, is going to be the key for the team because he is the X factor that team needs so desperately. He is the player that is constantly playing these crazy, wacky ops, the shields, the Ying, the Glaz, and he's very quick. He's very quick on his feet, and he's got the brain to be an IGL too, so he's always thinking of the bigger picture. I think this is going to be Spirits' first real time where he can shine on a team, and when it comes to the new map bans, or the new operator bans, that's where Spirits is also such a strength, because you have to target ban him, or else he's playing shields, and if you don't target ban him, then he's still playing shields. And he can play everything else, so it just makes it's such a versatile team now.
And you add to it Kangar Kenny in the background, who is maybe not one of the most accomplished coaches, because it's not been a long time where we've seen him in competition. However, this is someone that has impressed immensely in Europe and now internationally as a coach.
I mean, I truthfully don't believe coaches get not enough appreciation than what actually they do for a team. I mean, for us, then we know the coaches that we've had, we've been thankful to have the coaches that we have because they do put a lot of work and they do help you balance a team out. They do help balance even mindsets and put you in the right mindset for these matches. So especially with Kangaroo coming in and the new roster as a whole, as you were saying, all the pieces of the puzzle are now put into this roster, and there's going to be great things.
Kangaroo Kenny hopping in to the team.
I can't wait until we have an event in Australia one day where Kenny's going to be there and we can actually pull the joke.
Will be happy. They won't have to fly, you know, 3 hours.
Anyway, I'm not going to be appropriating any Australian lingo for this, but we have to talk about Fnatic on the other side. They were picked by DarkZero, and Fnatic, they've gone through many, many changes, and this is the latest form where you have Gruby and T-Pack, who've been around for a long time, and Jegs, of course, that has come in over the past year or so, but it's a team with no expectations, really, if you're looking at it.
Yeah, and, you know, that's a good thing. You know, there really isn't a lot of expectations. Obviously, every roster change you make, you gotta take that risk. You gotta take that chance that it's going to work out. Obviously, they got Grubby, they got also Sarks. And the thing is, this roster, on paper, to me, isn't the best. I think during that transfer window that they could have got some players that were on that free agency list. But when you think about it, they just recently played at the Malta Cyber Series where they did end up getting second. They did verse very formidable opponents there from their EU talent. So it does go to show they are staying competitive and especially hitting the ground running right out of the gates as a brand new roster, not having as much time together. There is hope. Now, when you're looking at this game going against DarkZero, with how well they've looked, the players they have on it, this is going to be a big challenge them right out of the start of this tournament.
Both teams are almost in a similar position where they're trying to establish a new legacy of being that consistent main stage team that's constantly showing up. DZ with Nafe, Fnatic with their new roster. I love to see Daypack Daypack?
D-Pack.
I love to see him, since Rogue, slowly become more and more of a leader and a backbone that a team needs. And so now, finally being on Fnatic, it doesn't really seem like there's anybody stomping on his toes to be able to prevent him from doing that.
We talked about Kenny on the more coaching side over on DarkZero. We got Tristan, Mr. Tan, Sethis on the other side here for Fnatic, who's been around since those Rogue days, and he's been someone who's been instrumental in building up the squad to today.
Yeah, I think Sethis does a good job, and I made the mistake of saying Scarz over Jaxu. Jack is a player that I think, one, Sethis is looking at and wants to bring that talent on. He wants to be able to put this player in this roster and put him in the best position to shine, to really show that they are making the right decisions on these roster changes. And again, this is going to be a big testament to them to be going against DarkZero and how well of a brute force that DarkZero has.
And Sethis, behind picking up the players, he is not worried about the older players that are more experienced. He has a couple of those guys on the team.
He does. Yeah.
Now he's trying to cultivate the new sets of players to be able to bring them up to speed. And I think that's a genius way to look at it, because you're looking forward into the future of Fnatic. Because obviously at the moment, they're not going to be a top contender. So he's trying to build their way there. And you're right, they've slowly been at that pace.
Funny enough, this is what DarkZero has been attempting and doing succeeding even at it ever since, over the past 5 years, really, since the 2020 SI up to now.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at DarkZero as a whole, this is a roster for its entire span of Siege was always just a slow team. But as Fox just said, they now have pieces to this puzzle, and they've changed how they play. They are a far better team in terms of the dynamic and style, where it's just not so static.
Well, gentlemen, let's talk about our map for this series. Again, all of our matches are best of ones until we hit the main stage next Friday. Lair is up on the block here, where DarkZero get to have that final ban. What are we looking at here?
I'm loving Lair for DarkZero. I feel like North America as a whole is coming to this tournament with playing all of the big maps that other regions are usually more common to ban.
Yeah.
Lair, Nighthaven Labs, maps of that sort. DarkZero going to a Lair, bringing pretty much their new roster against a Fnatic new roster to the newest map that has come in to be able to shake it up. And NA has a really good advantage at understanding how to play Lair.
I was going to say, I really like it too coming out of DarkZero, because it's a map that when you form a new roster, unlike DarkZero, those players that came from said rosters enjoy this map. They're used to this map. Not to say that some of the Fnatic guys don't as well, but DarkZero already is a better established roster, so they should be able to pick apart this map and dissect it far better, far faster than what we're going to see from Fnatic.
And we're never going to be able to talk about DarkZero and any map without pointing out the shields and spirits. And Lair is a very big blitz map, very big BB map. So obviously any map that you can abuse those shields, DarkZero will have a little bit of that advantage.
How do you play now that you have operator bans on the first 3 rounds? You can adapt and prepare counter for their upcoming round.
Well, I actually spoke to Spirits directly, and he said that teams would either direct ban him, and then he would have the ability to play crazy operators, the way he said, I don't want to leak anything from what they said, but the operators that he would play would really allow him to be fully aggressive, and if he's not on those and they don't ban that shield, then he can just be the information gatherer.
And when we know what the issue is, when you specifically target ban one player, you still got 4 other formidable opponents that you have to worry about. So putting that much emphasis on one player, sure, it's daunting, but I don't think it's the best strategy, especially for a brand new team like Fnatic. You're going to need to be able to adapt, and if your only adaptation is just canceling out one player, you're already starting out wrong and wasting your bans, in my opinion.
Yeah, you got Citizen and Nafe also that are very, very familiar with EU playstyle, plus Kenny in the background.
Panda party time.
You got people that have years of experience now, competitive play. It's going to be a tough ride for Fnatic. That's what we're kind of just making it clear. But that's the surprise that we're looking for. This is why best of ones is the best moment for you to kind of flip everything on its head.
And to just say, yeah, with the best of one, this does put Fnatic still in a good spot, because the best thing about best of ones is both maps are kind of equal in some aspect, and you only get one chance. So it's really who's going to be faster at adapting.
I'm going to be faster at calling out our casters. Let's bring them up. There they are. Gus and Xenox. Gents, again, game 3. We almost have a 7-0 in the game prior. Are we going to finally get one here to pull out?
Oh, I don't want a 7-0. I want a good game. I want a nice close one. You know
I
what,
agree.
Milos? I'm very happy. We've had enough APAC for today. We've had enough Chalet for today.
APAC won today, but
that's a lot coming from you guys.
They did. But I want something a little bit different. And a good old classic NA-EU rivalry match here on Lair, I think, is right up my alleyway.
Yeah, I'm super keen as well. I mean, Lair's going to play out quite differently to Chalet. And you add on top of the stories for this particular matchup, right? I mean, DZ, as you guys are kind of alluding to, looking to reinvent themselves a little bit heading into this particular season, and for Fnatic, a complete overhaul to see if they can find some success. They've been waiting as an organization, I think, now for quite some time to try and reclaim some glory.
Very quickly, Fox, have you got any dance moves? Because we've had some really good techno music in the background. You got anything?
Dance moves?
Yeah.
Whoa, why are we putting me on the spot? Like, why are we talking about this on the spot?
That's for the after party.
That's all we get.
That.
He's just a chill guy.
He's never animated. He's just a chill guy. What time are you going fishing tonight?
Oh, 8 o'clock.
When the pool closes.
Right after
I'll be
the
out
show.
there.
He's going to be fishing in the pool regardless of it. Don't worry, he was trucking just before we got in here. I'll leave that image in your mind as you get ready for game number 3. Gentlemen, all yours.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. As I said, I'm very much excited for this. A little bit of a mix-up from the APAC shenanigans that we've had this morning. Now we go over to 2 teams with, I guess, some, again, intriguing roster changes that we've got coming in for both of DarkZero and Fnatic over to Lair. Different map. It's not Chalet, thankfully. Something different here. Match 3 on the A stream for Reload Day 1.
Yeah, I'm really eager. I think DarkZero are very much going to look to come out of the gate strong, right? We know that North America heading into this season could be largely quite competitive, right? So they're looking to see if they can switch things up a little bit. Will we finally see a change of pace?
Social prediction, though.
Very one-sided social prediction.
What time is the EU lads up? Are they up?
I think it's pretty time.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, look, I think DarkZero definitely should go into this as the favored roster. I think their core 3 that they've retained as well, and then, of course, with the additions that they've made, for me, puts them as one of the teams again that I've really got that eye on. You know, you look at Nave, Pambazu, and JR, I think as a core 3 are really, really solid on a roster that has been performing quite well over a little bit of time. You add in Citizen and Spirits now, who have both shown that they've got really what it takes at the high level. The question mark will now be if they gel with the other 3 in this formation for the new DZ and for Fnatic. Well, an intriguing off-season. I was speaking to Fresh in the back room a little bit. There's this almost idea that, especially over in the European region, there were certainly some big names that you could have maybe got if you were Fnatic. Not quite sure. Jaxu, Groovy come in. Are they the names that were needed to propel this Fnatic roster into international events? Of course, they get the partner invitation for Reload, but you think about going into stage 1, stage 2, can they make a major? Can they make an SI with this roster? It remains to be seen. For Deepak, Scarz, and Jags, of course, being together for a little bit of time now as well. It's pretty contrast, but also quite similar in the sense you've got a core 3 on both sides, 2 new additions on both sides. But for Fnatic, they've definitely got to do quite a bit more to catch up to even a team like DZ.
I think in the eyes of many, probably going into this event with very low expectations, probably especially in comparison to some of the other EU talent at this particular event. So Fnatic really just have to prove to themselves, I think, that they can find some confidence at this event and sort of lay the foundations for a successful season.
Well, for those that have only just tuned in, of course, today has been on the A stream.
Why are you grabbing your chairs?
I'm gonna see it. You know what? We've got a rehost.
Got to keep the back in good form.
Ah, yeah. Got to sit down for a bit here.
I mean, when you hit your 30s, it's not getting sore back.
It does. Obviously, CAG FearX was the first match that we had today. That had a rehost before we got underway. And our very most previous match as well, Scarz and Wildcard, also had a rehost before we really got underway. The good news in
we get them out of the way early.
Exactly. We get them out of the way early and then no issues so far. It's actually been a really quick day for the A stream so far. I think the B stream's lagging a little bit behind, but
probably also probably helps that we've had 15 rounds across the map.
And honestly, it could have been even shorter than that if it wasn't for a CAG fight back on the opening map.
More than 15 rounds then in the end. Apologies.
I know, you're
math is not my strong point.
You're joshing a little bit. I think you just,
That's why I became a caster, because my education was...
I think what we need to do now is we need to start keeping the analysts on a little bit longer.
Yeah, just keep them around.
Yeah, just keep them around. No, I'm joking. We can kind of just go check Guz mode a little bit here. Match 3 today, DZ, Fnatic. Definitely one that, when we kind of found out the schedule, I look at this one as yes, I know DarkZero definitely come into this one as the favorite of the 2 rosters, but genuinely curious as to how Fnatic are going to perform.
Speaking of, one of you want to grab a headset, Fox, Lax? You guys
no, I don't think so. You know, we did actually. Last time we were in Brazil, we actually got to do a trycast with Mr. Foxe.
Yeah, it was a terrible experience.
I enjoyed it. I think it was great. We got some good insights, I think.
You're just being nice.
Can't remember.
He's closer, so he's in with arm's reach. Where was I in Boston? I was at home. I was at home.
Where were you in Boston?
I was just at home relaxing.
Not working.
Getting my tan on.
We are actually getting back in very shortly. Just going back through the operator ban phase, and beautifully it comes up on our screen. Actually, I don't even think we got. Did we even get through the ban phase originally? I'm not even too sure. Either way, Warden, Kaid banned off by DarkZero and Blackbeard. And
wait, was that automated or was that actually that quick?
I think it was automated.
Yeah, right.
I think they actually did do it. We have not actually played a single round yet, but we were about to do so here on Lair. Match 3 of the day. DarkZero and Fnatic both have reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point that I was actually going to bring up before the pre-host was Fnatic, despite going into this one, was, I would say, significant underdogs, still electing to put 2 on the board. We have seen in some of the other matchups, first day where
Elevate put up 1.
Yeah, right. In a more one-sided matchup, not taking that risk of putting 2 bullets on the board. So
can only today be able to put up 1 or 2 bullets.
What was your question, sorry?
I didn't have a question.
That was a statement.
That was a statement.
Ah, my apologies. I couldn't hear you over the reinforcement.
No, I was just very profound in my statement there. Thanks, guys.
Very wise.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So Fnatic defending here on Lair. Defense has been really the talk of the town so far, but that was back on Chalet, different now.
And different region.
And completely different regions as well. And I've been very much talking up the North American region, so I'm kind of hoping DarkZero don't let that come back and bite me. I mean, what is the realistic, right? Like, keeping the expectations grounded a little bit, what is the realistic expectation for Fnatic for this event? Reloading!
You're putting me on the spot here a little bit. I don't think top 8.
We are live.
I don't think top 8 is realistic.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think top 8 is realistic either. So is it just a case of...
If they can maybe avoid bottom 4, I think that would probably be a success.
Yeah,
as harsh as that may sound.
Get a couple of wins, you know, beat the teams maybe you should be beating, etc.
But look competitive. They need to look
competitive. And I think that's probably the case for a certain amount of teams here that have certainly made a bundle of roster changes. You got to look competitive. You got to show good signs. The way, you know, we were actually talking, we had the benefit of talking to Safethis actually a little bit last night about, you know, what do we kind of expect in terms of this roster. And it's really kind of like that slow burn build, right? You're using this as a platform, grow, build throughout then going into stage 1, etc. It's not the be and all of the fact that we have to perform at this particular event, but you've got to show those signs. You've got to show that, okay, the addition of Jackson and Ruby are going to flow nicely with Deepak and Sarts and Jegs. Slow start here on Lair to begin. The attack for DarkZero. We have the Deimos employed for Citizen. Spirits on the Ying. 2 new members of this DarkZero roster. Speaking of, Spirits over towards main stairs. Steps on a Gumine.
Shotgun in hand. Bit of information, but a mid-range battle. Unable to take that head on. Waits for that Candela. And pushes forward.
Up close. I don't think was expecting Ruby to be making that push towards main stairs. Spirits on 1 HP. So is Jaxu. And Spirits will be the better of the 2. Although another one pushing up main and gets the kill with the shotgun onto Jegs. 3 in quick succession for Spirits. What an entry for him. What a start for DarkZero.
That's why he paid the big bucks, right? Spirits, they framed him as being the difference maker potentially here on the DarkZero roster and looking to play more exotic picks, and that's exactly what we saw in the opening round. Lobby hit, Candela's from the Ying, shotgun in hand, proving to be very effective, crunching that position top stairs into bathroom. Not really much in the way of a response from Fnatic. It's not a typical set play from the attack, and Fnatic struggling to adapt.
I mean, is that something that this DarkZero roster probably needed a little bit, was a bit more pizzazz and flash and
change of pace.
Change of pace.
It's a big thing for
I think the pace change. I think you're right.
Life.
Well, this was an easy highlight for those in the back room. As Spirits took full control from main stairs to the Mez, clears out Jaxu, and obviously had an idea that the flank was coming from Jegs.
Yeah, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Nice, good goal.
Oh, it's good to see Kangaroo Kenny back. He was a big part of Boston in terms of the hype from the coaches, and he was definitely one that was making a wave of noise, and he's brought that immediately round 1 here at Reload.
Oh, promoted now into a full-time coaching position for this team, right? So clearly the organization and roster were very happy with his performance, and I think rightly so. Wealth of knowledge and experience from a technical side, but also I think his energy inside of the server for match day is very much appreciated by players. Now this particular event with the new ban phase, and are led to believe that the coach is now having a little bit more input in terms of their ability to speak to the roster as well. So that will be invaluable.
Of course, with the new ban system as well. So no Blackbeard, no Blitz available for DarkZero. No issues.
Clearly to try and shut down Spirits, right? And they may follow that up with a target ban onto him depending on what he likes to play. It was the Ying in the first round. Follow up.
Aggressive from Jags. Trying to just play a little bit of contact here under the entry of Citizen, who is playing Riora. First time that we've got to actually see vision of this operator, which was, of course, revealed at 6 Invitational. So a rounding applause. Are you there? The crowd?
No, I was cheering on at home at 4 a.m.
Cheering on at home at 4 a.m. You had to be a bit quiet.
Yeah. Could be too loud.
What do you think of Riora, though? From what I've heard, a lot of the players here are expecting to see a little bit of action from the newest operator, as Scarz goes and finds a double on the roam on the bot side for Fnatic. That's a great start to the second round. So obviously from the beginning of this round, Jags also tried to make a little bit of early contact. So Fnatic trying to get aggressive here on layer defense.
Very much see her as an enabler for making plays and creating space, but you need those other teammates up to get full value.
Reload.
So we'll wait and see. I don't think this is going to be the best round to showcase her ability to garner that control.
I give them a call.
DarkZero now just really in salvage mode, seeing if they can pull something special off, but it's unlikely.
Logic Bomb does ring out from NJR. I think DarkZero have just elected to just sit back, see if Fnatic are going to continue to play aggressive, maybe catch one of them. But Fnatic, after finding those initial 2 kills and being aggressive early, have just kind of cooled things down a little bit and elected to fall back. Play site, 40 seconds left, 5v3, and it's certainly a well-drilled outfit. Although, I say that, Scarz goes for one more and does find the head of Spirits, and Fnatic with a really good response here in the second round after DarkZero and mainly Spirits were super aggressive in the opening round. It's a swift response, it's a clean one. Expecting the swing from Jags. Citizen, really good game sense, does find the kill. Running out of time though for DarkZero, running out of players. Flash not going to be effective. Groovy hit well, second one effective, but he had already found the kill onto Citizen, and surprise, surprise, Fnatic take the second round. The majority of the work done earlier.
Yeah, over towards Warehouse, that cheeky double to open things up. It can be quite a difficult part of the map to attack. There's so many different angles and positions that defenders can situate themselves in, and so clearing that in an effective manner, in a methodical manner at that, can be a challenge for the attack DarkZero on that occasion. Once you bleed those picks, then obviously the Riora you don't really get full effect from.
Your whole game plan just goes out the window.
As I said, that you pretty much automatically go into salvage mode. And to their credit, DarkZero, you can see very much playing the round out. You can see some deep comp looking to try and play together as best they possibly could, especially NJR and Citizen in that 2v X situation, but ultimately just too many defenders to overrun, and with that, a 1-1 scoreline as we head to the third.
Camera ready to activate.
Which is already better than really what we got probably from our opening matches, which both the first 2 matches of the day, we're looking almost flawless territory by the end of the first half. It's Fnatic, really, really solid response. Now to DarkZero to change things up a little bit, and Spirits is electing to bring Shield play out rather than the Ying. We'll go Montang on the attacker repick. Capitao as well for Pambazu.
And so that's arguably the danger player now playing 3 different operators across the first 3 rounds. So
that's what you want. You need to have a good operator pool.
Well, especially with the new ban phase, right? Because at the conclusion of this round, it puts Fnatic in a difficult position. If Spirits continues to play well, are they going to back that up with the Monty and try to fully take shields out? Do they elect to maybe play it quote-unquote a bit safer and take maybe the Ying out? I'll be intrigued to see what their response is like, but it is dependent on the performance of this round from DarkZero and what they were able to achieve.
And again, I think we had a little bit of this conversation regarding Wildcard in the previous match about teams that wouldn't necessarily qualify for events, and I think this Fnatic roster probably fits that bill in such a strong region. They're not a guarantee. And Fnatic as an organization, I mean, I can't recall the last time that they actually made an international event.
It's been a while.
And so this is such a strong opportunity for this roster with their 2 new additions to get some really good prep in for the upcoming season. Spirit's making his way down through storage. Jaxu close by on Tuberau. Cell available, 3 in fact for Fnatic, and again another slow start to this round. It was Fnatic though in the previous round that elected to pick the pace up. That pistol was close to the head, but doesn't quite land. Certainly an opportunity that goes begging for DarkZero. But they are getting a decent amount of map control here in the third round without losing anybody. Obviously the Montaigne helping in that factor.
Pretty high risk play there for the defense and the peel, but effective thus far.
Only one exothermic actually available, by the way, so this is it. You got to get this hard breach opened up. Just over a minute remaining, certainly not a rush just yet. A lot of denial available for Fnatic, of which one of those is through the Nitrocell of Jegs. Gets rid of Citizen. Exothermic will be delayed by the Zoto canister. Only 60 seconds left, and so far you've got to say for Fnatic, they've done a decent job of just keeping DarkZero at bay. They've got the opening kill. DarkZero need to try and flip the script here in this round because it's slowly going the way of Fnatic.
They look for the path of least resistance directed. Nave makes the ball over towards main breach. Impact from below. Util game strong from Fnatic in this round.
Yeah, Scarz actually is going to be a thorn in the side as well over towards Briefing. In towards Bucks though, Nave going for the plant, trying to find it. You can indeed see him, but he was zoomed in. Able to un-ADS and catches him just on the edge of the smoke. Yellow ping, knew that Pampazoo was coming to recollect that kit, and Fnatic showing some really good signs of life here through the opening few rounds. They take a 2-1 lead over DarkZero. And dare I say, you know, you come into this event, you talk about expectations, and you talk about, you know, for which teams, what are those expectations? With this DarkZero roster, certainly more of an expectation for them to perform, do well, potentially make top 8. That same can't be said for Fnatic, and well, it's early, very early days as we head into the round 4 ban phase, but it's a good start for Fnatic, and all the pressure certainly with DZ in this match. 80% on the social prediction going the way of DarkZero. And it will be Tuberau banned out and Ying banned out as we head in. But just looks strong. I mean, Fnatic gave nothing away. No mistakes, no errors, nothing for DarkZero to punish on and capitalize.
I mean, you say that, but there was that very small window of opportunity. The Spirits probably, if he hits the first shot, completely unravels that defense, right? It was the perfect peel. You get the reinforcement up the Tuberau and the backline, stalled out so much.
I promise that's apple juice, by the way.
What he was drinking?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well,
what else could it be?
I hope it's apple juice. Look, yeah, obviously that's a really good point that you kind of make up. Getting the reinforced wall a little bit late. It was a very small window, but it was very marginal. 2-1 start though for Fnatic.
Tuberau Ying ban. I suppose not too unexpected, right? Tuberau very
Tuberau makes sense. Obviously, we've been seeing that employed here by Fnatic on the defense.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We're into our third match now, so we've had a little bit of a glimpse at this new ban system. What are your initial thoughts?
Given 2 of those matches have been so one-sided, I think it is kind of challenging to really judge it. This one, though, I'm
going to go on a limb and say I actually like it.
I'm quite intrigued to see how this plays out. I mean, Fnatic will put in a bit of a challenging position. They leave the Monty up by taking him off the board, and Spirits will lean into that immediately. So we'll see if that continues to have impact. Monty has only appeared the 1 round thus far.
Yeah.
But understandably, considering how strong the Ying crunch was round 1, they're just like, no, we don't want to do that.
Nave just gets himself into a position where maybe someone from Fnatic might go for a little peek through the hatch. So far, though, it's been very controlled from Fnatic on the defense. Again, not really giving too much of an opportunity for DZ. You actually think about the 1 round that DarkZero has won was really off the back of DarkZero getting aggressive, pushing forward, which that's kind of what we wanted to see from this new lineup with Citizen and Spirits coming in. It's also somewhat of a concern if, you know, Spirits is the one that, you know, in the opening round, pushes up main stairs, gets a 3K, but now he's playing a little bit slower on the Montaigne and trying to facilitate for others. If the others don't actually then play off the Montaigne, you might just be wasting some of that more aggressive potential. Again, it's rather slow-paced here from DarkZero. Nave trying to just make a little bit of noise to see if anyone wants to come check him out down below in briefing, and one has been spotted up above, but no shots to land. Deepak over towards R6. Again, only 90 seconds left. DarkZero is slow and methodical. Got to pick up this pace, though. Try and put some pressure on Fnatic earlier in these rounds, force out mistakes, trying to force them out of key positions. I think right now Fnatic are very happy with the way that the pacing's playing out in this match. Opportunity opportunity there for the Montang speed and nuisance, but forced away by the gas canister. Well played so far from DP.
Shiba deployed, surface secured.
So vert pressure below from Nath, and
well, this is what happens. You linger around for long enough, and Fnatic are going to be able to get an opportunity to get someone on flank. Spirits, really the objective here is get into sight, see if you can get into a corner, get the plant down, have others cover off the back of the Montang. Citizen with a long angle, very long angle, gets off of it though temporarily. Goes for the rotate, wants to now play off of Spirits, who wants to get into a position to go for that plant successfully, and he finally elects to go for it. Watching the cover was Citizen, but he loses the battle to Groovy. Can Spirits get this down successfully? Indeed, the answer of that is yes. Gasbait, way too late. Unfortunately, by Deepak, he did lose his life as well. Spirits cannot make it out, though, so that loses a little bit of pressure onto the kit for DarkZero and being able to watch it, but they found kills. They've got the numbers 3-on-2.
Saw that buck down below, so keep that in mind. The cross needs to be broken. Jackson to lead the line, but he falls to NJR, who lines them both up, and DZ responds.
Yeah, it might not be the most flashy siege from DarkZero, but certainly a very calculated round. Really good play. Spirits getting into that position and getting that plant down, not easy. There's a lot of eyes on that position from Fnatic, so for him to be able to get in, get that plant down. Yes, he loses his life as he's making his way from the plant. Doesn't matter. He did his job, and he did it really, really nicely. And for Fnatic, I think they actually put a lot of eggs into the Jegs basket on that flank, and he just got nothing off it. Had he been able to get a little bit more from that flank, maybe there was an opportunity for Fnatic, but he lost out, and now it's 2-2. And so far, hard to really kind of break these two teams apart through the opening 4 rounds.
So it's basically going then for round number 5. And to cast our minds back to the last time this objective took place, it was really decided in a very early fight over towards Warehouse. Fnatic able to sneak a cheeky double, and that pretty much completely broke DarkZero out of that particular round. So hopefully this time around for the North Americans, they're able to formulate a bit more of a response here on the attack. Maybe fight for a little bit more map control, potentially Joker being played for the Ram as well as repicked onto. So we'll see. Citizen as well on Deimos.
Your very existence annoys me.
Will be useful on the map clear. Fnatic have shown certainly a ability and a willingness to flank, especially late round in contesting those vert players. Citizen himself yet to really have too much of an impact on the scoreboard, just the one thus far. A player that can be very dangerous if he is defined.
Well, he kind of did his job in that last round, though, right? You're just providing distraction from the plant going down. He took the battle, long angle. Okay, he lost it, but the plant went down, so he's kind of done his job there. That's why sometimes you look at the numbers and look at the stats, and it's not always telling the full story. NJR, though, 7-2 start. On the dock of it, calls out very early Logic Bomb. Oh, no, he's about to, sorry. But for Fnatic, yeah, I mean, decent signs so far, but will it be a case similar to the APAC teams where you can have good signs, things can be looking well, but you don't end up getting the result? There is that Logic Bomb out by NJR. Oh, Spirits. Well, so far, Spirits making a very solid debut here for DarkZero. NJR had already gotten that one onto Jaxu, and that's a quick little start. DarkZero switch up the pace. So slow, methodical, playing off the Montang in the previous round into round 5 now. They completely switch it up. Again, fast entry, somewhat similar to the opening round. And I gotta say, through 5 rounds now, we've seen from DarkZero 2 different ways in which they can play their attacking siege.
And that's not a sentence that would typically be said about that roster in years gone by.
Yeah, they're not looking one-dimensional at all, and that's really what you want from this roster, from this new look DarkZero lineup. Fnatic just got hit with an absolute sucker punch. They just didn't look ready for that change-up of speed. I think it's a case of, like, you don't want to be that one-dimensional. You don't want to be that kind of team that's always rushing in, always fast and aggressive, and you certainly don't want to be that team that's always slow, always methodical, because it's too easy to read. Jegs, well, you know, you're down 5-2. You got to just go for something. Loses the battle to Citizen. And Groovy by himself. This is definitely going to be a 3rd round on the board for DarkZero. And so far, really good signs from them as well in their ability to change things up. Flawless round. Yeah, too easy, says Spirits. Kenny, once again, hopping around.
Smiles in the DZ camp. Looking pretty chill at the moment. It is only day 1 here at Relay, and I think for the most part, teams are going to want to take a more relaxed approach in the early phase of this particular event. It's really only going to heat up in the last day or 2, or at least that's our expectation. Spirits are looking very locked in. couple of key moments from him thus far in the half, especially in cracking open rounds and creating opportunities for the rest of the team to claim quick control, be aggressive.
It was a good round. It was a good round, Kenny. I agree. I gotta say, so far it's been a very fun opening half. I think you could definitely make a good case that Fnatic's had some good rounds, and DZ's obviously had some good rounds as well. We probably haven't had a round, guys, where it's like both of having a good round together and it comes down to like a 2v2 or a 1v1. So far, the 5 rounds that have been played out have been pretty one-sided. But the scoreboard itself is, well, as even as it probably can be at this point. 3-2 lead for DarkZero, but for Fnatic, I think they've got to get this third round on the board here to close the half out. They've got to get 3-3. See, it feels like the one strength for Fnatic so far has probably been on site, and then where they're not winning early contact fights, and probably the roam game as well hasn't worked. So that's concerning, especially on a map like Lair.
Time to ring some ears!
So the mute in play then to complicate things a little bit here for the attack. Everything directly into Dorms will not be for free. Amber though with impact amp, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. I agree, the early portion of this round is going to be really intriguing. Spirit's already looking to apply pressure. Actually almost caught on the rappel, so a good set play there from DarkZero, but he's only unpunished. Able to retreat, and that utility can continue to reject.
Yeah, Jaxi just looking a little bit nervous throughout that hallway, expecting battles from a few different angles. Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, that's good though. So unfortunately, did lose Pambazu. By the way, actually hasn't had a kill so far, so probably not all too much loss for DarkZero. 4 versus 4 anyway with the quick trade onto Groovy, and Citizen goes for another one. Gets rid of Scarz, who started very, very well in this half for Fnatic. And only one gas bay remaining as well for Deepak, with 90 seconds left in the round. Spirits is so, fortunately, taking a large amount of damage from that, just too slow to get out.
Losing Pamba hurts though with the impact, and it means that direct route's kind of taken out a little bit here, and so DarkZero may be forced to the field clear above.
Okay, Nick, I'm gonna go down.
Certainly wait and see. Nave has already navigated down below though, so looking for an alternate route. Actually managed to catch the timing. Up above, Spirits with can opener, able to apply pressure, and Jakes looks to hold his ground.
He wants to go for a peek though off the back of the opening made by Spirits. Still 50 seconds in the round though, plenty of time for DarkZero. They've got the player advantage, just got to think their way through this situation. Got to be careful of Jaxu as well, still towards Medical. Nave, well, he wasn't careful enough. Caught out. Good trade though by Citizen, and 3 in the round found for him as Spirits gets another plant down. And Citizen makes it the quad and could be on for the ace. Over towards Storage as the remaining player in Jegs. Citizen may as well just go hunting at this point. It's a 3v1 in the post plant. Maybe you don't have to hunt too much. He has to make his way over. Now caught in briefing. Spirits can call out. Citizen comes hunting. It's an ace for Citizen. And what a start for DarkZero. 4 attacking rounds on the board, and they did it as 4. Pambazu had no impact in that round, as he, of course, did drop out of it. And it's a really good sign, mentally for DarkZero. Sometimes, you're playing a game, someone DCs, and you just immediately go, oh, here we go. But straight away, instant kill. Citizen goes nuts. Obviously, we're going to pause to get Pambazu back in, etc. 4-2 lead for DarkZero at the half, which means we will also redo the ban phase now coming into the second half. Fnatic, some good signs, and after 3 rounds, they had a 2-1 lead, and then DarkZero respond as they probably were expected to do so.
So officially in that technical pause now, and I think that last round was a really good display of DarkZero's resilience, but also ability to adapt. We saw good pressure up above, but then immediately once Nafe had maneuvered bot green and kind of saw that opening, the team just converged, rotated. We saw the smoke plant on the door. It was very difficult to deny from above. The horizontal pressure was dismissed as well. DarkZero very much playing like a solid unit. And again, goes back to kind of the storyline that we established a couple of rounds prior. They showed really good adaptability position-wise, but in terms of pacing as well. They were not playing that old brand of DZ where every single round came down to a 15-second execute. They were a lot more adaptable, and I mean, the man on the screen now probably spearheading a lot of that. Spirits.
He's been
good job.
Well, I mean, I know Citizen got an ace in that round, but you kind of think about the half overall. So if you would look at the bigger picture in terms of the 6 rounds played, I think Spirit certainly comes out and immediately makes an impact here for DarkZero. And not just on the Monty, to be able to do it, like he said, on sort of different roles as well, opening round 3K and an aggressive kind of entry through main stairs up towards the mezzanine. Easy 3K, clear out a lot of Fnatic, and then to go and switch up, play that slower role, play that Monty, and to also get 2 plants off of the Montang play as well. So he's keeping himself alive, he's getting himself into the site, he's getting the plant down. Citizen, he is not just hot in the server, he's apparently hot outside of the server as well, fanning himself down. Call him off. Maybe, I don't know why Citizen's trying to call himself off though. Stay hot. He's got an ace, mate.
You don't want to overheat.
It's true, you don't want to overheat. 4-2 lead for DarkZero. We've got ourselves going through the ban phase right now. Blackbeard and Azami, the first 2 off the board. We'll bring it back to you guys visually as well. So change up into the second half. Dockerby and Mute will also be getting out for the second half.
Loading new
This is
mag.
basically just the Citizen highlight package. The ace in the round. You got the poor admin in the background trying to help out Pambazu as well, caught in the middle of it all.
It was all Pamba that round. It was all him.
Unfortunately for Pambazu, he's obviously had his stats reset. All he's lost is his deaths.
That didn't happen. What do you mean?
He's got 0 kills, but now he's luckily enough got 0 deaths as well. Yeah, big start. I mean, some power players. I mean, it's, I think, a really good sign for this DarkZero roster that Nath so far hasn't had to be the big man either. NJR with 8 kills, Spirits has been immense, 6 kills, but also with the Montang play, Citizen with an ace in the previous round. Pambazu hasn't got going at all. He hasn't found a single kill. And that's not just because of the obviously bug for him, but in general.
Is there an operator that Spirits is not afraid to play, bringing out the Tachanka here for round number 7, opening round of defense? An operator that is typically compared to the Smoke, and most would regard him as weaker, but DarkZero bringing both for this particular round, the crowd control, and the added ability of the destructibility for Tachanka. Can sometimes be an effective selection.
You won't hear a thing.
Ruby, meanwhile, on the Maverick, so we're seeing a couple of operators brought out of retirement here for this particular round.
Mine ready to go.
What the play is going to be here for Fnatic. They'll be wanting to get off to a good start. I'm sure the mental would have been tested a little bit there towards the tail end of the first half.
Yeah.
DarkZero really grasping momentum.
Well, this is where, you know, it comes down to Fnatic. You're onto the attack now. You got to put that scoreboard out of mind, and you got to just kind of switch up and see if can we gain control of this match, because right now it's all DZ. I know it's only a 4-2 scoreline, but they've won the last 3 rounds in a row, and they've looked very dominant in doing so. And now get to kind of sit back, go defense, and force Fnatic to kind of come to them.
DarkZero are pretty forgiving in terms of contesting this map control at the moment that Fnatic have been able to gain again. Probably leaning into the late round with that Tachanka and Smoke combination. Happy to play a little bit deeper.
There's only just over a minute remaining for Fnatic. So far, the opening attacking round of the second half has not been set the blazing glory. They've only got 2 players inside of the building.
DarkZero should be able to deny default for a minute. So at the moment, they are in the lead.
Oh, most definitely. This is far too slow right now from Fnatic. To be fair, though, R6 Master, you can go that slower pace as long as you can win the hard breach battle.
They're passive, DarkZero are playing. They're not contesting anything.
Don't need to right now. Although the flashes might push them out. NJR, good shot onto Groovy, who went for the wide swing. Didn't have the full information. NJR's watching the doorway. It's all too easy right now. Entry in from Jacksuit. Deals with the barbed wire. Bees have gone out, landed onto Spirit. Position now known, but they can't really deal with him. NJR got taken low. And unfortunately for Fnatic now, heading into the final 20 seconds.
Where are they going to plant?
They have to rush, and yeah, where are they going to get this plant down? You know, Deepak has to kind of just send in. Jaxu finds a kill, but he almost got traded almost immediately. One prone deep in the middle of the site, but all of these entry doorway positions still being watched. Although, Fnatic are starting to land a couple of shots. And Deepak gets one down. That's only Citizen. That is up for DarkZero, but there's so little time remaining. And Citizen able to get at least one, and the time ran out before either he could get the last kill or the last kill onto him was to be made. And in the end for Fnatic, I think the time running out is the best way in which they got a little lesson there, because they were just far too slow throughout that round. And the time eventually came back to bite them.
Yeah. Big credit, though, to DarkZero in that round. I think that the smoke to Chanka combo made things so difficult on entry. As I kind of noted, a minute to go, you can't play default. And as expected, Tachanka continued to flood utility there.
Immediately we get that shit open, bang, easy.
Yeah?
Think about the bans first of all. Second of all, guys, if we have a Deimos and there's a guy hiding behind a table, it should be really easy for us, yeah? Don't just destroy the ADSs. When we're on the drones and shit, fucking ping everything, guys, yeah? As long as we have Deimos open, we need to make sure we're doing that, okay?
Zero guys ping.
Yeah, exactly. We have to do the simple things, guys. Simple things. Use each other more, okay? Look at the operators that everybody's on and fucking use each other more, okay? Simple. You had everything you needed there, but we didn't use each other, guys, okay? We could have killed the Jaeger a minute ago, yeah? So let's make up a little bit, guys. You fucking got this shit. It's simple. You see that setup? Easy. Let's go.
Just did my job for me.
What fucking what do we pick? No. I mean, let's see. Let's see if they have a good setup to offer. If they're holding heavily or not, or if they're giving us for free.
I mean, I absolutely love whenever we get access to the coaches. Safest, I think, absolutely on the money there when you said we probably could have killed them about a minute ago.
Yeah, like, default was on the play. They had to find other win conditions. They had the Deimos down below, not having great impact, and Spirits allowed to play behind death was crazy. We saw 2 players stacked outside the mezzanine door for the longest period of time as well. The eventual switch up right at the very end was probably the correct call, but ultimately time was the downfall of Fnatic in that round. Perhaps would have won that fight, we'll never know, but
10 seconds to
not
insertion.
the best of starts. DarkZero now with a 3-round
Just the pacing thing, though. I mean, I think Safe has said it right. You know, you had everything kind of set up. You got to play off of each other and what you've got. And if we did it a bit quicker, essentially is what he was saying, that they really should have got the job done. And then you're looking at a 4-3 scoreline. You get an early attacking round on the board. Things look a little bit brighter, but now it's 5-2. You've got to claw your way back, and you've already called your tactical timeout as well now. Will Fnatic play with a little bit more flair here in this 8th round, pick the pace up a little bit? DarkZero, I would imagine, would be probably ready for it. Like, this is where, you know, from their side of things, it'll be how they'll try and pick up the pace now. Time ran out for them, you know, they got timed out, so like they're going to probably try and play a little bit quicker. Let's be ready for that.
This is where we really look at Fnatic as to who on the roster is going to step up and that leadership role, take responsibility, take control, look to change their fortunes here. A match that has proven to be difficult, as expected, but they've had flashes of brilliance as well throughout this match, especially through that first
Yeah,
half.
I mean, round 2, round 3, they looked really, really good, in especially the way that they won those rounds. Chopcho getting to work, dealing with the Vulcan canisters. Temperature is on the board as well. And they are up to double digits. A plethora of options as well for the Deimos, which we haven't really been able to see a whole lot of Deimos actually so far today, either banned out or just not really been all that successful. They know exactly where he is though, inside a stock, and Scarz is going to have to force his way either out or he wants to continue to take this fight. Super aggressive by Pambazu. He's kind of retaking this position back in towards Lab. Again, Fnatic are just kind of stalled out of sight. They're just kind of sitting around trying to find these long angles, and Scarz gets caught. Takes a bullet to the body. There's a headshot opportunity. In the end, does find the kill onto NJR. There's an opening. And now goes prone, expecting the doorway swing. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out the first time. Second time is good, though. And the plank going down as well by Deepak. There is that pace switch up by Fnatic here into the 8th round, and it is working so far. Plan will be successful. Citizen might just need another ace at this point if they're going to be able to salvage this one for DarkZero. 2 versus 4. Much better from Fnatic to be able to get into sight, get some really good kills. A lot of that off the back of that opening pick as well by Scarz. And that's a much, much better round from Fnatic, responding to their coach.
Yeah, they showed some good patience in that round, but in contrast to the prior round, they were in a much better position, especially against that lineup and with the positions that they had to actually execute that kind of play style. Once they had drained out some of those smoke canisters, the Goyo canisters, etc., their life was a little bit more, they were less burdened in terms of actually getting inside of the side and finding an opening and being able to execute on that. So once they did, they went bang, did a good job, overwhelmed DZ. There was that first pick, the game was effective. And immediately DarkZero snapped into action and trying to find trades and find some of that control back, but Fnatic ready and waiting.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's been a good match so far, 5-3 scoreline. I think DarkZero a 2-round buffer, probably about right, half the course in terms of what we've seen from these two teams so far. And I think this goes back a little bit, you know, for Fnatic and what they want out of this tournament, which is the, you know, that kind of gradual improvement, right? Like it doesn't need to be, you don't need to go and beat DarkZero today. You don't need to really even make top 8, but you need to show that gradual improvement. You get some really good reps under the belt for
Attackers
this team.
are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Groovy and Jaxu coming in, and so far Jaxu's started quite well. And on the flip side as well, I mean, Spirits and Citizen have just slotted straight into this roster.
Reloading.
Looking like very natural fits so far. Long road ahead, but
yeah, I mean, it's first glance, but first glance is pretty good.
Makes you want to have a second glance.
We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's second glance. Fnatic, there, a bit more work to do, still 2 rounds behind. Tree for Jegs. So the gas canister at least baited out, which is honestly a pretty small little win. Bridge opened up as well. They look to get top floor control.
Stay close to me.
The Nook Lurk lobby. So in combination with the sound distraction from the Candela, Scarz is being given a big responsibility in this round to find something.
Yeah, well, is his position at the mezzanine known here whatsoever? Default not being watched doesn't matter. And the Nook does shoot it out anyway. Sort of a little bit of informational tools there for DarkZero. But I just feel like they're creeping around the map, trying to get into some key positions. DarkZero firmly just holding sight. Obviously got a bit of presence up above as well.
He's in position.
NJR though, that finds the opening pick onto Deepak off the back of some hard breach being opened up. Citizen though falls. No gas canisters now for the remainder of this round for DZ. Of course, do still have the Shamika launcher. If you want to deny some space, some territory on the map. The Fuser does need to be picked up. And a close ankle fight, Groovy can't win it against Pambazu. Naif also getting rid of Jags means again advantage for DarkZero. Fnatic losing the contest in the middle portion of the round. Almost. And did indeed get the kill onto Scarz after he did get the down onto Pambazu. And with that now, Fnatic firmly on the ropes. It's going to be 6-3 in favor of DarkZero unless Jaxu holds off a very heroic performance here with 40 seconds remaining. Needs to find the 1v4 as Pambazu gets brought back up. And DZ, if they can get themselves a 7-3, 7-4 kind of win here, it's probably about that pass mark and what we maybe anticipated for a matchup such as this. Well, there's one for Jaxu, 24 seconds to go. To be fair, that was the low health Pambazu, and now he needs to drop. Smokes go out. Doesn't go for an immediate plant. Bulletproof camera, by the way, is watching his very position. They know exactly where he is. They've got Vert up above. Not much more he can do from here. And NJR will put an end to his misery and give themselves match point.
Yeah, very disciplined round there from DZ. We saw the big 2 win conditions that Fnatic tried to lean into. Firstly, the Nook Lurk. DarkZero give nothing away for free. We then saw the follow-up with the Ying, and once again, they were playing around the Warden safety numbers up above. Didn't give anything away for free. Fnatic were unable to capitalize upon that positional advantage from the Nook, and then the follow-up U2 from the Ying.
Fnatic could just never get any kind of vert as well. They couldn't clear out top 4. I think really at any point in that round, it was just DarkZero won every contest that they needed to win. So it just ended up being a rather sort of plain round, but a very good round for DarkZero to win. The Grim has been banned out along with the Fenrir. Match point 3 of those, in fact, now for DarkZero.
Very much still looking locked in, an opportunity for them to try and push this match to overtime, but unfortunately it does feel like DarkZero the superior roster of the two, but that kind of again all the expectation heading into this particular matchup. I think something for North American fans to get slightly excited about. And I think for me, I'm actually really intrigued to sort of, now that DarkZero have essentially set the benchmark, or about to set the benchmark with this performance, how is that going to compare against the SSGs of the world, right? Because SSG arguably, I think many would say
Wildcard just
is the best.
set a nice little benchmark in the previous match.
Yeah, but I don't think Wildcard are in discussion for the best team in the NA, are they?
I think we meant sort of referencing to this today.
You could add them into the benchmark, I'm sure.
This one's not done for Fnatic. It is only 3 rounds to force OT. I would say an up and down kind of performance if you really wanted to be subjective for Fnatic. They've had some really good moments, and then just ultimately, anytime there's been an arm wrestle round, DarkZero destroyed.
Yeah.
So Fnatic, the way that they've won any of their rounds is either changing up the pace, going for that surprise factor, getting some early frags. But any kind of round where, you know, it's a 5v5 with a minute to go, you're just backing in DarkZero. And that's the reality, unfortunately, between these two rosters. Rough debut for Groovy as well, 3-7. Jackson, though, definitely held his own. Spirits able to stay alive. And Spirits was absolutely immense in the first half. Has gone a little bit quiet in the second half because he hasn't been needed. And I think that's a testament to this roster for DarkZero, is they've actually got all 5 players that can kind of go and do something. It's not a one-man show or a two-man show.
So no smoke this time around for DZ, but the Tachanka's still in play, and Spirit's using that to stall out the positions over towards Ops. Ruby though to support. Oh, and the Jaeger again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you got the battle that Fnatic have not been winning at all so far today. Those wide swings through the doorway. Whether the information is prevalent or not, Scarz can't get out of the corner. The Tachanka just far too annoying. Basically had him pinned down. Might be a little bit too late here for the Deimos. Although Deepak does find the kill onto NGR, shuts down the Jaeger. Still a minute remaining, so I mean, Fnatic don't need to panic at this point. It's a 3v3. You've got time, you've got 60 seconds. Kit in hand for Deepak as well. Jags can certainly still do something as well on the Deimos.
Oh, they've got to filter through the doorway, right? Because the hard breach being disrupted. So this is going to be really tough for Fnatic. And this is another instance where somebody from Fnatic needs to step up, be the playmaker, find that opening. They need to brute force it in.
Is it going to be Jaxu on the Capitao?
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
there we go.
It is Jax from down below, playing off his mark. Deepak lost his life, and that's Kid on the floor as well temporarily. And Pepperzu to put potentially the final nail in the coffin here for Fnatic. Jaxu in a 1v2 on his new roster with 25 seconds. Does have the diffuser, but arguably needs to maybe go for these kills. I don't see a world in which they're going to allow him to get this plant down and for him to play the post plant. Thought maybe there was a chance to spot that head, but no, doesn't check left side corner. Citizen gets the final kill. Kangaroo Kenny gets up and about, and so does DarkZero. Within the end, a rather comfortable victory over Fnatic here on Lair. 7-3. Yeah, probably what we expected in this matchup. And for the two new boys for DarkZero, yeah, that's a really good debut.
Absolutely. I think DarkZero go into this event revitalized and with expectation to do well. Top 8, absolutely on the cards.
Absolutely, that's something that they should be vying for. I think they would be selling themselves short if they weren't thinking about making it to the arena, making it top 8. It's a really good statement start as well for DarkZero that this new roster has what it takes. Unfortunately for Fnatic though, question marks will remain on that team. Yes, Jaxu played well. Groovy, okay, maybe a debut to forget, but for Fnatic as a whole, 7-3 loss, not what they wanted to start here at Relay.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
are back, and now just a close look on this meias. How do we call this in English? Socks. No shoes. Do you feel comfortable?
Brazilians don't use socks, do they? No socks, just sandals every single time.
We use it, but yeah, whatever makes you comfortable. So tell me, now you have Spirits and also Citizen joining the team, and you have talked before about making the playstyle of DarkZero faster. Now, I guess you have the right person to do that.
I mean, it's early days, but I think we picked up 2 experienced players, as they showed today. Like Ben literally had an ace 1 round. So yeah, I think I know we've got the right players. I think we need a bit of time to still develop. Obviously, still wasn't a perfect showing, but I think to play the way we want to, I think we're all in the same similar mindset, and we all believe in the same goal.
Yeah, also Citizen was pretty comfortable. He even did it an ace, right?
It's because he's with another Brit. 2 Brits. 3 Brits, actually, Kenny. 3 Brits. No longer NA team, UK team.
Cool. Also, you as an IGL just had the experience of playing Siege X in a competitive way, right? What's your thoughts about it?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat the second half of that question because I didn't know.
Just Team Falcos are playing over there, but what are your thoughts about Siege X now that you just played?
Yeah, I think he's good. I think there's a lot of small change. I think the game feels smooth overall. I think there's small changes. I think a lot of pros will say the best thing about it is the new ban system. You can really punish teams. They tried to ban double shield against the shield goat today, and we first round 3K Ying. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. But yeah, I think we're enjoying it.
All right, thank you so much, Nave. Oh, sure.
Gentlemen, take notes.
Take notes, pro players. Thank you, Nave. Back to you, Milosh.
Thanks so much, Maria. We are finally teaching pros how to have manners. I think it is high time at the 10th anniversary of Rainbow Six that people get some goddamn manners. Maybe that'll spread over everybody, really, as we head on deeper into our tournament. And of course, as our viewers multiply and catch all the action. We had it here, DarkZero smashing Fnatic against the curve. Whoa.
I mean, we talked about manners, but it didn't look like DarkZero was showing any manners. They were quite disrespectful in that game. Yeah. Just like we highlighted at the start, when you have a player like Spirits who is that X factor, that's exactly what Fnatic tried to do. They tried to ban the BB, they tried to ban the Blitz, and what did DZ do in response? They banned the Warden, knowing that they're going to play the Ying, and that's the strategy with the ban phase that you're able to have so many creative outlets, and when you have a player like Spirits who can do it all, that's where he excelled. First round, the Ying comes out, we saw him on the Glass, we saw him on the Monty. You have such a versatile player that can play these X-Factor operators, and that's what gives them the edge on Lair.
And like I said, trying to ban out one player when you still got 4 other dominant players on that half, I mean, it just goes to show, when you look at that kill spread across all of DarkZero, everyone's on an even playing field. So trying to get rid of Spirits isn't making a difference. And like you said, it was a good heads-up play from them. They banned the Warden, they bring the Ying, and it was just a night and day performance from DarkZero. 7-3 Fnatic again. Like I said, they did find that success over in the Malta Cyber Series, but again, you're in the international play, you're playing against a team like DarkZero that fundamentally has changed the way that they play. You gotta be able to adapt and be on the fly and ready at any given moment in a best of one. And you also have to get it done on your attacking half, as we've preached so much. You have to start out strong on your attack, finish on your defense. It's always going to be easier, or vice versa. They just couldn't get it on their attacks.
I know it's only game 1, but I'm loving seeing the shift in DarkZero's way of play. There's a lot more action, and we attributed that before we even got into the game to having Spirits and Citizen on the team, because they bring in that action, and together playing, now Nave saying this is more of a UK team than anything, Citizen unleashed on the team with everybody together. I have to say, I am very much enjoying watching DarkZero just as much as I loved watching M80, at least that older version that we saw in Boston.
Well, even for myself, again, seeing DarkZero, how that we've known for so long, played against that same style of Siege for the longest, and now it's different. It's brand new. It's vibrant, just like this shirt color, our fits in general. It's just nice to see a new face to DarkZero, especially on Siege.
It's a breath of fresh air, just like when we saw Nate first join the team in Sao Paulo. They went on for a big run. There was that taste of aggression. Now they bring Spirits and Citizen on, and it's just the comfortability. They now have still the solid players that are able to post up and set up their positions, but now they have a player who can finally get in there, make everybody move, and that's exactly what we saw happen.
And Davide, a breath of fresh air is very nice to have in the Bayou where you are at the moment. right?
Yep. There's also a lot of crocodiles there.
Yerp. Well, we're going to talk about the detail. Brought to you by Blacklight, our sponsor here at Reload, one of our many wonderful sponsors that support our esport and keep it running, keep the lights on. What do we have to talk about?
Yeah, it was round one. I mean, you know, we talked about Spirits being that X factor. You want to get rid of the shields? Fine. He's going to bring Ying. And not only is he bringing Ying, he's bringing the shotgun on it, and he's just making magic happen. He's taking Spirits away from these bodies, netting a 3K and doing it perfectly here. I mean, honestly, I was questioning here. I was like, okay, it's done. But no, he brings it back, gets that next kill. And again, you just can't ban one player because he's going to punish you. He is a versatile player. So stop trying to just ban shoot.
And that's exactly what I talked about in the pre-show. That is word for word what Spirits told me. I didn't want to leak it on stream, but he was just like, if people ban their shields on me, I'm playing Ying shotgun. And I didn't understand. I didn't see the vision, but now I do, obviously. He gets in there, and with the shotgun, close range, I mean, he just one-shots everything.
You can't be an experienced player in Siege, or just a Siege player in general that only can play one character or one set of operators. You need to be able to be versatile, because that's what makes every single roster so strong, is when every player at any given moment can step up and play a select role when need be.
And even once they got to the extra ban phase and Fnatic banned out that Ying, that's when we saw the Monty come out for more information. That's when we saw the Glaz to just add that element of where Spirit's going to be. Always wondering, always questioning. That's desperately what DZ needed, and that's why I think CGX could be the start of the new DZ legacy.
And I like what they've said, especially with those bans. Pick your poison. That was very well worded, because they picked the wrong poison.
The poison's at home right now watching.
Well, there you go. You could play one specific operator, maybe year 1, 2, 3, but in year 10, things are very different, especially with our ban phase. You have to be flexible as an individual and as a team. Gentlemen, during the interview there with Maria and Naif, you could hear Loud and Falcons getting incredibly loud in the back. So we're going to cut to Stream B and see what's been going on over there.
Ban away one of these operators, because we are getting suppressed across the board here. There's not an awful lot they can do. I don't want to rag on him for this either, but Shaiko had a golden chance to get 2 kills from that terror spot where he saw 2 players out on Balk. Sprayed away at the legs, but just couldn't quite get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining moment in the round if he got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
Heading on into round 9 then, it will be the final round that we play before those next bans come in. So at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons will get another ban each. Loud will take another defender and Falcons another attacker. Looking at the minute, I would expect to potentially see another one of those shields taken away by Falcons. I think Basetto particularly is using the Monty and the Blackbeard fantastically well. He's attracting a lot of pressure. He's causing a big nuisance that then players like Live, Perez, STK are able to take full advantage of the space they're being afforded because of the focus on Basetto. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons take a shield away, but how do you solve the problem? By taking the ace, he's just going to play the other. You take Blackbeard, he'll just play the Monty.
That's the problem. I mean, they've already at this point banned away. They could have gone for a double shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2, in this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 hard breachers, 2 shield operators. And at least then you've got flex on that 3rd ban in case you need to ban away another one like that, or if you can afford to be a bit more flexy. Whereas by banning away one or the other here, like, you still leave yourself so wide open. I think that it might come back to bite them if they're not too careful. One thing's for sure, though, Loud are the ones in the driving seat here.
Yeah, I look at the ace ban and I think, how much has that really gained Falcons? And Hibana's been brought along. The attackers haven't had any real problem breaching, and I don't think it's gained them too much. But hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're going to have Leak Effect just watching these black stairs for the time being. From above, I'm sure that Loud will be more than aware of the potential danger of that position. Brede is on there as well, so Leak Effect just trying to support his teammate there, make sure that they can hold down this position. We know that smoke on these stairs can be a real power spot. It's difficult to move in and attack him because you're always at short range, whether it's from the sort of balcony door or whether it's from the bottom of the stairs. You're always in range of that shotgun, so it's a tough challenge to overcome for the attackers.
Just want to be careful here that Brede doesn't shoot through these smokes too soon. Bearing in mind there's still 70 seconds of the round to play here. Ideally, you want to save that more force for the execute, but He's using it in response to utility coming out, whether it's the Green Bees, whether it's drones coming on through. No doubt flashes will start to follow soon too. Here comes the first phone call coming out from the Dockerbee as they start their push on forward, Tim. This is when they need to try and capitalize and pick up a player 2 on the side of Falcons. Sure enough, they get 1, but there's trades coming back and forth down to a 3 versus 3.
I thought Breede had made a real good move there, getting up to the door. I wasn't sure Loud were aware of it, but they really were. Perez stepped in and managed to get that kill. 3 versus 3. They're starting to work in behind the light screens of Sensia just to try and get a little bit of space up at the top of Black Stairs. They're aware of the player just inside of Karaoke. They've got to shut down Leakerfact. If they do that, Loud might just have all the space they need to think about getting a plant down.
They've got so much utility here between the Kappa Tower and the Sens coming in and the Grim. It's horrific. Finally, Leakerfact taken out as well. They knew that he was there off the back of this, and now making the Sens use to get the plant down as well. At 3 versus 2, and we could see Loud here, Tim, going up to match point.
Perfectly played. As I said, just get in there, get the kill onto Leakerfact, create the space that you need to put the diffuser down. Leakerfact was the linchpin in that situation. And how did Loud deal with it? In typical Loud style. We've seen this roster, Des, in Brazil do this so many times. We'll just walk in. We'll just walk in and kill you. If you want to hold that position, that's fine. We will just outgun you. We will just outmuscle you. And that's what's happening to Falcons right now.
So well coordinated as well. It's a beautiful thing to see. And Falcons are getting no joy here on the defensive Skyscraper, a map that you figured they would. However, let's take a look at what our bans are going to be coming in. It's the Ying and the Azami, Tim. Not quite sure that's going to be enough here to save Falcons, being completely honest with you. And in case they felt like there was any kind of solace to hold on to in the back of the Azami, that's been taken away from them too. Another go-to Shiko operator off the board.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they've got to ban something. They've got to have a plan. They've got to have something behind them. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like I said, is there really much value in taking away one of the shields from Basetto? I don't think there is, because you take the Monty, you'll just take the Blackbeard. So I get that, but do I think that that banning phase is going to be enough to save Falcons? I don't honestly think it is, because right now, no matter what they do, Loud are finding answers.
Got a rehost coming on through here, as you can see, so we'll get ourselves back into things shortly. I can tell you that we went down to barbecue and kitchen for that site on the defense, so in that case, Falcons were saying, let's step away from what we've tried, because we've lost Karaoke twice, we've lost Exhibition, we've got to try something different. As I've said, I feel like it's too little too late now. You've got a 3-round deficit to play through. You've got to go back to those top 2 floor sites after this, unless you're willing to go out there and really go on a limb and play out towards bedroom side. But I just don't think you're going to see that, Tim. And I think Loud will find a way through.
That's the problem at the minute. I don't think the question at the minute for Falcons is where, it's how. That's the far more important question, because where is not going to be the answer. No matter where you go, Loud are going to find answers. They are going to find a method to break down whatever you've built up. So it's about how you do it. It's about going in and winning those gunfights. Falcons have got a couple of players that have been a little bit quieter than we might expect so far. They need to be getting involved. This is the time. It's now or never.
That's worried that it's a bit too late for that, Tim, to be honest with you. Again, there's a lot of work to do. This timeout might play in there. Well, technical timeout might play in their heads a little bit too. Know that they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. It's not the end of the world. It is day one, but it's more about the message that it sends, Tim, that, again, Falcons last year were consistently that team finishing second place at every event. They won the Esports World Cup. They show what they can do. But when it matters, or in this case, when it doesn't, it just shows that there's still these weaknesses that resurface from time to time. And I'm going to keep an eye on them, because I'm really interested to see how much the change to the operator ban system comes to punish them, because they have relied on this small group of operators that now you can ban away 3 of them. It's going to be punishing them. We saw it from the Dockerbee before. You're seeing it a little bit in this half as well with the hard denial that they've had taken away from them. It feels like Loud might have at least got them figured out here on day one.
We're going to be heading back on into things just as soon as we can. Just a little technical pause going on at the minute. So, as you can see, a reminder for everybody, the coaches will not be interacting with the teams. Will not be talking to the players at the minute. They are not allowed to during the technical pause. The only times they're allowed to talk to the players is during the ban phase before the game starts, during the ban phase at half-time, and during any tactical timeout, whether it's called by them or called by the opposition team. Whenever a tactical timeout is called, both coaches are allowed to speak to their team. So it's always something that they've got to consider when they're going to call that timeout. is it a good point to be letting the opposition coach talk to their players as well? Always a little bit of a balancing act, but Falcons right now, it's not about balancing, Des, it's about overrunning. They've got to tip that seesaw in their favour, and they've got to do it every single round at this point. The best they can hope for is overtime. 3 rounds they've got to survive without mistake now. Are they capable?
Yeah,
of course. Are they going to do it based on how they're playing today? No. Something's going to have to change.
But don't forget, we also thought the same about Cloud9 PSG Talon early on. We thought, oh, Talon, like, they're down 6-3. There's no way they catch back up. And they did win 2 rounds in a row. Like, it's possible. But ultimately, the outcome was still what we expected. And I do think Loud can take this one away. And also to get back into the game in just a second. All players are back in the lobby. So should be able to get moving any second now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back to Reload on Siege X, their first ever competitive tournament built around our brand new game, Siege X, the future, the dawn of that new future. Here in Rio de Janeiro, beautiful Brazil. I'm Milosh, with me are Foxy and Mr. Laxing, and we have our 4th game out of 5 here at Reload's first day of competition up on the docket. G2 versus SSG. This has been a classico of a game between EU and NA over many years now, even though these two squads have gone through many roster changes heading into 2025, really, in general, over the years.
Yeah, and actually, funny enough, both of these teams did not get drafted by any team, so these teams were forced to play one another. So I think they're both feeling a little, confident here, saying no one wanted to play us, they're scared of us, so let's just play against one another and see who's the better one, so that way we can decide later on.
Are you saying G2 and SSG can be cocky at times?
No,
of course not.
Ashen, Alamau?
Nah,
I don't think
not
so.
that team.
Not those
Neither
guys.
of those.
But it makes perfect sense that they were left up. No one was actually able to pick them because G2 is one of those wildcard teams that you never really know what you're going to get on the day. Interregionally, sometimes they've had their struggles, but when it comes to events, they usually always pop up. Same thing with SSG, especially after the recent things they've been doing.
I'll say this.
Really know what
you can 100% rely on G2 in an LCQ run, for sure. You know exactly what G2 you're getting.
Yeah, and actually, let's take a look at G2's roster. They're up first on said block. And the team is here in front of us. It's good to see Uno in here. Loira, who stepped up over the past year. What can we see from the squad on day one?
Alamau is now blind. That is what we can visibly see right now.
Sometimes it looks like it in game, man.
The sound is even better in Siege X, so it makes sense. You lose one sense, one just gets enhanced. But no, this is a roster that doesn't need to be introduced. These are all phenomenal players. When you look at Doki and Alamau in the beginning, they won SI together, so that alone is history in the making itself. And then you just add the rest of the guys. You got Uno, you got Loira, you got Blaz. Loira specifically, especially in Boston, was having one hell of a performance. So if he can recreate that same performance here, just have a little more backing from the rest of those boys, G2 could make a very solid run.
He was the most surprised player to show out at that event. Nobody expected him to be the one that was carrying the team, keeping them that far in the tournament for so long, but his numbers trumped everybody on the rest of the roster. As for the rest of the team, we know G2 is a team that always shows up when it comes to events. I'm really happy that they didn't make changes after the last event, because I believe that they do have the right firepower and the way they need to make things work. They just needed a little bit more time to make things stick.
And on top of it, not only do they have Coach Ramalho in the back that has a lot of experience, but having brought on just before Boston cameraman that used to play for FaZe Clan, for those who remember in the day, one of the most decorated and I guess well-known players to ever come out of Brazil's competitive scene in Siege and even before that in other games. Having him on the squad to really guide you through things. We've seen the impact that a player like Julio had when he swapped over to the coaching role. This is something that we really look forward to seeing. In general, for me, I am a big Uno fan. I've always loved Uno as a person and as a player. I'm very happy to see him back on the team, everybody vibing together. This is a good fit.
They're slowly getting more and more Brazilians under the roster. You know, every region so far has having a Brazilian team.
I mean, Loira is kind of the protege of Alamau at this point.
Absolutely, they are the same. I mean, but back to Uno, he is a very consistent player, and he's such a good backbone for the team. He's always doing the dirty work that the rest of the players don't necessarily want to do, and that's just G2's aggressive play style. They're all so spread out. They all play their little 1v1 situations because they know that in the site, Uno's going to make sure it's locked down.
And if I'm not mistaken, Boston was the first event where Alamau actually stepped off of his IGL role, where Uno then took place.
In LCQs leading up to it.
And then you just talking about they need more time. So that they already made a big change. They put one IGL in a position where he can just do what he wants and then relied on Uno. Now they got through SI, they made top 12, top 8. Now they find themselves here, more time, more understanding of what Uno's vision is going to be, And I'm really excited to see what this roster can bring with the more time that they've had now together.
And as an optometrist, I can clearly tell you that the Uno vision has always been 2020, because the man, even back in the day when Pengu was on the squad and Fabian and all that, he was known as the eyes of the team. He had better shot calling and cam work than anybody else that you could see, and that's beautiful to witness now with the team. However, you're going to move on to SSG on the other side and what this North American crew has to offer, because we love to see them. This is like barred off of Julio, by the way. This is something that a lot of Brazilians would do, but we got this squad that can offer so much. With Ashen on there, bringing the energy when it's needed. It's a lot on the line here, Fox.
And more personality with adding Newers. I mean, Space Station is trying to reach the stars once more. What's some characteristics that we know about SSG? Discipline. Yep. They're aggressive. They have the adaptation. Everything that they have is consistent, but time and time again, we see them slowly drop off. We always talk about them so highly, and then it comes down to when it matters most, and that's when they fall short. Now that's the issue. That's where Newers could be the key, and could be is the biggest word that you need to think about, because Newers has so much untapped potential. A little shot towards me and OXG, but we were not able to tap into what Newers' potential could be. SSG is the perfect foundation for a player like this to either make it or break it, and that's what SSG is doing. If they're getting him in the right living space, the right workout schedule, making sure that he's working on the team regimen like SSG does, Newers could be the moving factor for SSG becoming a team that just goes to events, to a team that potentially wins events.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think they've always had a lot of potential with every single iteration that this team has had. What does worry me, that I do have to say, and I am happy that Newers did land here, I think he's deserving of the spot, but when you think of when Forrest was on this roster, he was a risk taker. He would get the job done. Sure, he wasn't flashy, he wasn't on top of the leaderboard all the time, but he was making those risky plays and setting SSG up for success. And it's not to say that Newers won't step in that role. It's not to say any of these players can't do that, but that was a lifeline that they could definitely rely on, that Forrest was getting that done, and he's no longer part of that. You brought another fragger on the team, and again, Newers is probably one of the most mechanically gifted players in North America, so there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be playing his role to where he needs to. It's just I need to see someone on that team fill in that supportive role that Forrest was taking initiative and getting the job done without looking flashy, without being the star player.
Well, SSG's downfall has always been decision making. So obviously changing out your hard stay IGL and Forrest, picking up a playmaker, and then throwing that burden of leadership onto a player like Fultz, who we've time and time again see him evolve from a player. Since he's been the Ashe entry, now he's the backbone, the IGL. He's the player that we're going to look for to be that leader, that voice in the server now.
Well, the work ethic of SSG has definitely not gone unnoticed. We talked about it to great length in Boston, and we'll continue to talk about it here in Rio for Reload. But our map for this series, reminder, all of our matches are best of ones until we hit the main stage. And we're going to get Chalet for the third time today here on the main stream. What is there different, though, compared to the other games we've had?
Again, it's going to be two teams that are very well thought out meticulously in terms of their strats and how they want to approach a map, whether on attack or bans. So both sides, I genuinely think Chalet is a great map for both these teams, and when we're talking about pushing teams to the limit, that is exactly what's going to happen. Whoever is starting on that attacking side, you are going to be pushed to the limit on that defensive half of trying to figure out where you need to move players around, take position, hold position, or just give up position and play back on your forefront.
You talk about holding position. You mentioned at the start of this matchup, Laxing, that these two had not been picked by anybody else, so they have to face one another. Well, they've put down only one bullet each when they realized that they're playing one another. So there seems to be a lot of respect between these two squads, at least when it comes to the skill potential in the server.
Yeah, it's a limit test. Both teams want to be able to see what the other is bringing in store. They don't want to necessarily risk too much, especially at a matchup that is going to be so close. And on a map like Chalet, I think we've been seeing it all day. That's a really good testing ground to see how aggressive teams are, how they're abusing the ban system, how they're able to swing things into their advantage. And defenses is not how you win the game. it's attacks. And obviously both teams have a lot to show because the last time we saw both these teams play was very underwhelming. And now they're two new teams.
If I'm not mistaken too, back at Boston, I don't have the stat directly in front of me to show you guys, but if I'm not mistaken, G2 was actually #1 in defensive stats overall, and then I believe #3 overall for their attacking percentage. So if you're looking at this roster looking at this matchup from a statistical standpoint, G2 realistically looks significantly better, but that is, again, SSG has now added newer, so that those percentages could easily skyrocket for SSG depending how this match shapes up.
Very much an equilibrium has been established between both SSG and G2 in this matchup, which means we're going to have to get into the server to really chop things up and see who gets out with an extra bullet in their chamber in the back of the magazine. Our casters are ready. Gus, Xenox, please, I'll just give it away to you because I cannot wait to watch this.
Another EU NA showdown that we had, of course, in the previous match. Now we have once again here. SSG, obviously the newest addition. Keen to see how that's going to go for G2. Obviously running it back after SI, where, look, probably wasn't the greatest end for them. And these two teams, of course, played against each other at the 6th Invitational. It was a 2-1. They actually did play on Chalet, which SSG trounced them. It was like 7-2. So curious to see if they can actually make up some ground against Space Station Gaming here for this matchup, which it's a difficult one for me to kind of look at because I think for SSG, do they deserve to go into this as the favorites? Yes, but by how much?
Like narrow.
Narrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to have newer slots in, right? Obviously in his own right, an incredibly talented player, mechanically very strong. But he needs to slot into a system that is a little bit unique. SSG, of course, with their own approach to the game and their work ethic outside of the server. And I think for me, that was probably the biggest point that I picked up from the desk is that work ethic storyline. You compare that to the likes of G2, who historically probably take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to how they prepare for events. And is this a case of Reload just being another event that they don't care all that much about? How much stock are they giving this?
How many events can you put into that sort of mindset, though, right?
I don't like that mindset, but some teams probably do have it at this event.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could be the case. Interested to see what the social prediction is going to look like at 51%. Well, we said narrow margin. It's actually the G2, though. They do win the very much narrow margins here. It's been a quick day today for the A stream. We haven't had any close matches, unfortunately. They've all been very, very one-sided. This, to me, could very well be the first time on the A stream that this one goes at least to, the 7-5 kind of margin.
If there's any game that's going to be close on this day one schedule of the A stream, it should very much be this one. Now, as highlighted on the desk, you can see it on the graphic now, this is the first match here on the A stream where both teams have elected to only put the singular bullet up for grabs.
It's been
all the other
happening on the
matches
B
so
stream.
far were 2.
It has been happening on the B stream.
Yep.
But yeah, on the A stream so far, they've all been 2 until this one where they only put up the 1 each, which, I mean, is that a little bit indicative of the fact that maybe both teams kind of feel like this is a rather even matchup and you don't want to just risk that 50-50?
Use it as a warm-up opportunity a little bit more. Again, the first day, even 2, is not going to be hugely impactful.
It's an interesting way to kind of look at it because, again, it's like typically in Siege we look at win-loss and it's like, well, it's very much either you win or you lose. It's so dramatic either side of the coin, but with the new Reload format here for Phase 1, you're looking at it now quite differently where if you lose this match, it's not really that big of a deal because you've only put up the 1 bullet. But also at the same time, if you win this match, well, it's the same sense. It's not really that big of a deal because you only win 1 bullet. So you're lowering that margin of risk versus reward, which is what I quite find fascinating regarding this current format. And obviously, as we progress throughout the tournament and progress throughout Phase 1 over the next coming days, and we lift the cap on how many bullets you can reload, etc. That's when it's going to be quite fascinating to see which teams kind of go all in or continue to bet low, how they want to kind of play it. And that's going to be the fun part of it. G2 attacking first up here on Chalet. Hopefully they're not going to have as many issues as the APAC teams when they played on this very map earlier today. All of them struggling.
Alamo actually lit up there from the spawn pick.
He got 1 bullet to the shoulder.
Yeah. I'm picking up on your point before about B stream and the 1 bullet wages. We did see that between Falcons and Loud.
Yeah, who ended up winning that?
Quick spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure it was Loud in the end. I think
it did get quite loud actually here at the venue.
Yeah, we could hear them.
All of the local Brazilians, I think, happy with that one.
I believe that was the best. I should probably,
you should probably go double check. Come on, you got to.
It was 7-4.
7-4. Wow. Well, looking forward to this. And so far, it's been, I actually put a tweet out, North America is very much impressing me.
Yeah.
Wildcard, of course, with a very comfortable 7-1 victory earlier, and DarkZero I would actually say very much comfortable 7-3 over Fnatic. So can SSG kind of keep the good times rolling here for North America day one here at Reload?
Activating.
That will very much be their goal. SSG looking to take that next step. A couple of good finishes internationally of recent. You know, 5th, 6th at Boston is good, but taking that next big leap into the top 4 tough. So we'll see what they have to show here in Rio. Actually continuing to aggress offside after that initial spawn peak attempt through Trophy. Alamau and Blaz looking to hunt him down.
Notice some of the community as well have, of course, caught on to some of the changes. Jaeger being very much a dramatic one. Actually losing his life. Of course, a lot of the information regarding operating changes, operator balancing changes, the reveal panel next Sunday. Keep an eye out. Kind of getting a little glimpse behind the curtain preemptively. And he's going to clear out this deployable shield towards Library. Nua is actually incredibly low, but decides to hold his position. 55 seconds. Opening kill did go the way, of course, of G2. Asher lost his life down below. Gets rid of Uno, and that makes it back to a 4v4, and still very much site control for SSG. G2's going to have to pick up the pace here.
There's been a lot of fragmented fights. Nua's now up close, low on HP. A single bullet will take him down, scanned out by the Lion, and Blaz able to confirm that with the DMR. 30 seconds remains, but Bender up close for the trade, eventually taken out himself. J90 over towards half wall, Faults and Piano, so they have the cross.
Still a good position here for J90 to very much stop that push in towards the half wall. Kit not currently in hand for G2. Surely it's not too far away though. J90 peak. Gasbabe gone out. That was Fault's final one that he had. Fight skill with the SMG. It's a double stack towards Piano. J90 should be able to win this battle, and he does. Double headshot, and SSG hold on very nicely up above. But a nerve-wracking round to begin here for the opening round of this matchup. Certainly an opportunity for both G2 and SSG. SSG, though, able to hold out, and a good hold on to site. Gives them the advantage in the opening round.
Probably the least linear round that we've seen on this map so far. Of course, it's 3rd appearance here on the A stream, but as I kind of described it, fragmented fights around the map. We had the Ashen basement jewel, then we saw the double stack up Library stairs. Eventually then J90 unchecked at half wall and able to hold on to find the second. G2 unable to overcome that adversity in the late round. So SSG off to a strong start. Dining kitchen now.
I'm reloading.
Again, looking at the bans as well, no Blackbeard, no Deimos available for G2. And it's going to be kind of the talk of the town regarding the new ban system and how it's going to affect teams and the way that they have to sort of navigate these situations. Of course, there's always a world with the previous ban system that it may have been a Blackbeard and a Deimos did get banned out one by one team, one by the other, but now SSG able to sort of target G2, and then they get another one in round 4. So far it's been an intriguing change. I know Fresh likes it, I like it, but I think we need more time just to sort of see, and from what I've heard, a lot of the players do like it. It just changes things up a little bit regarding the meta, can change certain maps that maybe in the past would have been quite stale with very similar bans to what you usually see. And Fresh actually made a very good point that I kind of want to echo a little bit, but you could take certain maps like Clubhouse and, you know, you could either ban out all the hard breaches, so that changes the way the map gets played, or you could ban out a lot of the entry operators. You get rid of your Capitals, your Yings, for example, focus more on that. And what that means in terms of watching this as Siege Esports is you can get a map that plays out very differently in the same game because it changes the bans at the half.
Yep. That's why they pay him the big bucks, Old Fresh.
He's very good.
I've heard he's on big money.
Oh, here we go. Nua's with a big run out. Gets back into Piano, but unsuccessful in terms of finding the kill that he was searching for. And if anything, copped a stray bullet on the way back in, and it's not the jump out that he was hoping would go in that sort of direction as Breach gets opened up above. Of course, dining a kitchen here for the second round, but do want that vert. Vault will get the kill on to Blaz, gets rid of the Grim. So information off the board for G2, especially for the eventual push in towards site. And now they lose Doki as well. And make that more. Newis has found 2 over towards Breach. Ashen. No one here now. And G2's attack has very much just been completely stalled out with those quick kills in succession from SSG. That's a very lackadaisical push up library stairs from Alamau. Just didn't look ready for the fight, and Fultz was very much ready. And this is going to be a second round on the board for SSG. Wow, Newis, big round, 3K, flawless for SSG. And G2 just never even looked likely in that round.
Never really got going on the attack outside of limited hard breach, but then actually capitalizing upon that, getting a bit of map control, working on the vert as expected, and then cutting off the reaggress. We never got to that stage. Neil was doing a phenomenal job, landing some nice shots, denying that control, and then the lurk left isolated from G2. The likes of Alamau, as we saw, pretty much going in blind and not in a favoured position to be able to crawl back any semblance of control in the round.
Snow Wine coming up for the 3rd round, and so far Chalet, I'd love to see like an overall attack versus defense win rate for this map so far, because it's been so incredibly defender-sided across now 3 maps played of it.
Yeah. Scopos in play.
It is early days though, of course, for this one. Still only 2 rounds gone, and as you mentioned, Scopos in play.
First time on the Airstream.
Typically, I guess when it comes to Chalet, this is the one site you may actually see it employed.
Yeah, Newers can employ the utility on the top floor and then look to peel back in a safer fashion. That is the one thing about Chalet, is actually going for the peel is very difficult because of cutting off the likes of West Main and front door, and maybe having a lurk on mud isn't all that difficult for the attack to execute. So does in that sense make it a little bit more of a certainty for Newers.
I will say, again, with the reload format, yeah, if SSG win this and they win it comfortably, let's say they win like 7-2, they'd be like, damn, why didn't we just bet 2 bullets? what were we thinking? Why did we think this was going to be close? We got another opening kill here, this time onto Blaz, and getting rid of the Capitao. Very, very strong start again for SSG. That's a strong operator off the board. And G2 are just very much struggling to get a good start early in these rounds. They're not getting any kind of sense of momentum. They're not really getting good map control. SSG on the defense of Chalet looking very strong and continuing that trend from North America today.
Yeah, fighting on the back foot, never fun in Siege, especially on attack. It's exacerbated. Throw that kind of utility into the mix, and it makes things now a challenge. And J90 might be opened up a little bit if they know the Capitao is down.
And I want to see from G2 now who's going to put the onus on themselves and say, okay, I'm going to go make something happen. I'm going to find a pick. I'm going to try and open up this defense. Well, Ashen peeked into Alamau. He'll happily take a freebie and almost got Newers as well over towards Blue, who actually held his position and got a good fire back onto Alamau. So a decent trade between those two. 4v4, Lawyer goes for the lurk and finds Benja. Doki also gets involved, and Newers at that point felt he had to get aggressive to answer back for SSG. Into the 3-on-2 in favor of the attacking team. With over a minute remaining, this is much better from G2.
SSG really for the first time presenting those opportunities. With the Ashen lurk, I mean, Benja up above, not having support. G2, though, to their credit, take advantage. Scopo Shield just making that plane a little bit more awkward for Uno, but able to clear it. 60 seconds.
Does lose their life, though, to J90. And so far, these two have got 9 kills. Uno gets off. Yellow ping information. J90, just his presence alone, but that's an incredible shot. And an incredible double from Uno as well to clutch the round for G2. It's just started to get a little dicey there when they brought it back to 2-on-2. Got off the plant as well. And honestly, that ended up being the best decision made. G2 on the board.
Yeah, it's rare at this level you'll see a player pull off a plant that late. Wasn't immediately looking at it, so maybe we'll catch it in the replay, but it was probably less than 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure if he sticks that, even if it's successful, loses his life, and then it's a 2-on-1 post plant. So, yeah. Great decision made. Uno gets the double, and that's the first time we've really seen G2 here on this map actually look a little bit competent, because the first 2 rounds were very dominant from SSG, especially that second one. And of course, as is the new system heading into round 4, just like that, 3 rounds played, and we get some extra bans. It's going to be Valkyrie and it's going to be Montang taken off the board.
I will say that I think in that round you do attribute some of the round loss pretty directly to SSG. I mean, we saw the play there from Ashen, and then Benja isolated. That was quite poor. Then a lot of portion of that round, Uno immediately after pulling off that plan, able to find the swift double kill. sometimes it is rounds and moments like that that can really excite a team. Sometimes you can get off to a bit of a slow start.
Almost like a fire starter, right?
Yeah,
like
you can feel a bit sluggish. And then takes that one individual player to kind of hype up.
First game of the event as well, the first 2 rounds, not ideal. You get flawless, SSG are looking good, and then you get a round like that, and it's the way you win it, not just, you know, any kind of round. You know, they had a really good start, got themselves a good advantage. Okay, got a bit of map control. Oh yeah, SSG bring it back, but then Uno with a double. Okay, very good. G2 on the board, 1-2. And it's an attacking round on the map today that's been rather defense-decided, so you take that, you bank that early attacking round.
LML gaining good information down below, probably looking to establish that information for his own lure.
Well, I said it in the last round, who was going to be the one for G2 to kind of make things happen. It was LML that got that kill.
Oh, had the yellow ping.
Trying now on the Nook this round to be aggressive.
We're seeing more and more teams go for this open hold in through Office, and J9O doubling down with the deployable shield. Just makes that push in through the likes of Mares and Library more uncomfortable. One more angle that the attack needs to be mindful of.
So you mentioned in the previous round, it was the first round SSG really kind of presented the opportunities. And Miller's catching out Doki.
Nearly caught a good timing there, I think, with the Lawyer too, but not to beat. It does mean that once more, though, G2 fighting from the back foot. First third of the round goes against them, and now they're looking to try and find a defender isolated. One was located, but...
It's just good map control from SSG, though, defensively. You got one over towards bar, one over towards dining, and then the triple stack upstairs as well. So you're utilizing as much of the map as possible on the defense, and it's forcing G2 to have to kind of pick and choose. Where do we want to go? Do we want to clear out bar stock? Do we want to get rid of Newers? Do you know, like, you got to kind of clear that vert down below as well, push over Trophy Soul the side of the map. So you're really forcing that G2 spread. They're really stretched around the map. Otherwise, they're going to think we just send it in towards site. Well, that's clearly not working at all. G2 go for very much a quick hit in towards top floor, and SSG were ready. They still had good numbers up above, and that was a very clinical round from Space Station Gaming. And G2, yeah, back to the drawing board after one good round. It's 3 on the board, though, from SSG. 3-1 lead. And that's the reality, too. We've mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast. It's best of ones today. So you don't have the opportunity to kind of reset after a map, go into maybe your map pick, and then be a little bit more comfortable. If G2 don't start well, then you're looking at a 4-1, maybe even a 5-1 half, and then that's just mentally difficult to bring yourself back into.
Yeah, 1.3. 1.0.
Yeah, 1.0 bar.
I might also get the Legion instead of Masimute here. No?
I like the Mazimute. They're relying on drones a lot, so keep that. Just let Folds take the fuck out.
Care of the shield crank too. AD said they like to crank shields like
second half. Hey, listen. For the attacks right now, these guys are shitting themselves. We can probably do the fucking pressure phases. Sorry, so just keep that in mind when we switch over to
Heard. Good shit. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Hopefully I didn't hear that one, crew.
Crank it.
All right, bar 1.0.
Nigga creative? Come on.
Crazy one to say, bro.
Come on, stop lame.
Come on, twist.
Yeah.
Do we have Frost or no?
Nope.
Okay, putting at bar bass window.
Well, a really good little insight there.
I think the vibes are pretty good in the SSG camp at the moment.
I think they're chilling 3-1 up, and they know that G2's attacks have not quite been all that amazing so far. I think for SSG right now, it's, you know, just continue to play the way you've been playing. You don't really need to change a whole lot up. Saw Doki, by the way, who's sweating up a bit of a storm.
It must be pretty warm in the player area.
I mean, we're in Brazil, mate. It's warm.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
30 degrees Celsius, I think, outside. I think we stood outside the venue. And this is, what time? What time did we get here? About
10:30.
And we were roasted.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
SSG looking good. And I think you posed the question before we came into this about Newers, and so the question mark is the way he's going to slot into this lineup, and so far, absolutely perfectly. 6'2", Newers has been great. And I know, of course, as well, matching him at 6'1", and they're very much looking like a team that's already quite in sync. Loki wants to get aggressive towards Solar, takes this one pretty comfortably off the back of the EE1D. Oh, up close though. That's a shotgun in hand for Benja. This could be trouble for Doki if he does make his way through this doorway. You would imagine he could be dead indeed. Gun barrel shown, and Benja's not going to let him get away and fall back to safety. That's an easy swing for Benja. Really well played. They lose the line. Alamau goes off the back of this, wants to get aggressive. So far, he feels like he needs to be the one to stand up, but they're all just standing down. 2 versus 5 as SSG are looking for a 4-1 lead. G2 crumbling on Chalet.
The entry game for G2 going from bad to worse as this half progresses, and SSG continuing to build confidence.
Loading new mag.
I don't know if it's miscommunication or misdirection on these entries, but just continuing to fall flat. And then the double down from Alamau to send it in and try to retrieve something on a trade, only making things worse. Loader also falling in the meantime, and it may be flawless here for SSG. Certainly a 4-1 lead, pending a miracle.
Not flawless, but Blaz is going to have to get an ace here, and a 1v5 ace at that. Yes gets 2 kills, and that's always nice for the confidence booster that you're able to hit some shots, but needs to find 3 more. Position well and truly known as well. Doesn't have the kit. I'm assuming actually SSG have got full control of that diffuser, considering you've got Ashen and Benja over towards the Mez. So, I mean, for Blaz, this is almost impossible territory that if you could pull it off, it's one of the better plays you'd ever really see, but now he makes his way up, and this is where it becomes oh so difficult, and Benja will shut him down immediately. 4-1 start for Space Station Gaming, and continuing the good times here on day 1 for North America.
And continuing the struggles for attack into Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. Again, we come from an APAC region where typically it's a map that is very good for attacking teams. But even that didn't happen today.
No. They're all on the apple juice today.
Yeah,
I don't know what's up with that. Must be some good apple juice here in Brazil. I haven't tried it yet.
G2, though, I mean, this is the final round of the half. You've really got to find this second round.
Yep.
You absolutely must get this to 2-4.
Someone get Doki a fan.
he needs someone with like a leaf just standing behind him, just fanning him down. I mean, I will say, I know that Alamau doesn't get anything from that, but I also like the fact that once they lost Doki, they felt like if we fall back, stall ourselves out, we're just going to lose this. Goes for broke, sends it in, tries to be aggressive and play the role that he's employed to do there on the blitz. Ultimately, it doesn't work, but the idea is sound.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
But, yeah, I mean, I know Blaz is 5-5. He got 2 kills in that last round that weren't really impactful kills, considering it's 1v5 at that moment. G2 not really having anyone that's really standing up and being the one to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck.
I know we're physically quite a distance away from the player booth where we are right now, but I'm quite surprised we haven't heard Ashen yelling yet. I don't know if he actually has been or not. Definitely in a position to be vocal, I think.
He's only got the 2 kills himself, so...
yeah, maybe his personal performance is limiting him a little bit.
Obviously, we're going to have to see SSG on the attack, right? That's something to kind of mention, too, for those that have missed the Chalet game earlier in the history. Attacking has just proven to be very difficult. And a lot of that, comes down to maybe the new ban system as well. That's something to take into account. Some maps may change that sort of attack and defender-sided nature. Lewis has found an 8th kill. He is absolutely on fire. What a way to make a statement on his new roster. This is just absolute domination from SSG in the first half as Benja gets rid of Alamau. 2-6 for Alamau. And this G2 roster, of course, it was a 2-1 result back in the playoffs at our side between these 2 teams. SSG won that out, sent G2 to lower bracket. I think ended up losing to Oxygen. They didn't win a game after that, lost to SSG. SSG with a, I think, 5th place finish. So far, they're able to continue the good times here at Reload. Even the new addition of Newers, they look even stronger.
Could be a very good day to be a North American fan.
This is turning out to be an amazing day to be a North American fan.
If they win this, then they just need M80 for the perfect sweep.
What has to come after this? Minute left into this final round of the half. 3-5, G2. Have they got any fight in them? Don't know, Uno, Doki, and Loira.
That camera is still up, by the way. Oh boy.
It's not your half, it's not your half.
Oh no.
This is not good at all for G2. They're going to have to pull something very miraculous to bring this round back with under 40 seconds left. They just can't find anything. And to the credit of SSG, the one round they lost is because they presented. This time, they're giving them nothing.
Very disciplined. Sort of what SSG has become now.
His position in Kitchen will absolutely not be known whatsoever, and G2 are running out of time. Yellow ping information. Not sure exactly what was supposed to be there. Well, Benja did get up from that prone position, went for a peek, and loses his life because of it. One through the hatch up above. There's no vert, by the way, in terms of G2. It's just a first floor horizontal push, and they are getting slaughtered. They cannot make their way into Kitchen at all. Cooked up well and truly, and served for dinner. It's 5-1 in favor of SSG, and they are making quick work of G2.
Just another example of G2 losing the opening duel, finding it difficult to recover. You throw in the information being fed from the Yokai, and they never had a chance in hell in being able to win that round. SSG very disciplined. A couple of cracks appeared at the very, very end of the round, but it was essentially over at that point. It didn't really matter. So we switch over. The bans to play out once more. How impactful will that necessarily be in this match? We'll have to certainly wait and see, but G2 at the moment not looking particularly comfortable and confident. Attacking certainly difficult on Chalet so far today, but I think this is a matchup where we anticipated more. We expect more from G2.
Well, this is going to be now, again, following what we've seen today, very defender-sided on Chalet. So now the question boils down to SSG's attack. They've got to buck that trend. They've got to find ways to win these 2 attacking rounds necessary to get to 7. The good news, and there is actually good news for G2, is they only bet the 1 bullet. So again, those a little bit unfamiliar with the format for Phase 1 here at Reload. Because if you go to 0 bullets, of course, you are eliminated. And you kind of have to pick and choose a little bit where you want to bet those bullets in this matchup. And they've said, okay, SSG's a pretty good team. We're only going to bet the 1. It does mean you could only win the 1, though. So it's all about that risk versus reward for SSG. I'm a little bit surprised now. I mean, it's hindsight Harry coming through once again.
5 seconds left.
But for SSG, I felt like coming into this match, they were the favored team. I'm surprised they didn't bet the 2 bullets.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to wait and see how SSG go about actually closing out this match now on the attack. Dynamic changes. Blackbeard available, though, for the second half, unlike the first, and so Ashen looking to take full advantage of that. As we set ourselves for a final objective. Map clear likely on the cards here, false repositioning. Capitao bolts in play. No catch available for defense, so that will be a really effective tool that SSG are going to want to play around and get full advantage of. Be interesting to see exactly where that is employed. Falls with information over towards Mez currently.
Well, you kind of use the word discipline as well for SSG in some of those rounds, and I think this is where G2 need to kind of follow that same, thought. Be disciplined. Yes, we're down 5-1. Doesn't mean we need a spawn peak. Doesn't mean we need to be super aggressive and feel like we have to win all these rounds back so quickly. Just back yourselves in, hold defense, try and play quite standard defensive siege, and as proven today, Chalet's been a little bit difficult to attack, and it may just work out for you. Well, that was a frag grenade that Loira just could not even bother to get away from. It actually ended up being a 1-for-1 trade between the two. Benja did die, but the frag grenade from the graveyard able to get the kill onto Loira. 1-for-1. Always gets rid of Alum out. Shuts him down, who has struggled in this match. And the Blackbeard tries to get aggressive. Ashen unable to get that gun up in time, and Uno will take his head off. 3 versus 3, and Toki, though, keeps the advantage for G2. Is there another trade to come through? Indeed, there will be from SSG. And with 60 seconds left, certainly a very good opportunity for Space Station to get an early attacking round on the board in the second half and really put that nail almost into the coffin of G2 to go 6-1 up. Down to Doki and Blaz. Just hold on for the next 50 seconds and see if they can win this out for G2.
Yeah, 1 grenade and 1 smoke to play around for SSG, looking to try and isolate these fights as best they can. Did they have the information, though? It's going to be a challenge. No line scan remaining. DPC's up as well. 30 seconds on the board. Newers has been really good in this match so far. He'll be a key piece in the puzzle here for SSG. While J9 would find the first. Fly's now isolated. Overlord's backstall. Needs to swing and hit the second, and he does just that. G2 finally finding something to celebrate. But it may just be something small for now. Still a tall mountain to climb. A 3-round deficit still on the board.
Yeah, but that's a big, big round. I don't think that can be overstated, considering the fact that in the end it actually came down to a 1 versus 2 for Blaz, because J9 got that pick in towards site. And I think they had a pretty good idea of the position of Blaz over towards Barstock. It's pretty much a default hold at that point. If you haven't cleared it, there's probably someone in there. And so for him to be able to just kind of push out, get the double kill, yeah, that's a big moment for G2, because they were staring down the barrel of 6-1. You don't want to give up that early attacking round for SSG, and it gives them breathing space to be able to bring this game back on the defense. And yeah, a strange old round. It was 5v5, then 4v4, then 3v3, then 2v2. And all the way down, in theory, to 1v1. Blaz with a big clutch, and G2 needed that one. You know, the first half when they won the one round that they got, kind of mentioned, it was maybe a bit of a kickstarter, a bit of a fire starter. It didn't work out that way. They couldn't follow on from it. This is where they absolutely need to, on defense, take that. Okay, we got one back. We know we can take these guys down, get a couple on the board, and suddenly from 5-1, it very quickly becomes 5-4. It doesn't take much, 2 more rounds. And G2 have to have that mindset and mentality. But, of course, keeping in mind that at some point, there will be that extra ban on both sides. And this is where, you know, like, I'm looking forward to getting to see this system more and more, and how teams actually look to employ with those bans to come. You know, if you're an SSG, you think, okay, if we're losing a couple of rounds, what's maybe causing us to lose these rounds? Is it a Fenrir, for example? Are we having to clear certain utility like the Valk cam? So do you ban out the Valk, do you ban out the Fenrir and force G2 to then have to pick something else? That's going to be intriguing. And you think about, you know, sometimes shield dominance as well. If there's a particular shield on the board, you can then ban that out, you know. So if SSG are getting some good value from, you know, a Montaigne, then you can ban that too to help out the defenders.
So the Sense in play round 8 on an objective where historically the Sense has gotten some play. Can roll them through dining, trophy, and now with the toggle feature it does offer a little bit more to the attack. Depending on how SSG look to actually play around that, what kind of space they're looking to gain. Of course, the objective is above. Utility, they still can be used down below for that trophy entry, for that lobby entry, and Faults takes full advantage. Clean shot there onto Doki.
On a kitchen. Oh, Faults wasn't ready at all. Loira finds the double kill, and a wonderful vert hold down below in kitchen from Loira. And SSG went for a bit of a pinch. It did not work. Lost too many members in quick succession. J9 keeps the round alive, though, with that kill onto Alamau, and gets aggressive now, pushing in towards Office. A little bit of top floor control. They do not have the kit. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, so this is rather aggressive from J9.
Sent out a couple of shots, so position should now be known. Blaz able to swing. Catches a decent timing as Newers jumps into that frost mat.
Well, Newers will get himself back up, but debuffed from here on out for the next minute. Remaining in this round, Loira and Uno, who left standing for G2, and again for the second round in a row, it comes down to a 2 versus 2. G2 at this point, scrappy rounds are more than fine. You were 5-1 down, now you're 5-2 down. Just get these round wins. They don't have to be clinical or clean. It was a good start to the round, but SSG brought it back again. The only downside is Newers is in a world of hurt, and J9 at half health as well. I still like the position here for G2. There's only 30 seconds left. Kit down below.
Yeah, Diffuser's on an island.
This has to be a round win for G2.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Poor Newers. Yeah. And he's going to last the remainder of this round as well. So he is quite literally on one leg. J9, he had to be the hero. Lost the battle to Loira, who well and truly has set the tone in this round for G2. Played oh so wonderfully down below in kitchen earlier. Uno will finish it off, and that's 2 in a row for G2. They bring it back to 5-3. And the defense on Chalet continues to just be so strong from all teams that have played this map so far.
Well, SSG now call a tactical timeout.
Took a minute to fucking telegraph what we're doing right there, and they just read it like a book. You're giving them way too much time to think. If those initial plays aren't there and we can't set those initial cranks, you gotta fucking flip off and go somewhere else. That shit took way too long last time, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it fucking simple. We want to go for something. Commit as 5 and just go for it. And if we can't do it, flip off and find something else. They're not good to the point where we can't just go anywhere on the map and crank these guys. All right, let's get it done.
Yep. Let's go.
Vamos.
Yeah, it's one of two things. We either crank fast upstairs.
I think it's good to go kitchen, but we always win kitchen. Yeah.
Just be aware, okay, guys. Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, guys. Playing so good. Let's go, boys.
Go, guys. Go kitchen, guys. Go kitchen.
I think I'll take the Mozzie, bro.
Fight there. Play my turtle. Play my turtle.
I'm taking the Mozzie, alright? I'm gonna bait games and go up.
Yeah. Okay. Put one down from Master. Okay. They're gonna play for you. Okay, Doki. Last game against
I'm not playing there.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put the Mozzie.
He's going to bait games. Then it's going to go up. No, really good insight there. And I think obviously we got to hear with SSG first up. It's like, you know, let's commit a little bit better in the rounds. And then at the end we got to hear a bit of G2. Doki feeling a little bit more amped up, maybe less sweaty, maybe having to cool down a little bit, which is helping inside of the server. And yeah, I think for G2, again, these rounds don't need to be super clinical. Just scrape over the line, get these rounds on the board, slowly build into some form. It's 5-3 now. Okay, looks a little bit better on the scoreboard in comparison to 5-1. Helps with the mental side of things. And you're also starting to play better. I thought Lyra was just instrumental in that round with the kitchen hold. Gets a double kill. I think one side on the trophy side and then the other over towards the library hallway side. So to be able to do that when you're kind of getting pinched, get those 2 kills, and then Kit gets stuck first floor as well, ended up being, I think, the most important aspect of that round for at G2 and why they ended up winning. Even though it did eventually come down to a 2v2, they were still in the position to win that because of what Laura did.
Well, I really like this from Benja. All the way through lobby already. I mean, he's already hitting sight. G2 will not have a clue.
Oh, wow. This is incredible. Yeah, and this is actually on cam as well. That is a Valk on cam. Uno is wondering how has he walked in through, quite literally, the front door of this site. And I think even Benja at this point is like, now what do I do? I've just gotten sight, killed someone, and no one's here. What is this round? Doki, though, with the double. Well, he didn't need to bait games at all. Made his way to piano. This is a bizarre round. From Benja walking into sight, free kill onto a Valk on cam. G2 then clear out the rest of SSG, and they're on the verge of making this 5-4. Well, that was a crazy 30 seconds or so.
Been a crazy day. Chalet just seems to be producing something special this afternoon.
Benja's like, I've got sight, everyone, and they're like, okay, we're coming, and then they all die.
Well, I think Benja wanted to rotate to try and support the team. Yeah. By the time he got there, everyone was dead.
Yep. And Fault's stuck outside now in a 1 versus 3 with 90 seconds on the clock. I mean, we've just had a timeout. He could take an impromptu one if he wants to. Kind of just sit back outside and obviously the players themselves can kind of just talk things over, because for SSG, this is the reality for this map, and what we've seen today is that attacking is just proving to be quite difficult.
It really has been a grind. And if you put a foot wrong, you just get absolutely crushed. And I think SSG will be quite disappointed. Just
so Ben,
off the back of that.
Ben, after this, what are you thinking? Ben each, after this round, has concluded, which will obviously happen at some point in favor of G2. What do you get rid of, either side?
Well, I mean, for context, it was...
You get rid of the Blackbeard here. I mean, Ashen's kind of been sitting on it a little bit. I mean, it hasn't really been all that impactful.
It was the Valk Monty in the first half.
You could have the Valk be taken off the board if you're SSG. Wolf's almost getting the kill onto Blaz. Could have made it interesting. Could have made it a 1v2 with just over 20 seconds, but Blaz able to keep his life intact. Position known, takes a tag, comes down trophy stairs, and yeah, you would imagine in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
I'm going to take a punt and say Valk baby.
Okay. I mean, I literally just pretty much said that.
Did you?
I
don't think you did. Well, what do you think? Do you think Valk BB as well?
I think Valk BB.
Okay.
BB, of course, being Blackbeard.
Stole that one from Fox on the desk. It's kind of cool like that. He's a chill guy.
He is a chill guy. All right, let's see what actually comes through here as we've gone through the 3 rounds of the second half, and it's Valk and
it's still
1B.
Good enough.
Do we get half a point there instead of BB? It's just B for Blitz. Yeah, this was a strange start to the round. 2.5 minutes. Benja walks into sight, gets the kill, and then Doki with a double up above, and well, SSG just couldn't follow through with that entry from Benja. Really good response, and G2 in general this half, really good response.
Nice, guys! Let's fucking go, guys. So good, man.
It was really good.
Well, considering how badly the round started, it was a very good recovery, yeah.
Uno's gone from probably about to crash out, being like, how am I dead? What are you guys doing? To, yeah, good job, everyone.
In the space of about 30 seconds, probably even faster.
So 5-4, finally, we get ourselves that close game we were searching for with the 5-1 half to SSG. It felt like maybe they were going to run away with things, but again, proving to be very defender-sided, and G2 are getting their turn themselves. So no Valkyrie available for G2, no Blitz available for SSG.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
And now this is something we saw earlier. Of course, Jaeger able to catch the Capitao bolts means it does reinforce that position top library. See a little bit more of those changes, of course, on the reveal panel next Sunday. I've already noticed that people have caught on to the Jaeger buff. And in the past, this ended up, especially with Capitao, being a very easily clearable position. And in the earlier match, they basically had to give it away. Like the attacking team just couldn't clear it out. And it was like, okay, we're going to rotate.
Yeah, it's an immediate pivot.
Rayora as well for J90. So what are SSG planning here? 10th round, 5-4, 3 rounds in a row for G2. This one heating up.
Map sweep. Capitao not going direct library, at least not initially. Ashen to play frontline info.
Breach!
Rayora as well is going to be the potential real difference maker here. Depending on what the approach will be here from SSG, I feel like it may be a tool used to prevent retake later. Really reinforced Vert. Obviously you need to compete for that first and gain that control. G2 not looking to give it away for free. Deployable shield in the hands of Alamau, and he's playing off that. At that pillar position. Gates to go down.
Yeah.
Impact in response though, so good counterplay from G2.
Yeah, Lawyer at the core. Newers with a double kill for SSG, and finally they look strong on the attack as Bolt will also follow suit. Ashen on the Blackbeard getting lit up, but makes his way down library stairs successfully as Uno will indeed fall to Newers as well. This is the SSG we were expecting in this second half. Absolutely clinical on the attack, slicing through the defense of G2. And Ashen will get this plant down, and not much that Alamau can do besides a free kill onto J90. And SSG will very much, you would imagine, take a 6-4 lead, but Alamau just says this round is not over yet. 3 kills, brings it to a 1 versus 2, 30 seconds in the post plant, but surely in what is one of the more difficult post plants to win, with so little time remaining, this should not be possible. You still have to clear a big window as well. You've still got to deal with the Blackbeard shield. And indeed, the shield wasn't even necessary as Ashen pulls out the gun, puts an end to the round, and 6-4 lead for SSG puts them on match point.
Certainly one of the more creative attacks we've seen this afternoon here on Chalet, and certainly one of the more successful ones as well. The combo there of the Rayora and the Blackbeard to get that space on that top 4 after initially getting very quick control over towards Piano, presumably off a 2-play stream. It's really fun to watch. The impact did come out in response to G2, but that hold was just under such immense pressure and they couldn't withstand it. So clean work there from SSG.
Nice try, bro.
Noah's in the chat, by the way, wrote Ali mid.
That's toxic.
That's not something that's... well, you can clearly tell there after they need your stats up. That, I was not making that one up. Yeah, a little bit of banter in the chat between these two. Mal did pad his stats a little bit, but hey, I mean, he also made a somewhat winnable chance for himself after the initial 3 kills. It was always going to be very difficult to finish off his early work, though.
Remaining.
So 6-4 as admirable as the comeback as it's somewhat been for G2. It's probably, again, a showcase in that round that SSG have really got their number right now, and 2 opportunities to close this out. We haven't had a 7-5 even yet today on the A stream. Feels like a very complete SSG roster though, doesn't it? Yeah. So much firepower. And Nua's 13 in his debut for this roster.
They should retain #1 in NAL. It's more so a question of can they crack the top 4 at international events.
Kill does go the way of Uno with a Nitrocell onto Asher. No Blackbeard, but Uno traded by Benja shortly thereafter. There's entry through main entrance for Fultz. Also cleared out that Barstock position. And Nuez continues his rampage and also on to Alamau, who he was very much giving some words to in the chat as well, and clearly ready for Loira. Nuez is on an absolute heater in this match. In his debut for SSG, 15 kills, has been dropped. Blaz, very low on health. Doki, under a bit of pressure towards Fireplace Stairs, and the plant going down now by Fultz, and it's looking very likely that SSG are going to make quick work of G2 here at Reload. They only put in the 1 reload, the 1 bullet up for grabs, but SSG probably thinking they should have done all 2. It's 7-4 on Chalet, and the North Americans are on fire in Brazil.
Yeah, the good times continuing for North America. That streak still unbroken. Questions remain as to whether or not M80 can keep the good times rolling in a moment's time, but all focus currently here on SSG. Had to dig deep in this match to some extent, right, and really refocus off the back of their own tactical timeout, but they made it work, played some good siege, got that result across the line, and I think set themselves up for a successful tournament.
I think for Nuez as well, what a dream debut for him. 16 kills, setting the tone. The team as a whole was just absolutely singing the same tune. For G2, though, back to the drawing board for them, and at the moment, even for EU.
Blaz is so bad.
Welcome back, everybody. So far, it's been a terrible day for EU, and that's okay because
that is okay.
I am a Brazilian fanboy, so it doesn't matter. I have lost the love after Boston, and it needs to be rekindled for me to believe in my own region one more time. Well, you know what? Falcons taking an L. G2 now taking another L against SSG. Looks like all the prep and the hard work that this squad puts in is paid off.
You know, like I said, I was worried who was going to be that X factor that Forrest was on this original roster, but as Fox was saying, bringing on Newers, bringing in that firepower, having that playmaking ability. Newers in specific was that player for this outside of J90 right behind him. I mean, there was just some phenomenal gameplay coming out of SSG. And truthfully, for this and how they're starting, when we did NAL, it was a what day you were going to see from SSG. Either they were going to be on top of it or they were going to be lackluster. And today, they were absolutely on top of it. And again, adding that addition to Newers, I'm excited to see what tomorrow can look like from this roster.
I mean, we saw a lot of individual play. I mean, you can see Newers at the top there, 4 opening kills. Obviously, we know a great player is going to show up when put in these positions to shine. But there was a lot of moments where we saw SSG tighten up. They weren't throwing away free bodies. They were playing off of each other. The crossfires, the strategy from SSG in the post to late game situations was really well played. And that was the discipline that we wanted to see because we know better than anybody that Newers is a top player. Absolutely. But it's the discipline that we needed to see instilled in him. And this is the family joining SSG. You play on their time, you play in their fundamentals, and that's what we saw from SSG. Newers played great a part of it.
Well, I hope that Alamo gets to take his glasses off and actually see what's going on in the game because it's not really reflected on our scoreboard right now. It is game number 1. Fair enough, Ashen usually quite loud and at the bottom of the scoreboard, that's what we got, but when they have an entire team that's playing up, you can't really say anything about it.
And again, the beginning to all of this, you are reloading X amount of bullets. Both teams only put 1 bullet in.
Exactly.
So I'm sure SSG might be kicking themselves a little bit. It's like, why didn't we put 2? We put up such a display of a dominant performance. So maybe going into tomorrow, they put up 2, where maybe G2's like, okay, we need to put up 2. We understand where we went wrong. We know what we need to fix, but it's still so early on. So I'm expecting a good resurgence from G2. But again, for SSG, they're looking hot.
Or hearing Ashen at the end, like, these guys are trash, which is, he usually says that, but in this case, it definitely did look like SSG had a great handle on the matchup. Again, it is only game number 1 here, the opener, and like what we talked about before, is that these 2 squads had to play one another because nobody else wanted to play against them. That's something that you can play up yourself, but at least be comfortable even if you take an L at the end of it.
Of course, I mean, it's a situation now where SSG is going to go into tomorrow. No one's going to want to pick them. G2 now, that was a very uncharacteristic showing of them. I could see them being one of the first teams that get to pick out. That was probably, I don't know if it was the worst performance of the day so far. I believe it was, but doesn't really look like G2 is comfortable just yet.
Gentlemen, Maria standing by with Benjamaster from SSG. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, we are back, and SSG made G2 struggle a lot because of you. You know that? So tell me more about reloading only 1 bullet. G2 also did that, so you both, I guess, expected to be a tougher game, or no?
I mean, I wanted to use all bullets against LMAO, but you know, the team decided to use 1, and you know, it's fine to just start off the tournament easy.
Okay, going easy. Okay. Also, talking about Alamo, it's the first time that you were facing him? Second time, yeah. So I guess that helps you, you know, during the game and with SSG, because you just know how he plays, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I know how he plays, so it helps a little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Definitely helps.
Yeah, it helps. Like, I didn't see the scoreboard, but, you know, he was playing pretty bad, probably because, you know, he's doing the same thing for like 5 years in a row, so he's pretty easy to read, so yeah.
Okay, I like that, trash talking. I like that. And also, Callout spoke about you guys giving time to think, and that was the major problem, I guess, right there. Talk more about that.
I mean, we knew before the game that LMAO, he would have a hangover. So our game plan was to like not give him so much time because he's really slow thinker. So that was basically just what he refreshed, you know, in the timeout.
So, okay, he's hungover. He drank a lot yesterday, you think?
Yeah, he definitely did.
You know him well, more than I do. So yeah, I believe in you. Thank you so much. And yeah, Milosh, did you drink yesterday or no?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, hey, like we were talking about, you know, egos and everything. I mean, Ben just said he wanted to reload the max amount of bullets going into this game. Unfortunately, you only could reload 2. They only picked 1. But obviously, you know, there's some fun in there. I don't think obviously Benja means that by any means, but I do like that.
Maybe he does. I mean, I don't know. I heard a lot of stories of what happened in Sao Paulo with the G2 boot camps. I don't know what's going on.
Listen, it's all fun. I mean, they deserve the trash talk after that performance anyways. I mean, Benja especially come from him. That's a former teammate for Alamau, so people that you don't know, they are former teammates. But again, I mean, you can't really say much back to that given SSG's performance.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense from what Benja was saying. Besides all the trash talk, just about Alamau playing very similar, I don't think it was just him. The whole team, very spread out, very individualized. They're not really playing off of each other. And I don't want to contribute that just to the IGLing of Uno. I really think it comes down to the fundamental of the team because they've always done that. They've found success. But when it's not working, they need to switch things up. And I feel like the frustration got the better of them. And that's something we're going to have to see going into tomorrow change, or else it's just going to be the same situation that happened in Boston.
What we saw was not the G2 that was popping off in the early times of Boston. That's definitely what we did not have in this game because there was a lot more cohesion when we saw them perform, but you can attribute it to it being game number 1 and warming into it.
Absolutely.
Who knows? We cannot start really like talking and pinching specific teams until we get to day 3, at least in my opinion. But we have to talk about our Blacklight detail and move on again. Brought to you by our wonderful sponsor here, Blacklight, one of the many that make Siege tick and Siege Esports tick. Especially, gentlemen, what do you got from them?
I mean, the specific detail was what we were highlighting for SSG, is the discipline, the way that they're playing off of each other when it matters most. You're going to see they have a huge man advantage right now. They know that G2 is in a pickle. They have to enter the site. But look, Benja's prone behind the wall. They don't need to move. And behind him is 4 members. You see the slow flank coming from up top, and you see the rest of the players not moving. They each have their own crossfire, and this is what you want to see from SSG. Back in the day, we saw wasn't really much communication on the site. They didn't know who was going when. But now they understand the fundamentals. They dwindle the time down. They know the flank is coming from up top. They just have to hold their angles.
Yeah, and this is the structure that we have talked about that SSG has, that when SSGs fire in on all cylinders, they are a strong and dominant team. And this just exercises the discipline, the structure that this team has, that they all trust in one another. They all know the crossfire. They all know the position that needs to take place, and they execute it flawlessly.
Right, in the last 10 seconds, that's where you see the flank come out. So everyone floods the site to overwhelm G2. You might think, oh, they're just running into the site. What are they doing? But it's because they're the distraction, so that the flank from up top can find success, gets the diffuser put down in a position where it's really difficult to plant anywhere, and it's an SSG round, and that's a discipline that we wanted to see. When you get the man advantage from playing over aggressive, you know, Newers was doing the heavy lifting, getting those picks. Now you just got to secure the rounds out, and that's a new and improved SSG.
Cohesion of SSG is what won it out here, as you both mentioned. And hey, G2 back to the drawing board. You really have to work on those fundamentals as a team because we expect a lot from the team because they keep talking about us needing to have higher expectations of them. They set them themselves. We've been talking about this for years at this point. However, that was our game between G2 and SSG. A great game to kind of go through and go through our detail here. However, we'll take a quick break. When we get back, it'll be a quick view on the Stream B before we head in for final game of the day. See you in a bit.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
shadows, as you said, like
yeah,
over half the round are gone. They hadn't seen anyone, but it wasn't like FaZe were hiding. FaZe were actively roaming the map trying to find them. More like passing each other, and FaZe were just being very careful and knowing where they had information and where they had control. And BDS just looked a little bit lost in that round. Not forgetting, Tim, they haven't got a tack timeout to use here. You might get a mini one for a quick second more between yourselves as players after this round where you get to ban another operator, but of course the coach can't intervene at that point. Just feels like I mentioned that a couple more rounds and FaZe have completely run away with this one, and BDS are going to struggle to play catch-up.
Moving into the third choice defensive side, then it's going to be control and storage for FaZe. They need to, it's going to be much the same as they did last time. They're just going to have a presence in a number of areas. They'll have at least 1 or 2 players up on the top floor. They might have somebody knocking around in basement as well. There's a couple of nitros, 3 nitros in fact on side. Somebody like FearX would be perfect to play, not necessarily in the basement specifically, but somewhere where he's got quick access to basement. So again, he can just play that deterrent role. So you don't want to go in and plant necessarily because you're worried about what the Valkyrie's going to do underneath. And they will certainly try to be holding on to server, to IT, to electrical. We can see the utility that they're committing in those areas to make sure that they've got what they need to do so. And again, BDS have got a full map clearance that they need to be doing here. And that's where the problem comes in. They seem to be unable to kind of, on a big map like that, even going all the way back to the map veto. You remember I said it, it's a big map. There's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up. And that's what BDS are struggling with on the attack.
Got the Rower on side, Tim.
We do. We do have the Rower on side.
It's funny, actually. I was speaking to Liloon yesterday over dinner when everyone was coming down and chilling out in the mess hall, as it were, of this event. And I asked her, I said, are we going to see much Rower at this event? And she's like, we play on a few sites. You'll see it come out. Won't show it to the max of all the strats that we've got in mind, but you'll definitely see it getting used by a number of teams, us included. And like now, you're seeing it using combo with Smokes to push on through and start getting control. And look at that, Tim. They've locked out control to give them an angle straight in towards site here. Trying to keep FaZe locked away, but no, they missed the mark on one. Andy had slipped the net, got rid of Freck, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
We have a major flurry at the beginning of the round, really. There's still over half of this to go. BDS is going to use that time, and while they get in the drone's position, we'll just give you a quick idea of what Rower does. She's actually gone for the round now. Freck has been taken out, but just applies a panel to a door, much like a castle barricade. It's fairly similar, but can be deployed at range. You just saw one on the door as we were passing through it there. There's a little target up at the top, and attackers or defenders can shoot that. They just need to be close enough to the panel, and it basically either opens or closes it. And it just allows the attackers to create new safe spaces and to, you know, lock defenders out of areas, create new angles, all sorts of things. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1. Vitter versus Robbie. Robbie is low health on the glass though, and Vitter with maybe a little bit of intel from his fallen teammates as well. I'd have to back him for this.
Yeah, he'll just hold this angle and hope that Robbie comes searching, because Robbie might not have the confidence here to go for a plant, knowing that he doesn't know where this last man is. But looking like he might actually took himself in the corner here. He's gone away from that site entirely and tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down. He's going to spray the wrong spot though if he's not careful. Oh, doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping and finds his man. Wins out the 1v1, as you say, Tim. FaZe up to 6 and 3. And BDS, try as they might, it was definitely a good effort. Just cannot find a single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half. I feel like FaZe have just kind of took it up a gear. It's, you know, they've always got that extra gear, don't they, this team? And they've really stepped it up now, and BDS are starting to feel the full force. We are back again. A quick look at B-Stream and what's happened there, but we have to continue on. Our final matchup is about to begin here at Reload in Rio. Welcome. I'm Milos, with me are Foxay and Laxing. And before we dive into our final matchup, let's bring up our bullet standings. What does our armor have to say for us so far? Wildcard are at the top with DarkZero, Furia, FearX, and Cloud9 game.
Hey, NA on top, baby.
Yeah, NA's looking good. Good start to the event, but it's only day 1. The Wildcard being at the top, I mean, that's nice. Good for them. Good for them.
I mean, like I said, you know, as the day shapes out, as these matches finish up, you're going to see teams just start to trend one another. Again, you only can reload a maximum of 2 bullets, so you're not going to gain that huge advantage unless you get those flawless victories that we almost saw a couple times, but unfortunately just couldn't get those done. So I'm curious to see who we're all going to see at the bottom.
Yes, I'm excited to see if the teams at the top will be risking more as the tournament goes on, or if they just want to play it safe, just go for 1 bullet a day, try to make sure that they're just not at the bottom. That'll be interesting to see what the thought process will be like from those teams at the top.
Gentlemen, there's a lot on our plate, and oh my god, oh, he's there! Fabian's there! Alert! 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 Fabian is in the seat! This now man is married, by the way. Congratulations to Fabian and his wonderful wife. I was there at the wedding, very honored to be part of it. But look at him, he's so fired up. I don't know if his hand is on the mouse or anything, but he looks real excited.
He's 1v1 right now. We might see him jump in.
I mean, I feel bad whoever's 1v1ing him because they're beating up on an old guy.
If somebody's doing bad on M80, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabian pulls him out, sits down, starts playing himself.
Honestly, at some point, I would imagine it. However, having known Fabian for many, many years at this point, I think he was just playing a strategy game just like us, because we're old now, and we've been talking about that. So that's just kind of how it is. But we're going to use that to move on to our next piece with Fabian now at the helm behind M80 as a coach. A huge move. Moving out from PSG Talon and behind a North American team. If you would have told me this even a year ago, I would have spit on you. Not believing you at all.
I mean, with M80, you really have to talk about the start from them. Time and time again, we say, oh, this M80 roster is going to be the super team. And obviously, they went for an overzealous pick of picking up a rookie IGL going into Boston. They crashed and burned. But now M80 has been able to swap that out for one of the best IGLs in NA within Hot and Cold. They're able to pick up Gavini too, who was the top member on Unwanted. And now we have a little bit of a redemption story. We have Houghton coming back to his 2 teammates that he won the Manchester Major with. 3 teammates.
Diffuser, Gavini, Gunner.
Gavini was on that team.
Yeah,
well.
Yeah, it seems.
Hot and Cold.
Beast Coast at this point.
That's old Beast Coast, and now they're fully, they just got Kino, which if he's not playing on shields, I think M80 will be suffice enough. They can get Hot and Cold in those shields, but obviously the new leadership and the backing of their new coach is something that's desperately needed on M80. And them finally rounding out this team, it really does look, I'm going to say it again, like M80's best shot at being a super team.
I'll say this, I think the biggest factor here outside of them kind of rekindling this old Beast Coast roster is the fact that Fabian is here to bring a new look into this team, a new vision, whereas before we saw that old Beast Coast, it started to dwindle, it started to get poor, and then people were going to different rosters. Then now they find themselves here again. So the biggest thing that I'm looking at is what Fabian can bring to this team and just revolutionize what the M80 is going to be looking like now.
I really want to see Fabian a little bit of maturing as the teams go on. You know, going from coaching to G2, then going to Talon, and now coming to M80. I really want to see him behind the scenes on how he is with his players and how he's matured in that endeavor.
Yeah. I would assume that it would be quite different than how it is or how it used to be with PSG and with G2 prior to that. But then again, different teams, different dynamics that you have to look for. And at least for me, this looks like a straight up upgrade from what we had and what we saw at M80 in Boston at the Invitational, because that ship had really sunk 7 billion feet underwater. Anyways, let's move on to their opponents, WCHEMI on the other side, taking a bit of yoga to relax and dive into it before we get into game. This is a squad that has carried forward the mantle of W7M after last year's Invitational, at least the year before that, SI24 here in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and everybody was doubting, but when they saw them even in their first game, they're thinking, my God, do they have potential, and they realized it.
Yeah, and they won Montreal. Everyone was counting them out. Everyone was saying that was going to be BDS's event. They came out of nowhere and continued that reign of the WCHEMI organization's run. So now we find themselves here, and the biggest thing when you're looking at this roster, it's not Volps, it's Palu. This is something for back me and you, even when you, I mean, Palu and Nesk, those were 2 names historically throughout Brazilian rosters. On that Liquid team, that was the dynamic duo. You never saw those 2 not separate. You never saw those 2 not at the highest part of the leaderboard for kills. Now, those 2 have split. Palu finds himself on W7M. So this is a very big focal point of how well Palu is going to do without his teammate and his duo of Nesk.
Though I have to burst the bubble of Liquid fans. You say dynamic duo of Nesk and Palu. I think the dynamism of that duo had pretty much disappeared by SI21 in Paris. And we kind of waited 4 years for the move that needed to happen, and now it did.
Funny enough, I talked to Palu yesterday. I asked him, was it your decision to leave Liquid, to leave Nesk, leave that behind? And he said it was his decision. He thought about leaving early before when they weren't finding their success, but he felt comfortable. He thought they could try to make that run. They were already attending SI, so why not give it a shot? Why not try to win that title that they've been so close to, but they couldn't get it done? So I think this was the right move for him to separate, try to figure out something new, create his own vision now, where it's not Nesk with him, it's him on his own, now with a new roster, and creating something different.
It's a really bittersweet situation when you know that you have the potential around you to succeed and to win, but when you go that long without making it to that level and crossing that border, you just want to be able to get back into things, maybe switch things up. And obviously joining a team like W7M, I think their dedication is something that stands above the rest of the teams out here. Of course, Brazil is one of the most dominant regions, but W7M, the passion of all these players, because most of them are fairly fresh to the scene. It's only been 2-3 years competitively that we've been seeing them consistently turn up to these tournaments, and they have not let us down. And they're a fan favorite too.
Well, you talk about wasted potential, at least not fulfilling that potential in such a personal way, Fox. I feel like it's really coming down from the heart when you talk about it. I don't know where that might have come from.
I mean, roster changes at the end of the day will always be very difficult, especially if you are the player to make the decision to leave a team. There's no bad blood.
I was just saying that maybe you were mentioning yourself when it comes to unrealized potential with the whole squad. But anyways, let's move on to our next piece. Our map is set. Sorry about that.
I don't understand, to be honest.
Oh my. All right.
We're gonna get Chalet, please. Ban this map for today. Absolutely not. I am going in there. I am having a big fight with the TM.
I'm gonna say this after covering the Brazilian league, seeing a lot of these Brazilians play Chalet. Chalet is a very comfortable map for W7M. They like this map. Now they're just adding Palu to it, which Liquid was another team that really enjoyed Chalet. Yeah. So you aren't really changing up a whole lot on how you're approaching this map. I assume W7M is just going to slot Palu in where they think they need him, what positions he can play, and they're just going to play a basic game of Chalet that we've been seeing so far. What I want to see finally is really good attacks, and then to fall back on that defense, find the success there, and close it out beautifully. As for M80, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to expect here, but I definitely know what we're going to see from W7M.
We're going to see a little bit of cat and mouse. Gunnar and Loben, this map is very roamer heavy when it comes to having a solo lurker that's able to make plays, and then somebody who's always set on finding him. So Gunnar and Loben are those two players on their teams that will be in those respective roles. So seeing them go back and forth to see who gets that opening kill honestly will decide a lot of these rounds and where they go, because I don't see either of these teams throwing away the man advantage or throwing away these rounds. They have too much on the line, and the discipline is something they're focusing on for Relay.
Gentlemen, these two teams have put up both bullets for this game. This is a game of potentials between these two squads, and I cannot wait to get into it. Speaking of which, Cousin Xenox, gentlemen, it is all yours for W7M. I know you've said and screamed that name so many times over the years. Versus M80, all yours.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the organization, it's good to see them back on home soil. For M80, can they keep the good times going for North America? That's the big question, right? Like, it's been their day today, but this is a big task. This is actually what I would consider the toughest task the North American team has faced today. That's not a bold
statement. You've set the stage. You've raised expectation on this match. And put some pressure on W7M.
Wow, 50-50 split as well for our final match of the day when it comes to the A stream. I think for M80, you know, when you think about the changes they've made to this roster, and even then including Fabian in that, will it be enough to overcome a more stable team like W7M? Of course, Dash has gone, Palu comes in, so there is that one change, but otherwise it's still that core roster that we've actually seen make grand finals now and really make their own mark in terms of the history books for what is an established organization.
Did see they did perform though at Boston though for W7M, so I think they're very much looking to recapture the magic that they had prior to that, and I think injecting Palu could be one path towards achieving that goal. We'll certainly have to wait and see just how effective it is inside of the server, but yeah, I mean, M80, rejuvenated squad, looking very strong. They have all the parts. But it's a storyline that, as the desk kind of alluded to, is one that we have seen time and time again for this organization. So can M80 buck that trend and finally actually make it work?
So first bands come out. It's going to be Monty Blackbeard taken off the board in terms of defensive operators, and Azami, in terms of attacking, and Azami and Kaid for defensive. So we get underway. First half, it's Chalet once again. 4 out of the 5 games today have been on Chalet for the A stream, so we've very much gotten enough Chalet, I think, for the remainder of this tournament.
That would have been...
We need to put a ban on the map.
That's what I was going to say. Imagine they added that as another additional rule, is you can't play the same consecutive map. I don't know how you would formulate that.
W7M, of course, home soil, attacking first up. That's been the difficult nature of this map. And that's now, because we're going into the 4th time today, actually got a decent little sample size. This is not just like, oh, we played it once or twice. No, we played it 3 times. And in all 3 situations on this map, attacking has proved to be the more difficult aspect. So if you're M80, at the very least, you kind of begin on defense, get to a bit of a good start. Imagine if that trend continues. And both teams have actually gone and bet the 2 bullets.
Yeah.
Which, if I'm going to be honest, I feel like maybe M80 would have been the team of the 2 that would have maybe only gone in with the 1.
Yeah, been a little bit more conservative.
They backed themselves in, though.
Yeah.
Curious to see how things are going to work out for them, for both teams, as they begin reload. As we're kind of winding down for the day, actually. They would have been sitting around there. I wonder, as teams and as players, if you prefer to just play early, or if you sleep in, have the day, chill out, maybe watch the games. Sure.
Probably depends on which region you traveled from to an extent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, maybe for W7M, they'd just be itching ready to go. Would have preferred the morning game. They get their opportunity, though, against M80 now. So no Blackbeard, no Monty, so no shields in play for W7M this round at least. Azami, Kaid, they don't have to deal with that. And the Repel entry into Solar. Shit, by the way, mention that is not Nua's. He's got 16 frags, but not quite into this game, as Logan will get the opening kill onto Hot and Cold. If any, we'll get the trade at least onto Dodes and shuts down the Ash. Did lose the goo mines though from Legion, so not ideal for M80 on the defense. And also not only that, but W7M starting to get some decent map control and putting pressure straight in towards the site. Volts has gone just straight for a look in towards Kitchen. Bulletproof camera is up, so probably doesn't feel all that safe to go for the plant. And despite it being watched, he's just walking through. This is super ballsy from Volves. Deals with it. No pressure whatsoever. And he can just go for the plant. M80, hello, you're watching him quite literally.
I can't hear him.
Someone going to actually deal with him. Indeed, finally, it's Diffuser who does eventually peek from above and gets the kill onto Volves. And they did find another kill as well elsewhere, the Nitrocell.
Changing mags.
Yeah, W7M with good early pressure, but M80 not panicking, retaining control up above, and doing so able to deny that first plant attempt. Parley with the follow-up. Loban to try and cover horizontally. Pressure from above. M80 unable to deny. Drop from Gunner immediately, and he finds the kill. So Loban now with the 1 versus 4. Good for 1. Narrowly misses the second. Diffuser already being touched, and Loban will not be able to get there in time. Go for the final kill, and M80 able to consolidate in that first round.
Yeah, strange round. You know what it kind of reminds me of is the SSG G2 game where we saw the Nook just kind of rush into sight, get the free kill onto Uno, I think it was Benja, and then they ended up losing that round anyway. Pretty similar situation with Volps just kind of literally walking into sight, deals with the BPC, and then eventually lost his life to the vert above, but he almost got that kit down initially, and it was kind of given over to W7M to walk in. A little bit of a bait because he's got the vert up above anyway with Office and Bedroom. But in the end, I guess pretty well done from M80. And yeah, Kino getting that Nitrocell onto Dots as well, certainly helping out. And yeah, I don't think this was ever a post-plant situation that W7M would ever going to be successful in. Good start for M80 though. Certainly didn't wilt under the pressure. Number 3 for Fabian. On the jersey. Do coaches usually get a number?
I wonder what it represents.
Yeah, I think that for M80, you know, the addition of Fabian, it's going to be a big one, but there's always that talk about, you know, can use PSG Talon really as an example on the way he kind of coached that team, very aggressive in nature. Will that translate? Will that work a little bit better for M80? That's going to be the question. And the other question of it, maybe does he calm down a little bit in his older age?
I just had a look at his Wikipedia. He is 30 now, so he's pushing 40.
He's
1 foot in the grave.
The blitz employed here by Dot. Swift entry into games. He has stepped on a goo mine, but bearing no mind to it. Nitrocell does not hit the mark, and Dot's continuing to push forward. Never dealing with that goo mine, and in the background, Volts is going for the plant over towards default. Kino's not going to be able to get over to Deny. The smoke, of course, was up as well. Diffuser has gone down, and this is looking like a very successful, swift round from W7M. Just a pretty much clean hit in towards games, get the plant down. Wasn't even at the half wall, was just in the smoke. Wondering if he can maybe go for the long arm of the law and reach and try and get this counter defuse. Wants to wait until he's got someone helping. Hot Gold cannot help at all. Lost his life immediately. Nicely done from Dodez in the post plant outside. And that was a quick round from W7M. Good response.
Number 3 for Fabian. 3 hammers.
Maybe.
2 as a player, 1 as a coach.
Maybe.
I think I've unlocked it. The Easter egg.
If he wins another one, does he change his number to 4?
With this team, do you think they're going to lift the hammer?
No, I'm not.
That
is not an implication. No. Yeah, good round from W7M though, and I think just punishing M80's lack of awareness towards big window, and the push through that was the big one as well with the blitz.
Well, technical pause. We haven't had our rehost for this game yet, so we might get that out of the way now.
Did we have one in the previous one? I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I think we skipped one. I hope that doesn't mean it like converts over into this one. We get 2. Luckily though, not a rehost, so. Seems like we are getting back into things. That was probably the shortest tech pause you'll ever get, so be thankful. Yeah, it's a quick 1-1, but more importantly, if you want to put an emphasis, it's an early attacking round for W7M. So that's the big takeaway for me. Again, today it's been all about defense when it comes to Chalet, but for W7M, swift entry, good plant, good execution.
Yeah, that definitely come at a premium.
I think it was Dots on the blitz that cleared all the way through Barstock, even with the goo mine.
5 seconds left.
Kind of at least pushing back M80 and not allowing them to have the space to be able to deny that plant. So really well executed by W7M.
Blitz in play for round number 3. So do we continue to see that pace amp up here from W7M?
Well, and this is the thing as well. After this round, then you can bring a ban back in. So for M80, it's kind of like, okay, well, we've already banned out 2 shields. If the blitz is giving us issues, do we then ban out the blitz as well? And go all in on that. And the nature of the new ban system. And to be fair, on the flip side, I'm not too sure if there's much that W7M would look at and say, we want to take this away from M80. There's the blitz employed once again. Playing behind it is Loban. Goes for the wide swing over towards Kitchen Hallway. Tots has been so aggressive on this so far, just trying to take as much space as possible. And he's got so much good information in towards Dining as well. That can be played off, but no one there close by. And in fact, it's Dots that's copying a lot of heat right now. Gunner cooking inside of Dining, gets the pick. Stands up though, and here comes a little bit of help. He has been downed. Dodez looking for more. That's a good one. That will have to be taken out. Oh, that's a free kill up above. Oh. Almost. Diffuser still alive. And very fortunate, to be honest.
Yeah, single digits HP it would appear for Diffuser. Minute 30 on the clock, so at the halfway point, W7M have fought hard for limited map control. Bolts to go out. Dodez seemingly wanting to escort that Diffuser up through Solar and has good information to potentially make this play work. We'll need some assistance though from the rest of the team, of course, as they'll lurk into their execute positions. Hot and cold with a nice angle in towards that front balcony position and could potentially catch somebody off guard, but thinks better of it, maybe trying to catch timing elsewhere.
First real slowdown moment really of this match. First 2 rounds, certainly with some pace behind it. So going with the switch onto the Solar side. The final vault as well available from Dodez as they look to team up and deal with this castle barricade. 40 seconds, looking to make entry. Dodez finds another one. He's got 6 inside of the opening 3 rounds. Now deep into sight, going for the plant. Again, good response from Kino with the Nitrocell. He's found 2 of those so far throughout the early portion of this match, but the plant has been successful, and that's something that M80 and more importantly Fabian wouldn't be too happy with to see these plants down. But hey, if you're going to find the kills in response and deny them a good post-plant position, it's not the end of the world. Loban in towards Solar. Can he light them up? That's one, and almost to the second. Hot and cold holds on, and M80 will retake the lead 2-1. So it's 2 rounds. Oh, is it 3 rounds now the plant has gone down successfully, but 2 counter diffusers. Certainly a little bit of a concern, and of course now with the 3 rounds played out, we head into the ban phase behind the scenes, and I do wonder surely that blitz will get banned out because it's been the most prevalent side of the attack for W7M.
Yeah, a bit of an intriguing round there. I'm still not entirely sure if it was a conscious decision from M80 to allow the plant to go down, play retake, or if they simply didn't hear it or didn't feel comfortable reacting, because we saw them very static once that plant went down. We saw the BPC immediately slapped and then the diffuser went on the ground. I would have thought they'd be within range to hear it. As we look back at that previous round, a lot of action down below initially. The Blitz trying to fight hard for control. Dodo's with a nice clean 1-tap to get entry, and then that plant went down. Gav and Kino caught over towards Closet. Logan did his best as his 2 teammates fell in the post, but hot and cold with clean trade, and M80 evidently pretty pleased with that result.
Well, we've had the bans come through, and the Blitz remains available for Dots, but the Capitao no longer available for W7M. Ella also has been banned out, so curious about that. And I guess that removes some dump potential for the ADSs onto the Jaeger in terms of clearing out them.
Yeah, we'll bolster the catch
10 seconds remaining.
So can certainly lock down a stronger position for M80 defensively, 2-1 lead.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
And again, I think the pass mark, for W7M has got 2 rounds before they really maybe for a team of their caliber, they'd be maybe not too happy with that, but it's just the nature of what we've seen from Chalet today. Gunner with a peek outside of Piano, went a little early on the spray, and Palu's able to avoid losing his life. Maybe a little bit of patience necessary there for Gunner.
A big spotlight on Palu for this event, joining the team, and I'm sure he'll be under the microscope a little bit this particular event.
We heard that, you know, didn't necessarily want to leave Team Liquid. It's just the way that it's panned out, and all things considered, he's joined obviously a very strong roster.
Loading new man.
But as he said, after SI, maybe a case of just retooling a little bit. Had a very, very good 2024.
Air jab in place.
So far today, though, North America undefeated. And maybe looking to continue that. Decent start so far on the defense. W7M may be wanting to be a little bit more cautious here. Now we go basement. Need to clear out a lot. And so far, there's only really 2 players playing a little bit more of that first floor lurk in Gaveni and Gunner. Gaveni up to top floor now, pushing Solar side, and I imagine he's going to bring his way all the way across and look to try and catch W7 off guard. And he very well may work. If he makes his way over towards the Mez, peeks down, and they're not ready for it, he should get a free kill.
Yeah, late flank. Where are those air jabs been placed, though, from Palu? Surely can
Logic Bomb, though. Well, to be fair, Gaveni hasn't made his way all the way to the mezzanine. Not sure if this has been heard. And looking for another plant. This has been the one downside for M80. They have allowed these kits to go down, and again, uncontested. This has happened too many times now. It's becoming a trend, and so much so, this time at least W7M not only get the kit down, but they find the kills to go with it. Absolutely just clearing their path forward in towards the basement. The flank didn't work. Nothing worked for M80 that round. And again, clinical for W7M, so much so they brought the techno music out as well. The party has begun maybe a little bit prematurely. 2-2 is the scoreline.
Yeah, concerning for M80, when you have the likes of a Maestro, Goyo, and Warden set up, and you're allowing a plant to go down, at least largely what we saw towards the tail end, pretty uncontested and unsighted, that's quite concerning, because you should have one of those pieces of the puzzle directed on towards that default plant position, whether it be the Warden contesting it in the face of utility, or the Maestro having line of sight, or the Goyo stalling out with canisters. We didn't seemingly see that be particularly impactful from M80 in that round. Unlike the previous round above, where they were able to quickly scramble and find those swift picks. Unfortunately, that time around, and arguably in a much more difficult position naturally on that main bridge. couldn't pull it off. And so with that, a 2-2 scoreline, and W7M reaching at least basically today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good sign, right? It might be a 2-2 scoreline, which, again, the indication is that it's very much equal right now, but the 2 attacking rounds for W7M would be a concern for Fabian and for M80. And the biggest concern would be, and again, this is from probably a coach's perspective, is the fact that these plants just keep happening. That's probably the most concerning part of everything.
And in a very uncontested fashion.
Yeah, there needs to be more of a contest from M80 for W7M. This has just been far too easy.
I mean, credit though to W7M, right? It isn't completely on M80 allowing this to happen. W7M are finding these very specific positions and timings and making it work.
Just play outside right now, W7M, and see whether or not M80 want to get aggressive at these windows. Volps does a bit of work with the shock drone inside of the building. He spots one, it's Gunnar over the Mez. He senses an opportunity, gets on the rappel. It feels like to me, I mean, again, it's a 2-2 scoreline, but W7M's attack, they're setting the pace and the tone right now. They've got the control. M80 have been able to get 2 rounds, and a lot of that has been off the back of those quick plants. They can sometimes find the kills quick enough to be able to re-establish a good position in the post plant.
Target located.
This is the concern. If W7M get the earlier kills in the rounds, then the actual on-site execution has been perfect. Well, that's going to make it even harder for M80, and now they have to do it without Gunnar. He was spotted earlier at the mezzanine, eventually has been targeted and taken out. 1-5 start for Gunnar, not ideal. W7M once again seemingly in control here in the 5th round.
Yeah, certainly an unconventional performance from a player that we know can be one of the very best inside of the server. So no doubt he'll be frustrated and looking to refocus. 60 seconds then on the clock. W7M advantage, and we know they love going for these plants. Dodez able to double down.
Beautiful from Dodez.
And another.
Diffuser will fall. W7M are about to take a 3rd attacking round here on Chalet as Gavini just caught absolutely blindsided, shot in the back and hot and cold. The only one that remains now for M80. Flawless in the end, and I'm not too sure Fabian's going to be happy with the way this half has played out. For a map that's been incredibly defender-sided today, they've given up 3 attacking rounds to W7M. One more round in the half. It must get to 3-3 for M80, absolutely at a minimum.
I've got the popcorn ready in the microwave for that Fabian attack timeout. That's going to be content.
No need for attack timeout right now.
No.
It's still early days, still first half, still good opportunity to at least get a 3rd on the board and then see how your own attack half goes next up. But ultimately, for M80, it's... Yeah, I mean, you've got the 2 rounds, but it's just the nature of which the game has been playing on the terms of W7M. Like, we haven't seen a resounding, dominant round from M80. They've won a couple of rounds, but off the back of it being a little bit touch and go. Whereas W7M have won probably 2 of their 3 rounds quite dominant fashion, so that's the concern. Double catch denial as well will buy a combination, again with no Capital. It does mean that they can certainly fortify some positions.
Yeah, I presume they're going to go for the pillar / top library cross here. They also have the mirror in support to make that push either from the double window above on the front balk or library itself very challenging. I think this is a setup that got popularized, may have been in Boston or even a little bit before that. It can be rather effective. And, typically you're trying to go to Capital, but the Jaeger change, that's a challenge, and Capital evidently banned out anyway. This will be a nice challenge for W7M to try and overcome. It looks like they're also playing the wrap position in the corner, diffuser on the Jaeger, so honestly, I think the most optimal strategy for W7M may be leaning more into the horizontal, maybe a lurk down below as well, trying to gain control and force M80 back in that regard, because taking on that setup above, I don't really know if it's going to be the calculated play. You'd have to play it absolutely perfectly. And they don't have actually a ton of throwable utility to deal with it, especially not explosives. Again, can tail band out.
I think as well for Palu, coming into this roster, he doesn't have to do really a whole lot. He can kind of just slot in, play his role. He doesn't have to be the one to be a star. The core 4 from W7M have already shown they've got the capabilities to make grand finals, to be a top team and do some big things.
I mean, going back to the point of clearing this, it looks like W7M are eager to. Dodes needs to get value from those shock drones and clearing at least one, preferably both of these mirror windows. Oh, there's one.
Yep, one does get popped. You can hear that in the background.
I don't know which one.
Still good presence over towards the mezzanine for M80. Got Gaveni there as well.
Oh, there you go.
And there you go. He elects to just hold this position. In fact, all three can actually play off each other. I love the positioning for M80. This is going to be very difficult for W7M to clear this cleanly. Even if they can maybe get 1 or 2, I imagine they would lose a couple the other way around. Dodes has lost his life. There is that trade. Oh, Hollow. Diffuser gets caught in the hallway. Gunner falls as well. That's a swift 3K for W7M. Even though they lost the opening duel, M80 got the opening kill. It's 3 in quick succession for W7M. Really good pinch to clear up above, and that's just double stacking towards Bar. Kino just caught in the backside as well. I think he sensed all the pressure was up above, but no, Palu, he was actually playing away from the rest of the team. Gets them completely caught off guard, especially Kino. And that's a wonderful attack from W7M, really well orchestrated. And they get 4 attacking rounds on Chalet, bucking the trend of what we've seen today.
Yeah, I thought that top floor was going to offer a little bit more resistance for the defense. W7M, though, clearing one of those mirror windows. Rest of the team then able to time their run accordingly. Doing a good job there to overwhelm a defensive hold. And by far and away, the most successful attacking half on Chalet we have seen so far here on the A stream. Been a decent amount of data at this point with how frequently the map has been played, and W7M will be rather confident heading into the second half. As we saw those bans play out, to reiterate, it was the Azami Kaid followed by the Monty and Blitz. So heavy emphasis on shields once again. How's your Portuguese? Have you been practicing since last time?
No. I think it's still one word, which is obrigado, or obrigado, whichever variation you want to use. But yeah, 4-2 lead for W7. Now I can't help but feel like this could be really ugly for M80. And I also wonder, when does Fabian pull the trigger in terms of a tactical timeout and gives them a bit of a spell, because... And it might be after this round, because you get to 2-5 and you're letting that scoreboard start to blow out. Maybe you trust them enough here to begin the second half and say, okay, you make it 3-4, at least it keeps it close.
If we do see that, what kind of Fabian are we anticipating?
Yeah,
Is it going to be the
it is day one, and you are playing W7M, so you might be a little bit contained. But it remains to be seen, but that is an early kill for Dots onto Gunner, and not the way you want to start your attacking half if you are M80, now without the Lion, and Gunner can just not get inside of the server right now.
Yeah, key player. W7M finding.
Yeah, and the other part of all of this as well, you know, for M80, an organization, a team that typically has come under some pressure, and when you kind of look at Wildcard won today, SSG won today, DarkZero won today, and it's like, well, for M80, if they're a little bit behind the eight ball, and you've got Shopify Rebellion as well waiting in the wings, is this a team that's going to miss out on majors and SIs? I'm going super early. They're playing W7M, but it's more so referencing the fact that North America is looking really, really strong, so it's not going to be as simple as just walk in, claim a qual spot.
Reloading.
You'd hate to be the one team that
is
the one to lose.
Exactly.
Today. Even if the impact is minimal in terms of the context of the event and the year, of course, it is just one DO1, but it's all about putting your best foot forward here at Reload for the 25-26 campaign. As we hone in now to round number 7. And the Yokais from the Echo of Dodes gaining some decent information toward that dining hall position. Elsewhere, Diffuser looking to lurk on the Deimos, has 3 available defenders to ping out. Stalled out though, however, by this gas canister from Loban. Looking to maybe double down with Hot and Cold on the Blackbeard. Palu finding himself in an aggressive position, spotted out, forced back, makes the right call. Walking into that cross though is the attack. Oh, good stun.
Yeah, that is really well orchestrated by W7M.
And it just allowed Volps to just creep forward a little bit in library.
Well, 2 spotted as well. Volps can call this out to the rest of his team. He needs a little bit of help, a little bit of backup, but no one close by to really help and get a trade. He's caught on an island. Die on that island. 50 seconds left. Still the advantage with W7M, but M80's not going to go down without a fight. Hot and Cold makes an entry in through Office. You get to that half wall. There is presence. Double stack into the Office side of things for W7M, but Kino finds a kill onto Dodes and keeps this round alive. The Echo taken off the board. It's a big pick. Don't have to deal with the drone. And under 30 seconds remaining. They're making something happen. Diffuser in a 1 versus 2. Did lose 2 players though in quick succession. Dots and Palu. Can they get the revive onto Hot and Cold through Diffuser? Absolutely not. They were never going to allow that one to happen. Swift denial, a swift round win, and W7M 5-2 up. And I have got my eyes glued on the second monitor to see if we get that tactical timeout. Surely this is where you pull the trigger if you're Fabian. You really cannot allow 6-2 to happen, and as we keep counting down, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a Fabian crash out. No timeout called. Snow Wine coming up for this next round, and W7M, oh, they're in cruise control.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They are absolutely chilling right now. And Palu's slotting in very nicely, 5-2, but the team itself is just gelling. Everything in the first half that they wanted to do, they were able to do. Get the plants down, had full control. Really made it difficult for M80 on their own defense, and yeah, good way to start the second half as well for W7M on their own defense now as well.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to reflect on the rounds thus far and the fact that M80 have only garnered the 2. And both of those were rather low percentage plays in the
5 seconds to go.
particular situations that played out. Really did not expect it to be this one-sided towards W7M at this point in time, but still an opportunity for M80 to activate on attack here. As we go down to basement for the 8th round. Bit of an intriguing lineup. The Kali in play. Perhaps indicative that we'll see aggression towards the rear, although currently Kino posted up main breach snowmobile. We'll make easy work of the breaches though, with no denial in play here from defense. Much more relying on denying space and gaining information with the likes of Smoke and the Legion, for instance. They've also been playing really well off info. We saw in the prior round the Echo be impactful. It is an Echo this time around, but it is an exchange onto the belt. And with no IQ in play, M80 dealing with that may prove to be a challenge.
I mean, I've got as far to say this has to be a must-win round for M80. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's been halted since the 3rd round.
Boy, I mean, look how many players from W7M are just looking to pounce here.
Smelling blood in the water. North America so far today has been a region that has seen resounding success, but it may close the day out with a loss courtesy of M80. Again, coming into this matchup, I always felt that W7M should have been the favored team of the 2, and so much so I was a little bit surprised that M80 did bet the 2 bullets. I wonder whose decision that really ultimately falls on. Is that a coach decision, full team decision?
I'd say it's probably a team discussion, but then comes down to coach/IGL.
Yep. Only 3 drones remaining, by the way, in this round for M80. I mean, there's over a minute remaining, so they're going to have a lack of information.
Air jab ready to knock them out.
Try harder.
Oh, Kino. He's certainly been trying.
Breaching sequence activated.
Let's get the kill onto Dot, so no gas bait to stall out. Has an opportunity. Volts is going to fall elsewhere as well. Almost found one onto Palu inside of blue. Doesn't matter. Hot and cold, getting busy. And M80 might be on the verge of capturing an attacking round. And with Kino putting some good work in on the Wamai, they have been able to overwhelm this defense of W7M. For the first time in a while, finally get themselves on the board, and that's a relief for Fabian.
Yeah, a relief for the whole roster, to be fair. They've been looking to try and grind out these rounds for a little while now, and finally able to connect the dots there on basement. Good shutdown in the end. And in fact, after that round, M80 and Fabian have called their attack. So hopefully we get a listener. I'm eagerly waiting to hear that voice. Here we go.
Eu senti que ambos eles tiveram information play. They're playing both Valkyrie, they're playing Echo, and again, as I said, Fenrir. If we have the Twitch, bring the IQ. Because they are playing off information and playing aggro. They couldn't do it on basement so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first layer of the defenders. So when you're going for like mess or whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together. Yeah. They're going to send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at most.
We can also start bringing Doke and then use the early Doke call to execute like on their...
Do we want to do like our fast solar, like we did against Furia?
Fast solar?
Yeah. Like remember we literally just repelled in with Blackbeard. And we just ran it down. Maybe after the Fenrir.
If it's Kitch or if it's Master?
Either
or
one.
either or.
Yeah. I mean, we can just bring a Twitch and zap the Fenrir after solar. I can ID, hold on.
Let's just see what they're doing.
Save drones, boys. We had like no drones last time.
It's signing.
Yeah,
Right.
signing.
Fenrir again, yep, Fenrir. All signing.
If we do a solo, let me know, Matt. The reinforce standing backwards.
Some wonderful insight there from both Fabian and the team as well for M80. Well, it was Kino with a good entry on the Wamai, ended up finding a second as well later on in that round. So definitely a big influence on the team today. 3-5 scoreline. Obviously,
there were 2 key points that were reiterated that we as well brought up, right? The information gathering from W7M has been really effective, the Echo and or Valkyrie, and so in response they bring the IQ. And the second point is the drone economy was rather weak for M80 in that prior round, so something that has been noted by Fabian. We'll see how that plays out. We also heard towards the tail end that they're probably going to go for a set play with the Blackbeard aggro solar, so let's see how that impacts this round.
I love that, by the way. So important for not just us, but even for the viewers at home to get a little bit of insight into this round, that it's like, hey, they've kind of alluded that they want to do this sort of set play. Okay, Blackbeard, solo, go for a fast take. If that doesn't eventuate, we now know sort of at home that, but they didn't want the game to play out like this. They wanted to do something else, for example. Of course, things change, you know, an early pick here or there. Maybe game plans can certainly change mid-round that we won't be aware of in terms of the comms, but a really good little bit of insight. And yeah, I think as well for M80, if they can kind of just get through this round, make it 4-5, then it's a question of, okay, well, if that information is proving to be successful for W7M, you then just ban out the Valkyrie going after this round, of course.
Here we go.
Well, the fast play has been successful, and Hot and Cold, though, absolutely shut down by Loban. They got the first part of that right. What happened to the 3-2-1?
Don't know if the timing was a bit off, maybe Ying popping a bit early. They do have some control now to maybe play off, a bit of pressure being applied.
Dual swing, Loban feeling a little bit aggressive here because he's sensing there's a stack. Oh, what a shot from Loban onto Kino. A swift adjustment with the shotgun. Too strong, too good. Job done from Loban. He has lost his life, but honestly, he's done more than enough in that position, considering how fast M80 have wanted to play in this round, and they keep the pace going. 90 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Certainly a winnable round. Yellow ping information from above, but the shots are just a little bit astray. That would have been a crucial moment for M80 to find another kill there.
So despite Hot and Cold dying early on in the piece, the rest of the team finally does fall in line.
Long angle.
3 versus 3, 60 seconds.
Where are these EDDs as well? Oh, shot! Diffuser plays the long angle back the other way onto Dots and M80. Well, I'll tell you what, if they can win this round, it's back to 4-5 and doing something that we haven't seen today, these two teams, but being a little bit more attacker-sided on Chalet. Gavini gets rid of Palu, and hello, we've got ourselves a game now all of a sudden, just like that. From a 2-5 lead for W7M, M80 are starting to bring things back. It is a successful plant. Dode's known in terms of his position, and I cannot see a world in which he's going to pull off a 1v3 here. Post plant up above, no information down below.
Well, Dodes will go for it, but his effort will be futile at this point. Solid round from M80 capped off there by Gunnar holding the cross.
And you know what's interesting about that round as well, guys, is that the Blackbeard died immediately as soon as they got through into Closet. So a part of what they kind of wanted to do there did work, but then you lose the Blackbeard, then you lose another one. So that was a really well-orchestrated round for M80. And W7M, though, at least still got some good kind of punches in. But, well, in the end, the round goes the way of M80, 4-5. And we got ourselves a match here to close out the A-stream today. Ben's come through. Do we see the Valk taken off the board? No, we do not. It will be the Fenrir and the Twitch as well to follow, which, you know, we obviously heard Farming kind of talking about the Twitch and the IQ. And in the end, that's something that they're not going to have now, the Twitch itself, to help them on their attacks.
Yeah, I can only assume now that W7M are going to lean pretty heavily into Mirror. And I mean, spoiler alert, we can see it on the second monitor already, but yeah, that will certainly be the case. And on a site like Bar specifically, I like that approach from W7M. They're probably going to go for the double setup that we saw last time.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This objective coming to matter, one facing towards library, the second from box facing the exterior. We yet to see them actually deploy, but I assume that will be the case. So cracking that open on the top floor from M80's perspective is going to be rather challenging. Capital, at least this time around, is available, unlike back in the first half.
5 seconds to go.
Well, they've piqued my interest at 2-5, not gonna lie. Started to lose a little bit of hope for M80. Felt like it was just the sort of game that was playing out storyline-wise. It's like, okay, maybe we've seen this before. W7M, they're at home, M80, a couple of changes. It's not quite going their way. A bit of a poor defensive side. But resilience-wise, it's a really good sign for M80 that this has turned into a competitive game.
Breach charge deployed.
Find a third successive round, well, then W7M might start sweating bullets a little bit. And sometimes you can just gain that momentum, even on the attacking side. It's been a struggle for teams today on this map, but when you get into the groove and everyone's kind of all in tune, you can really just snowball some rounds.
Selma.
And this is probably what M80 needed. You can lose this match like 7-4, 7-5, and I don't think they'll lose much love. But if they had, well, say 7-2 and got totally dominated, then there's some question marks. But this is already at least some good signs for them. For W7M, just got to find their way back into things and maybe find a little bit more aggressiveness on the defense. It feels like they're really sitting back quite a lot and giving M80 a lot of time and space to do what they want to do.
To witness the punch.
Loading dark.
Oh, that's the shoulder that was peeking out.
Loading glass.
Flames to follow. Gunner gets the first.
This is, yeah, I need to see W7M just find a little bit more aggressiveness. They're just barely shooting back. Loban, I'm not too sure if his position is known. Logic Bomb, though, of course, ringing out. Dot's taken low towards Games, and Diffuser going for the lurk down through the hallway. Shot in the back. It is Palu, and M80 have suddenly found a new gear. They've switched it up, and they're about to make it 5-5. It will be 3 consecutive attacking rounds in a row. Volp spotted over towards the mezzanine. His position will be now known, called out around the map, and it's about to be flawless. The mental fortitude for this roster on full display if you are M80. Down 2-5, now 5-5. And a little fist bump there, a little happiness from Fabian. And that probably is no greater feeling as a coach when your team is down, you attack timeout, and then, hey, bang, 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 couple of rounds in a row. It was a 4-round win streak for W7M as they got out to that 5-2 lead. Since then, 3 in a row.
O outro que eu modificaria, na cozinha avançada, em vez de fazer aquela adaptação que você queria, eu queria fazer uma coisa meio alien, mano. Botar um cara na escada do Matoê, com 3 Jäger, deixar ele preso lá, pra evitar essa escolha deles pra lá, e vai surpreender, porque ninguém faz isso mais, tá ligado? Eles dão um outro recurso pra lá, e deixa o...
eu vou deixar fixo o troféu daí.
Então, mas se você conseguir jogar você lá dentro da escada de warding, fazer C4 janela, nos caras gastando recurso, e aí atençãozinha, vai na G2, pune um drone, faz alguma coisa mais assim, tá ligado?
O Palu tem que jogar mais próximo do bomb daí.
A questão da Switch é mais postura do que tudo, tá, guys? Joga aonde vocês forem e joga.
Deixa eu falar, Switch, Forte Bíblia, o Palu pega a multi ru da cozinha, tá? Reforça os dois da cozinha lá. Só coloca a Jimmer no Matue, por favor, tá?
I don't think we do our normal default library clear. I think we do like a more get one guy into games, and then like we do like a heavy library like hop in. I can flash.
But unfortunately, it's not great. I thought that Norris, though, looked pretty calm. I didn't think that he seemed like he was, you know, totally losing it at his team or anything like that. And unfortunately, we're going to be getting a rehost coming out of this timeout as well. We've seen a lot of fanning down today. Doki wiping his sweat before, and
yeah, it's heating up.
It is. It's quite hot in the kitchen. It's quite hot in this match. 5-5. Who's going to get this match point to follow? Unfortunately, again, rehost is coming our way, so we do actually get a little bit of time to sort of dissect our feelings on how this match has played out and our thoughts moving forward. But M80 have all the momentum. That's the key storyline moving forward now. But does that momentum get just squandered a little bit with this rehost?
Yeah, I suppose to some extent. But provided M80 remain focused, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for them.
They're in the game. That's really all you can ask for, right? Like, you're down 2-5, and mentally that's always a little bit tricky to feel like, can we get back into this? Because it's going to take effort that we have to now actually pour out. Look at Fabian. He's not just a coach. He's the fan man as well. But yeah, for W7M, this is where you can also almost overthink and feel like, well, they've won 3 rounds in a row. They've got all the momentum. Do we have to dramatically shift and change our philosophy? Or do you just kind of back yourselves in to get out of this little funk? I mean, all the credit goes to M80. And so far, it's been a really, really good match. I mean, again, admittedly, I don't think we've had a lot of rounds where both teams have played well in that same round.
Well, that's kind of crazy. And then I got told, don't do that.
Like, hey. Don't break the chair.
I mean, we're setting the stage for a really important round because you look at the history, right? Round number 7, so first of the half, Master Bedroom Office, W7M able to successfully win that side out. Then 3 on the trot. On the other 3 objectives, wine, kitchen, bar, respectively, we head back to Master for the match point, break point round. It's very significant. So I'm really intrigued to see how it plays out on this particular occasion. From memory, last time the Master defense from W7M was pretty strong. We saw Gunner fall in the piece really, really early at the 254 mark, and yeah, it wasn't particularly great sailing from that point on from M80. 10 players back inside of the server, so hopefully the action will resume in only a couple of moments' time. So bear with us.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers as well, and there's been 6 plants overall in this game out of 10 rounds.
That's unprecedented.
That is a very high rate, and that's from, of course, including both teams. It's been rough for Gunner, sure, but he's actually bringing it back now, and he's also been involved in the vast majority of the entry fights for M80. He's 3-3 in that, so I mean, at least par for the course. Loban 3-0, 126 EPS, has been easily the best player for W7M as we're moments away. Fist bumps give that away, that we're getting back into this. At 5-5, a tense moment here between these two teams. And for us, finally a match that's actually gone to, at minimum, 7-5 today. We actually have gone a little bit of that distance here in these best of ones. This one may even kind of go OT. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Potential.
Good way to close out day 1 here at Reload. And can M80 keep the good times rolling for North America today? And unfortunately,
looks like the pause will be extended a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be extended again, as the bans were wrong.
Just building up the tension.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping that boiling pot going a little bit longer. Smiles from Norris in the background. And any kind of talk of momentum now, I think, for either side. I mean, 4 in a row from W7M, followed then by 4 in a row for M80, followed then by a double rehost, equals we are as even as you can possibly be at 5-5. Without a doubt. Both tack timeouts have been used as well. I mean, it's up to the players now.
As far as I understand, and it looks to be the case, they cannot communicate at this point in time during the technical pause. as is typically protocol. So really just left to stew in their own thoughts, for better or worse. Some smiles now from W7M. They looked quite serious before.
If you had to pick one from here,
I think it's an OT, and I don't know how to split them.
Okay.
Because we're going back to a site where W7M have had success, so they may be able to replicate that. Then we go back to one of the other sites that will open in the rotation, probably basement, I would assume. And with that M80 respond, and we go OT. That would be my projection, but...
Well, I think that my biggest takeaway from this game so far was how dominant W7M looked, to then seemingly lose that dominance so quickly.
And we're seeing that initiated on attack. Which
Exactly.
is crazy, considering just how defenders started.
So, and this is the thing, because it's probably the easy answer is it's always a little bit of both in terms of like, well, what do you put that down to? M80 stepping up their game and bringing some more firepower on the attacking half and getting rounds on the board, or is that W7M maybe letting their grip on the game just kind of fall away a little bit and allowing M80 back into the game? So, which side of the coin do you feel that lands? The easy answer is a bit of both.
It's been so mixed, and I mean, a good example of that is like round 6, where M80 get the opening kill and don't convert, but we've also seen that round 9 in the second half as well from W7M. So they've both had those moments where they've been in the advantageous position in some of the earlier portions of the round of the defense, and they just haven't been able to close. So. But I mean, the biggest factor to also consider is just the frequency of plants. It's so high.
Yeah.
So much higher than you would typically expect, which I think makes the analysis, far more challenging.
And to be fair as well, the one round that actually W7M have won in this second half on the defense was probably the scrappiest of the rounds that we've had all game. So at no point really have they looked actually convincing on defense.
No.
But it doesn't take much. You get to 6-5 and then the pressure's straight back on to either side. Shouldn't be too much longer from getting back into this one, because I'm certainly eager. This is probably the match of the day so far on the A stream, actually, without a doubt. It really is, and keen to see how it is going to sort of unfold from here, because it really can go either way. You could easily make a case that W7M just closed it out, its defense 7-5, and you could also make a case that M80 just continued the good times and the rolling goes on, and they also closed it out 7-5, and then there's the OT. So I guess, who do you kind of put this down to now for either side to sort of step up? Because, I mean, Loban's obviously performing very, very well. Dodez has been all right. Palu's slotted in very nicely. Do you try and get more out of a Volps? Do you say, okay, on defense here, does Volps go and play a little bit more aggressively? Do W7M as a team try and play a little bit more aggressively on defense? Because it's been a lot of sit back and hold side. You're allowing the M80 to get into really good power positions on the attack, and I think that's why they've been so successful as we get back in underway. 5-5 to scoreline. Third time's the charm.
It is wrong again. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Ella should be available. It should be the Fenrir band.
Never mind. Third time's not the champ. Not the champ. Oh, no. This match was going so well. I was getting into it, and now it's like all of the heat has just been zapped out.
We're copying it like the B stream did in the first match.
Oh, no. They got on the first match of the day. We get on the last.
Yeah, we get on the last.
I think that's quite fair. It's 1-1, whatever. But the difference is this is a match that's 5-5. It's tense, or at least it was, and now all that tension just feels like it's evaporated into thin air.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I wouldn't want to be in a player's position right now. Although, like, this is the thing, because you kind of want to lock in, but then at the same time, throughout this rehost, you do need to be a little bit fun with it. And I think we were saying that a little bit before from the M80 guys.
Their vibe definitely at the 5-5 scoreline looked a lot better than W7M.
Oh, absolutely.
But I almost feel like W7M have loosened up as this tech pause has dragged on. It's probably served them well in terms of the mental reset, to be honest. Still not entirely sure if they can communicate. I feel like I have seen them talk a little bit more recently, so maybe they lifted it just considering how many back-to-back pauses there's been at this point. Not too sure though.
And then this is the part where, you know, for these guys, once you're actually in the server and the bans are done correctly, then you gotta refocus like almost immediately and get yourself back into that mindset that this is a close match, that we can't make mistakes, like we have to be clinical. And that's very difficult to do. It just the flip of a switch, like just especially it's been like what, a solid 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I've lost track of time, to be honest.
I wouldn't have a clue.
To be fair, I didn't actually know what the time was when we kind of had the first rehost, so.
We've got 8 players in the server, so not too far off.
Just need to triple check those bans, please.
It's definitely not Ella, guys. Hot and Cold looks as relaxed as always, though, I tell you what. That man is chilling out. As the desk put it, arguably the best IGL out of NA at the moment, and will be put to the test for these last few rounds.
Well, we got Fox here. He's just kind of chilling out, waiting for the end of this game. I kind of want to know his thoughts here. Did M80 get the job done?
We can grab the headset and see if it works.
I don't think it works, though. When we did our test at the start of the day, it wasn't working. You can chuck it on.
Hello?
Well, we can hear you.
You guys can hear me on the stream?
I don't know if we can hear you on the stream, though.
Well, maybe they'll be able to hear me. I can kind of hear myself through my own headset, so I think so. I do think after that timeout that Fabian took, I do think M80 have the potential to bring it back, especially when there's a rehost. The rehost usually ices the team that's kind of in the lead. So it gives an advantage to the other team that's bringing that comeback back.
But what about the team that just won 4 rounds in a row and then into a triple rehost and a big delay? Does that just not completely evaporate all momentum?
It does to a certain extent, but it can go both ways. It really depends on the mental of the team, especially when you're making that hard of a comeback. You are sitting in the moment talking to each other, getting yourselves hype. Oh my God, we just won 4 rounds. Like, we can make it 5. Let's strategize. But if you're W7M on the other hand, you're sitting there, wow, look at all the rounds we lost. It's not looking too hot.
Who's going to win it from here as we're moments away from getting back in, Fox, and we'll let you go. But who have you got from here?
I don't want to leak anything. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, he's seen the script.
Oh, he's seen the script.
Shit.
That's a good sign if you're M80.
He's tight-lipped.
I think he's seen the script. Maybe that might just be because it's.
Why did they ban the Ella again? What are we doing, guys? Come on. You come back on, Fox. Oh,
maybe we'll get Lax on this time for the 4-3 host. They love the admins absolutely hate Ella. They're just like, we're gonna keep banning Ella.
Maybe they are picking it and it's glitchy or something. I'm not too sure.
I think the players are gonna crash out now.
Have you guys had dinner yet? Do you know what's for dinner?
We're gonna get Lax on the mic this time. Lax.
Can I? Yeah. Okay.
How was dinner, Lax? Was it good?
I need it. I went to the bathroom and then had to get back.
Can you put that?
You can put
have you
it
ever
on.
used a
Get the
microphone
mic,
before?
What?
Have you ever used a microphone before?
Yeah, literally in Boston. I mean, look, a lot of events we have, but I got this on. I don't really feel like taking this off.
Ah, true.
Yeah, but I'm saying put it closer.
But I can hear myself, so I'm just getting louder.
It's not for you to hear. It's for everyone else to hear.
Well, I understand that, but like it's beaming in my
Analyst.
ear.
Oh, analyst.
Okay, give it a rest. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what Fox was saying. He kind of stole what I said because I was that rehost, well, that call from the coach for the timeout definitely put a little pep in M80's step to bring it back. But I mean, I think being iced out by the rehost is definitely going to affect not just one team but both teams. You're both sitting here, you're both strategizing. And then at the end, you can't actually execute anything yet because you got to keep waiting to start. So I think both teams are in the exact same scenario, but best case is they're both equal with each other right now.
I want to ask you, because we were theorizing a little bit before, I think maybe 20 minutes ago on the first rehost, was regarding the fact that it was a 2-5 lead for W7M.
Right.
M80 going onto the attack. It seemed to me, at least after the many Chalet games we've seen today, that it was going to be a bit difficult for M80. Are you a little bit surprised that they were able to kind of bring it back the way they did?
Yeah, and like I said, I think that timeout was really the defining moment for them to truly realize where things were going wrong. You even heard in those comms they were talking about bring the IQ, get rid of the information. That's how they were playing aggressive. And then I think Hot and Cold was saying, or maybe it was Gunner saying, let's bring the Dokkaebi so we can use that to cut down some drone time. We can get that information quickly and we can execute. And almost immediately into that next round, we saw exactly what they were saying from that timeout, and they have just been playing phenomenally since. But again, Obviously, the rehosts, it sucks on both sides. It sucks for everyone at the end of the day. I think it does benefit W7M a little better because now they can kind of think where things have been going wrong. They can think a little longer, long-term, than what M80 can.
I have a little prediction. Fox here.
Yeah, just get the mic a little bit closer this time so we can like hear every breath.
ASMR.
I like that you had to.
I was moving it away.
You had to say who was speaking.
Yeah, Fox is back. But essentially, my prediction is when a game goes on this long, especially with the tactical timeouts that have been happening, whoever wins this next round, I believe wins the rest of the game due to mentality. So it's all on here.
That is an amazing analysis.
Let me tell you something. The real winners here are us, the viewers.
I think we've got the bands correct. Thank you, Milosh, though, but we're not going to have
I got you, buddy.
We're not gonna have, you can put the mic away now. I think we're getting into the game.
Okay.
Who do you think's going to win?
Us, the viewers.
Oh, the viewers.
Hell yeah.
So, OT.
Leave it be. Let him work. Let him work.
Bugger off. We finally got the game. The bands are correct. It's 5-5, and, well, look. Any talk of momentum, absolutely. Zach's for either team. It's as reset as it possibly can be at 5-5. And look, I do kind of agree with the sentiment from the fellas. It's like whoever wins this particular 11th round takes such a big lead going into that next one. OT guaranteed, off the back of the break to come out, win this round. It's a huge one
10 seconds
coming
left.
out. And I love the fact that we actually get the Ella in the server too. How about that? Just for added theater. After the admins tried to ban it away 3 times, Dots is like, I'm playing Ella.
Maybe just do it to make a point, yeah.
Alrighty, M80, of course, will recap a little bit because W7M won 4 rounds in a row to get a 5-2 lead, and then following that, timeout worked perfectly for M80 as they then followed up with 4 rounds themselves. Actually, I should refrain 3 rounds. Maybe it might be.
Well, again, as previously mentioned, we're going back towards like one objective that W7M was successful back on round 7 to open up the half. So, if they're able to replicate that success and our theory is correct, then maybe able to walk home with this one, which would really sting, I think, for M80 who have put up a good fight to try and bring this one back. Let's see how they deal with that information, though. Again, the Echo is in play. M80 not electing to bring the IQ this time around, which was something mentioned in a previous TAC timeout.
You certainly don't want to be the opening death here either. You've been sitting around doing not a whole lot for a while. And it is going to be Palu. That is the opening death as Diffuser picks up the first kill for M80. Good start on the attack. ROU has gone out from hot and cold, and Gaveni's going to make it another one for M80. They get themselves a 2-killed lead. Ping information onto Dots as well. All the pressure is right onto W7M, and Gunnar, he also gets in on the action. A quick 3K to start the round for M80, and they've got themselves a 5 versus 2 lead, and then very much looking likely to take that 6-5 lead. Unless Dots and Dodez can pull this round back, it's shaping up to be a 4th consecutive round for M80, and a huge comeback from a 5-2 deficit to take a 6-5 lead. Really just highlighting the day that it has been for North America.
All that consolidation now for M80.
Just close it out, get the job done.
Yep. And the Deimos as well can trap 1 player, so it's effectively a 5-1.
Here's what mine thrown out towards that solar doorway in towards bathroom. Dot makes the cross, but only into death. Gunnar shuts him down. M80 have got themselves match point after a 5-2 deficit. 4 rounds won consecutively. Puts them into pole position to take down W7M on their home turf.
Unless Fox is wrong, and then...
No, Fox is right.
He's not often wrong, to be fair. He's one of the best in the biz.
One of? Who's the who else would be better than Fox?
The man standing right next to him.
Milosh.
No. The other one.
6-5 lead for M80. Can they close it out, or do we get overtime for the first time on the A stream today? Have we had any overtimes? No, none. None on the B stream. Had some big results on the B stream.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This could be our first OT. And now for W7M, you know, internally, it's like, where's this win going to come from? Because they haven't actually won since the 7th round, which feels like a lifetime ago now. And you kind of get caught in 2 minds. Do you try and go aggressive here? Because we've lost 4 rounds in a row. instinctively then you kind of go to think, well, let's try and make something happen, right? Let's be the ones to go out and be aggressive, go for an early pick, maybe a spawn pick, get something that can get us, you know, an advantage early in the round for us to build off, because you don't want to go into your shell now. You've already lost 4 rounds in a row. M80 are fit firing, flawless in the last round as well. Then you overextend, and because you get aggressive, you actually open up your defense a little bit. So you get caught in 2 minds.
I mean, based on the lineup and position, I think they're going to play pretty.
I think it's going to be full, right? Yeah.
The last time we saw Bar, it was very much the
onside
Jaeger, the mirror, lockdown turtle, try and hold above. This time around, though, very much across the map, playing far more open, looking to probably find success, especially with that opening duel as well, which has hindered them significantly.
Oh, this is it for W7M. You lose this round, and 2 bullets gone. North America undefeated for day 1. Oh, Nate forces Loban back towards trophy stairs, but with his life intact, no damage done.
Well, no one was playing the cutoff, so he can just kind of chill.
I would imagine
he's a chill guy.
This is where you got to just find a way to hunt down these roamers. OT secured, but it's been a long match now. You probably want to get this one done and dusted. Loban.
Cut off this time.
There's a Ace very much aware of this cutoff though. And he hits the headshot onto Kino. That's a wonderful control. And that is the opening kill to the round that WSM absolutely needed. 90 seconds left. Player advantage, no Kino available. And still good positions around the map. The map control for W7M here is honestly very solid. Hmadi are going to have to really think their way through this, and quickly.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury of time now. Only 70 seconds on the clock, and with the map still largely dirty, it's going to be tough, especially for the Fury going to play as well. Gaining that information will be a challenge. Running into a cross currently over towards Piano.
So they're going to swing the hallway. Bob's thought about it. Eventually,
they don't know about this position at all.
Just backtracks a little bit deep inside of Office. Dodair should find his kill onto Hot and Cold, but no, loses the battle. But the war may still go the way of W7M. Haru thrown out from Hot and Cold, who stayed alive. Gumine stepped on by Gaveni. A lot of time remaining though, and they still need to get towards the site, which is absolutely packed now with defenders. M80 very well could be on the verge of overtime if they cannot find a way to get some quick kills. Information available up above as Hot and Cold. Another ROU goes out. Shield screen is up. BPC giving the information for W7M. That was the downfall for M80 earlier in this half. Dropping down. They've got nothing lost. Kit surely running out of time in this round. An opportunity starting to falter. And the pressure from W7M mounts, and we will get overtime for the first time at Reload. And Fox was wrong.
I reckon we should fire him from the desk with a call like that. Disgraceful.
Big round win for W7M. Absolutely needed that one because they had lost 4 rounds in a row after a 5-2 lead. At the very least, it goes to OT.
Well, we do now get to see how the overtime bans function as well. So for those unaware, it doesn't revert to what they were in their respective halves in regulation. So we don't have to endure. Oh, no, it's like endure. We don't have to go through another ban phase.
But there's an Ella in there.
Oh, no.
I've just seen an Ella.
Oh, no. That is correct.
Oh, is that correct?
From the first half, yeah.
Oh, it was the first half. Okay.
You're trolling.
Oh, okay. You can't blame me for panicking, though, after what we've just gone through.
That's why you write things down.
I actually have it written down as well, so I should have just looked.
I don't blame you for it.
But yeah. Oh, I panicked for a split second.
If we see it later, if we see it in the next round, then it's a concern.
M80 onto defense now, of course. W7M back onto the attack as we begin overtime for the first time at Reload. And yeah, okay. Crisis averted.
But the crisis is not averted for W7M at the moment. I mean, the momentum is well and truly against them. It's been a real challenge.
Well, you still think the momentum's with M80 coming into overtime?
Attackers are heading out to
I think so. I mean, it's been stalled out somewhat, and I suppose the switch of halves does complicate things. So. There has been an attacking Chalet, which has certainly not been the case for the rest of the day.
I mean, admittedly, you go back to that first half, and yeah, W7M were very clinical in their attacking rounds. And if you recall back, I think the biggest thing for me was the plans. So first half, 6 rounds played, 5 plants from W7M. And that's probably something that, again, I think Fabian will kind of look at and say, how do we kind of fix that? Will that happen here in overtime as well? And the way that M80 were playing was certainly a little bit back, playing site, but at the same time allowing the plants to go down. I mean, even with vert positions, they still allow plants to go down. Looking back, actually, in this particular site, it was the kitchen dining just pushed through and just literally waltzing in towards site. I think it was Dots back in the early half. Slow approach right now from W7M, not looking to rush around the map. They have got a little bit of control on the library sidebar as well with Loben on the Deimos. Drones going through.
You see the view just creeping up. Problems, but main breach still up. Yet to be cleared. The impact Emps for the attack.
Pretty much full top floor hold at the moment for kitchen dining, except for Hot and Cold playing West main. Flash goes out, Gunner, that one. I think landing onto Diffuser very nicely inside of Office, and Dots may just get going in towards Office, pulls out the pistol, hits the headshot. Absolutely clean entry through Ego, and with that, W7M have got themselves a very strong advantage to start overtime. Pushing up towards Dots, it's Brazy, it almost works out. It does from Hot and Cold, but they lose another one, and he's by himself in a 1v4. W7M swift on their attack. May not quite be plant down. In fact, the kit was with Hot and Cold. Elects to drop, does get the knock, and down onto Lopen, and another one onto Palu. Makes it a 1 versus 2. Diffuser acquired through Dodez, and they're both here right in front of him. Left and right side covered for W7M. They've got themselves match point.
Clean work there from W7M on that top floor. Despite some complications with the breach, able to brute force it in other ways. Good clear, especially under Gunner, who was under a ton of pressure. Unable to effectively contest that blitz, and once we saw that position unlock, it made life very difficult for those remaining defenders. Hot and Cold are unable to pull off that clutch. Good split there in the end from the attack.
And this is the kind of round now moving forward for M80. I think, geez, we've actually played quite well. We had them on the ropes. That we, 6-5, 4 rounds in a row. We brought it back, all the momentum with us, and may it just end up being a case of so close yet so far. And you don't get, and this is the thing as well, it's not like, oh, we get 1 point.
Yeah, there's no charity.
There's no charity point. Doesn't matter if you win in regulation or in overtime, it's 2 bullets, it's 2 bullets. There's no 3-2-1 point system or anything akin to that. W7M go onto the defense. But of course, this is where M80 kind of made their comeback, right? In that second half on the attack. They closed out their final attacking round as well flawlessly. Well, not the final one, the final round win that they had on the attack.
Locate a bomb and defuse.
And W7M returning to familiar territory. We saw that round, on that round 12 clutch up to push OT. It was on Bar Gaming. Pardon me, so they're actually going to kitchen, so I'm scrambling myself here. That was back in round 9. M80 were successful on that attack. So
yeah, and I think that was the was that the round and actually coming out of the no, that was the round 8 one where they actually went for that solo push. Either way, top floor breach being opened up rather quickly, and Kino towards Ego himself, basically controlling Office. Opens it up with the Selmas, then able to swing Ego door and gets an easy kill onto Loben. I mean, that's a good start to this overtime attacking round for M80. Do you need any more ADSs over here? Well, you're not going to get any because Loben is dead. But absolutely stacked. Over towards Trophy Stairs. Do they know about Palu, though? Little lurk over towards Fireplace. Could catch someone over towards that office side mezzanine position. Maybe trying to go through that breach towards half wall. Diffuser catches Dodez, though, and expecting the bar stock swing from Palu. Nicely done from Diffuser. And M80 are on the verge of pushing us all the way here and making it 7-7 to close out the final game of the A-Stream today. I mean, really good signs from M80, even if they don't close this out. W7M, I'm not too sure they're going to be ultimately all that happy with the way that this match has very much played out. When you take into consideration they had a 5-2 lead. And it's looking like we will indeed go 7-7. And all of it started really with Kino. Opens up Office Breach, then gets the swing kill. So as an individual player to be able to do that, get the kill onto Lopen, you've done quite a lot there as an individual to begin the round. Everyone else can then sort of follow suit. Fuse with a nice double kill earlier. Dot's now absolutely under pressure. The bees are buzzing on him. Does at least swing on that though. Makes contact with Gunner, wins the battle. Diffuser going down inside of Dining though. Courtesy of Hot and Cold. No denial to come through. Bolt's losing his life, and all by himself now is Dots. Stuck over towards West Main. So a 15th round is required for these two teams. Dots, nice headshot. Not too sure how he gets himself out of this situation though, and wins this round for W7M. Expects one front entrance. He knows they're up above. He knows they're absolutely everywhere, surrounding his position on that kit. One more round is necessary between these two teams.
So once again, the bans will flip like the roles themselves, and M80 now with a key decision to make. What site do they try to defend? Finding success on defense has proven to be quite a challenge thus far, and it would appear that Bar Gaming will be locked in. For context, we saw M80 back in the first half of regulation defend Kitchen and Master, respectively, in rounds 1 and 3 successfully. I was attempted twice, and they lost out on both occasions. The second occasion of which they actually got the open kill with a minute to go in the round, and still didn't close. So.
I mean, this would be such a good win for really either side, considering the drawn-out nature of this match. You know, it's probably an energy-sapping kind of game.
Yeah, for sure.
So you really want to walk away with this win. If you walk away with this loss, you think, geez.
Especially with nothing.
That's a stinger. And I'm not sure what time either of these two teams are playing tomorrow, but, you know, it's the last game of the day. You've been kind of waiting all day. And I know it sounds a bit crazy, but kind of waiting around is actually quite tiring. You kind of just sitting there not really doing a whole lot. Your energy reserves sort of drop a little bit. And this has been obviously a very, very long match. And then to lose it, you've got to deal with that mentally. Go into tomorrow, you have to quickly reset. So winning this round may just be for 2 bullets, but it could go a long way. And for M80, looking for the clean sweep for all 5 North American teams if they can win this round. Had 4 of the 5 on the A stream. It was Cloud9 that took down PSG Talent on the B stream earlier today.
Hot and Cold sitting close for the potential direct push, and I mean W7M potentially posturing for that. Certainly won't see. Flood thrown above from Loben.
Yeah, good information as well found.
Take the default down, playing it for themselves. No mirror in play from defense for the double stack hold above. Instead bringing the castle, for instance, to switch things up a little bit in income with some utility to play.
Well, opening kill is going to be so important. We've played 14 rounds, and so far, only 3 rounds has a team not gotten that opening kill and gone on to convert it to a round win, and it's going to be Kino that falls. And as I say that, yeah, it's now going to make it so much more difficult for M80. They don't have the Warden. Hot and Cold is very low. There needs to be a swift response. Otherwise, W7M may just grab victory from the jaws of defeat. Flashes go out, Logic Bomb as well, aggressive from Dots, and he does have the diffuser. Needs to win this battle, and indeed he does, against Hot and Cold, deep in towards Barstock. A ballsy play that does pay off. Gaveni with a quick double. No, it was Gunner that got one of them. Just like that, a chance again comes through. And while this match has gone the absolute distance, we haven't had a round such as this. 2 versus 2, still a minute remaining. You can pull the plug on this fast, aggressive play, W7M. You don't have to keep this pace going. So much time remains. And they may just call off ever so slightly. No, the entry was found. Gunner will fall head in hand and down a diffuser in a 1 versus 2. Library Stairs is 1, and he cannot win that battle against Lopen. And look at what it means for W7M on home soil. contested oh so mightily by M80. W7M get the job done. Hugs from all. What a close finish. Unfortunately for M80, they do lose all of the 2 bullets that they put on the table today. They get nothing from this match despite a strong showing. W7M take home all the marbles.
Yeah, certainly a hard-fought victory, able to scathe off that 4-round streak from M80, win round 12, push it to OT, get the job done.
Oh, beautiful performance for W7M and a way to kickstart Reload on home soil in an absolute banger. 8-7 win for them.
Welcome back, everybody. What a corker of a final match that we've had here. Game number 5 on Stream A, going the distance in overtime. And hey, it wasn't Dozen Ace that was catching it. We got Guz and Xenox that really took us so deep into this M80 W7 match. At the end of the day, W7 Ami, they secure it. They get both bullets that were put in and back into their revolver.
Yeah, I mean, both teams were put to the test here. Both teams got put to their limit to really start out this event strong. I mean, there are good takeaways you can take from this game from both sides. I don't think either of them should be disappointed. Obviously, losing, it's not great, but that's what makes a team even better, is learning from those mistakes. And especially even when you win in this situation, there is a lot that you can take from. Both teams were making an ample amount of mistakes, but both teams were also capitalizing off said other teams' mistakes. So all in all, it was a really good match, and especially for M80 to have that bounce back, coming back from that 2-5, that is even more important, especially bringing on the IGL and bringing Hot and Cold back into the swing of things.
100%. I mean, the amount of times that M80 had to dig themselves out of a hole, especially being down such an immense amount of round count, to bring them back, you have to be happy to a certain extent. Yes, a loss is a loss, but there's a lot to take away from. Same thing for W7M. Losing that amount of rounds is not something that you should be doing. We were talking about at the start of the game that they want to be able to close out rounds, close out the game. That is the biggest focus for both of these teams, to solidify themselves as a top team that's always making main stages, that's always being a threat to win these events.
And it just goes to show, for this being your first game, the sheer resilience both teams were putting on display, it's there.
Absolutely is. And actually, Paulo is one person that we mentioned in our pregame. Maria's standing by to have a chat with him.
We are back on Reload, and this time with the first overtime of the day in both streams, A and B. Well, it was a huge match for you guys. I just have to tell you that it's really funny because I'm used to interview him in Portuguese. Now we're gonna do this in English. But, well, what was the most challenging thing about facing M80?
They have like, it's a hard sometimes to play against them because they, after adding Hot and Cold, their playstyle is kind of, we didn't know how they're gonna play because M80 and Beast Coast, they used to have like, or Unwanted, they used to have like different playstyles, and he used to be their IGL. So we were not sure what they're going to do. We started really well at the match, I think. So yeah, we kind of lost ourselves between the defense. I think we were trying a few things that wasn't necessary, but yeah, we turned out we won, and that's it, you know.
Yeah, you were trying, and that's fine, because it's the first day. Do you take the first day also to really try new things, or you don't mind at all?
Of course, we want to start well. Everyone's the one that starts
and you did?
Yeah, a tournament winning. But yeah, of course, the first day is a day that you can try to build confidence. I think it's the most important thing. Even if you lose, sometimes you do a great match, and it's the most important thing.
Also, did you have to change anything, like your role from Liquid to W7M, or they just let you do whatever you were doing, you know?
I entered to feel kind of Dash's role, of course, bringing my own playstyle, and of course, like I'm changing a few things because they play sometimes really fast. Their pace is really different from Liquid, so yeah, of course, I am adapting a little bit. But the guys are like really awesome with it, always giving like tips or something that can improve, and yeah, that's it.
That's cool. And I cannot finish this interview without mentioning one thing. Nesk, that it was like your soulmate, your best friend from Liquid, and have you found someone to fill that blank space now in W7M?
It's hard to say, but like maybe Dots, he's like I'm playing Super 2, so I'm kind of playing sometimes as a duo with him on the bomb side or on some sides of the map. But yeah, it's been amazing with everyone. Like from the beginning, they were really welcoming and, how can I say in English, like warming, you know?
Warmful,
yeah,
welcome,
yeah. So yeah, it was been really easy to adapt, and they are like helping me a lot with it.
That's cool, congrats. And that's it, the ending of the show, but we still have draft show, so keep your eye open.
Thank you, Maria Valeu, and that's what we got from Paulo at the end. It seems like he's finding his new form in a completely different team at W7M. Talked about the play style, Liquid versus W7M now. He still shined in this game, but overall, a team effort from both squads is even on the scoreboard. It was pretty much equal between the two teams. Scoreboard, in the game, in every single metric that you could put up there.
I mean, it was a very close game. It could have went either way, even down to the last round. Both teams, every single player was putting their heart and soul into it. And obviously, like Paulo said, it's going to take a little bit of time for him to gel with the rest of the team. They're still giving him pointers, trying to make him feel comfortable in that environment on what to do, what not to do. And that's the biggest thing for W7M, just getting a little bit more comfortable.
Gentlemen, speaking of kind of how to adapt, we have to talk about our black leg detail for this, and this is very much a special one. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors here at Reload in Rio, but we often talk about mental, right?
Yes.
You always have to reset, and coaches play a big part of that.
Yeah, and I'm glad we can highlight a coach here. Sure, it wasn't on the winning roster of M80, but the thing is, you have to highlight this moment, because in the timeout for this moment that Fabian was bringing to the team, this was a defining moment for this team to be able to bounce back, be able to realize where the mistakes were happening. Because we heard in that timeout that people were saying, we need to focus on we need to focus on the cams. So they were bringing the IQ to disrupt the bout. Then they were talking about using Dokkaebi to get into the building quicker, use that information from those Dokkaebi calls, and then almost immediately we saw that 5-2 immediately transition into a 5-5.
Let's listen into it then and see exactly what happened.
Again, as I said, Fenrir, if we have the Twitch, bring the IQ, because they are playing off information and playing aggro. They couldn't do it on basement so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo Drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first layer of the defenders. So when you're going for like mess or whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together. Yeah. They're going to send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at most.
It always feels good to listen to Fabian giving this sort of strategy, because when he was on the desk, he would break things down in the same exact way that we have here with Fox. This, I guess, brings back some memories of having somebody behind you just kind of leading the way and preparing you for the rest after the timeout.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I never had a coach like Fabian, but I will say I gotta appreciate the maturity of him and his growth, because we've heard timeouts with G2, the iconic one, right? We've heard timeouts with PSG Town. Got a little hot and heavy, but the way that he was talking there was very clear. He understands and believes in the teammates that he has on his team, and obviously they understood immediately what they needed to do, and he was just giving really good problem-solving adaptability to his players, and he wasn't overcomplicating it. He was allowing the players to play themselves, just with a little bit of guidance.
Seems like when you get married, you mellow out of it. You're not as antsy as you were before. This is the way that I can explain it, as someone basically as old as Fabian in our own rights. But at the end of the day, this is still the team that lost the game, right? Yeah. M80 gave it their all, but it could have been a coin flip. And either way, throughout that entire matchup, W7M walk away with 2 bullets on top of what they put in.
They do. And again, to reiterate how close that game was and that it really was a nail-biter, could have went either way. Had that moment not happen, I mean, you can't really tell the future, but realistically, they were down 2-5. So I really do want to put that credit on that detailed moment to allow Fabian to really just excel his team and put them in a driver's seat.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, because our day is actually not done yet. We still have 2 more segments and one really special one at the end of the day. First, let's recap everything that had happened today between both streams and talking about the best 3 matches that we witnessed today, but all that after the break.
My name is Alex Gold 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for reload?
I can get really used to the music. Every time it plays, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna rock out to it. We're here rocking in Rio. It's Reload, and we just finished our final matchup of the day. B-Stream is almost done at this moment, so we have to recap things overall. We picked 3 of the best games that we've seen today, and of course, there's 10 in total. Falcons versus Loud is up on the chopping block. We have some replays from that game, and we'll see how things ended up on the scoreboard. Gentlemen, let's be honest. Falcons, we expect them to win. That's been the whole situation for a year now, and yet once more, we get a surprise, and Loud upset that nobody expected.
I mean, it was a great showing from Loud. Obviously, it was on the B stream, so we only were able to catch glimpses of it. But one biggest thing for me is just Falcons. A certain level of, yes, we always expect them to win these events or make it far in these events, but there could be a certain level of comfortability that's been approaching, especially since the last recent successes, but not necessarily crossing that finish line of winning. And now they're just making it to another event. It could just be a level of, they've gotten a little comfortable and they needed that wake-up call.
Yeah, and first and foremost, welcome Loud to the Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, that's amazing. But on top of it, I mean, Loud, I think people sleep on them, truthfully, because that old E1 roster, that was then the Raza Academy roster, these guys can shoot. And clearly the stats speak for itself. I was catching glimpses of the game after our first game wrapped up. And the thing is, I think that caught Falcons off guard a little bit, is Loud will be in your face. They will take those gunfights, which, don't get me wrong, the players on Falcons have no problems taking gunfights, but I just don't think they were expecting that initial aggression that I was watching from that last little tail end of that game, which clearly goes to show even in the kill department for those top 2, and then a 7-4 finish on that map.
And what a way to close it out. Obviously, getting most of your rounds on attack Skyscraper is very difficult to do. I mean, it's such a defender-sided map, so to have an understanding on Skyscraper on attack amongst all of the other teams, that is an auto ban for a lot of teams. So if that's a map that can be one of their mainstays, it's looking like Loud is going to be a little comfortable going through.
It's going to be Loud.
Yeah, absolutely. Loud no Rainbow Six. They're here. They played it in their first game, and they're able to defeat Falcons. A huge, huge game, and I'm sure Jesse's gonna be recapping that game as the day kind of goes on in preparation for tomorrow. However, there is a second game out of the 3. G2 versus SSG, and once more, EU wipes his butt all over the floor because, my God, SSG really made it look good.
Yeah, it's been quite the day for NA overall, and specifically SSG. As I said to Fox earlier, you don't know what to expect from the SSG you're going to get on any play day. But what we saw today, and especially with the addition to Newers and how well Newers played, this is a scary SSG. They were scary before, but if they can continue this performance and put up this display with the addition of Newers also being there, again, SSG is going to be a scary force through and throughout the rest of this tournament.
The environment SSG brings is something that we talk about time and time again. And obviously, the other question that always comes into play is their consistency. We have to see them maintain this level of play. I believe this is the best look of an SSG being able to maintain that level of play. The way they were able to just completely shut down G2, the playstyles worked out in their favor because SSG constantly got those opening picks. Shout out to Newers, he was a really big reason for that. And G2 just wasn't able to have a response when they went to man down.
And a reminder that these two teams, nobody had picked them going into the day. So by default, they ended up playing against one another. Even on top of all of that, each one of them only chambered 1 round instead of 2 bullets for this matchup. So a lot of respect between the two squads. At the end of the day, SSG looked really dominant through their game. That, I guess, all the effort and the team play that they put in the game and outside of it, that we talked all throughout Boston about, also the SI, it really is paying off. Though it is still game number 1. So who knows what could happen? We still don't know what their next game is going to be, because, well, we're going to have to wait for the draft.
Find out.
Actually, yeah, that's going to be a special show. We've never done a draft this way in a competitive Rainbow Six, but that was game number 2 of our highlight. However, if you just missed it, M80 versus W7M going the distance in overtime. What a matchup that we've had. And at the end of the day, it ended once more for W7M and once more for Brazil.
I mean, it could have gone either way. We just got done breaking it down, and obviously this game, probably for me, was the game of the day in total. Just every single round going back and forth, both teams showing a little bit at what there is to come in the rest of the tournament for them, and there was a lot of discipline on both sides. I mean, yes, rounds started coming back in M80's favor, but there wasn't necessarily many upset clutches or situations. It was really just good Siege team play round after round, and that's what we needed to see from M80 since SI, and for W7M, since picking up Palu, that's exactly what we need to see, is the consistency there.
And again, on either side, you're going to have to win it all. You got to beat every single person in front of you, and you have to display some sort of resilience, and that is where both teams should be happy and be proud that they came into this game and literally gave it their all for their first game to start out Reload.
What a way to really kick things off here in our day. Now, teams have been reloading up to a maximum of 2 bullets. That's the rule for the first 2 play days that we have here. The maximum is 2, minimum is 1, really throughout the whole group stage that we have. We're going to talk about that in just a second here, how it actually lines up at the end of the entire competitive day. But we got close to seeing a flawless card, in which case that would give you an extra 2 bullets that you could chamber and have up to a maximum of 10 in the opening day. We got close, we didn't get to see it. Maybe we'll get to see a chicken card that gets used in the draft later on. I mean, there's a lot that's still in the air. However, overall, is there a region that is the clear winner out of the day?
I have to say North America. I mean, everyone, for the most part, outside of M80 losing 7-8, they still really could have went either way. And had they done that, NA would have been flawless throughout today.
NA looked pretty dominant for sure. Besides M80 at the end there, they looked really good too, but they didn't get that win. But as a total, I think NA just looked the best. But I mean, you got a little bit of you in every region, so technically, like, anybody's winning, you're winning.
I heard NA is doing great, and I just had flashbacks.
Listen, it's still early though.
NA's time.
It's still early.
It's only day 1.
I'm so happy that you're just looking out for me.
Of course.
And really,
it's
because I am a Brazilian fanboy. After Boston, I've just dumped EU off the face of a cliff. I need them to prove it to me why I should be supporting them, because now it's been 10 years and I'm saying I'm all EU, all EU. You know what? It's time for a little change at some point in time. And really, here in Rio, maybe it is time to back Brazil, right? That would have been the better thing to do in Sao Paulo, that's for sure. But before we kind of close things out for what happened during today, I want to talk about the draft that we're going to have in around 20 or so minutes, because this has never been done before. And just to give you a bit of a layout on how it's going to be, basically the studio where you've seen all of the teams competing, well, this is going to be me standing in the center of it and then having all the players around me. A representative from every single one of the 20 teams will be there, and then one by one, they will pick who they play against tomorrow. It's never been done before, especially not publicly, where everybody can see what's going on and seeing their reactions, who's going to trash talk, who's going to say something. I mean, Ashen, if he's going to be the representative for SSG, I'm looking forward to something happening over there.
It'll be a fun experience to see all the players talk to each other within like who's picking who. You know, you're going to have like people from the side just making comments. I think it's going to be really exciting.
No, I think it's going to be a lot of fun because, again, like you said, we've never seen something like this where the players are going to interact right in front of one another. We usually see that with map bans, but now we're seeing it, people getting picked. That's a whole other ballgame.
And then if you dodge it, if you chicken out, well, we can all see it live. Anyways, here is what our results look like for today. That is the bullets that everybody's been able to charge in and keep with them for today. 8 rounds. These are the top 10, and then we'll talk about the bottom 10 in just a second. 8 bullets for Wildcard and all the way down until we hit W7M, then Loud, SSG, and Secret with 7. There's a lot here that's changing because maybe you were not expecting these teams to be at the top, or at least with the way that we have the variety at the end of day 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, to see Wildcard sitting at the top just due to the round differential, again, that matchup, they specifically picked Scarz.
Yeah.
And again, I thought that was actually a very good pick from them to just get something under their belt, get a taste of international play, and sure enough, it's leading the charge so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Wildcard being at the top is not necessarily what we expected to see. There's still a lot of days to go. Obviously, it's a good start. You just want to get comfortable, and then we're going to see the strategy that every team goes through and how they want to play the rest of their day.
Our bottom 10, here they are. From Liquid all the way down to Scarz, we go from 5 down to 4 bullets at the end of it. And the way this works is the team at the bottom gets to pick first during the draft. So there's an extra layer to it where, yes, okay, you've had a bad day, but maybe if you set up a proper matchup for the day coming after, maybe that'll be the moment for you. But you have to chamber those rounds and pick them basically at the end of the draft. So everything in your mind, except for the map ban, has to already be preset before we all leave the studio tonight.
So that's what M80 was doing. They wanted to lose on purpose so they could have a better chance at picking a weaker team tomorrow. I see. I see.
That's what G2 did. That's what Falcons did.
If the chicken card gets pulled out, then you might have to go against a stronger opponent.
If you're Scarz, who do you pick?
G2?
Nah, I definitely don't think that. I think there's a few options that Scarz could end up picking, but I think at the end of the day, you've got to be smart with your bullets and what you think, especially getting into those last few days, the 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day. That is where it is going to be really important that you are making a mental note of how many bullets you have and what you can spare and what you can gain back.
Yeah, and you can only put 2 bullets down for tomorrow, so you got to be careful with how much you really start working around with. It's 1 to 2 maximum. But gentlemen, you guys will be covering the draft show over in the commentary booth, and I'll be over there talking to the players as the night goes on. So we're going to take a quick break, set everything up, and then for the first time ever, a draft show here at Reload.
to the after hours here. We've got a very special little two men joining me. I shouldn't say little, you're both about the same height. In fact, that's actually really nice because Scarz is usually very, very tall. We've got ourselves some drafting to do, fellas, as we've got, of course, to get ready for tomorrow. Firstly, before we get into it, I just want to say, obviously, as the two North Americans, you've got to be very happy with today.
Yeah, I mean, today for NA was pretty good. I think everyone did fairly well. It was a good showing on our part, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's only day one.
What's our part? As in you?
Our part,
You did a good showing?
We made NA. Our influence is key.
We built NA with our bare hands.
Yeah, okay, whatever. It's not about you guys. Now, of course, we've got drafting to do, so Scarz will be first up. And if you guys want to kind of explain what we're going to be doing here, getting ready for tomorrow, teams need to basically pick their opponents.
Yeah, Scarz is going to be picking the team first because they are last. They're at the bottom of that totem pole because they couldn't find success over Wildcard. So now it's going to allow them a little bit of redemption here to try to find their way, find a team that they're going to feel a little more comfortable with. I do think Wildcard should have been a comfortable pick for them. They obviously couldn't get it done, but it does put them in the seat now to pick first.
Essentially how all the teams are lined up is based on today, based on how many points they risked and ended up losing. It then goes into round count that decides who's at the bottom of the leaderboard because you see a couple of teams with 4 or 5. So it's the round count at the end of the day. So every round technically does matter and you get your first pick of the litter. But if you're at the bottom and you lost to a team like Wildcard, so to say, and you're Scarz in this situation, there's no easy opponent that you're going to be able to grab.
I think you pick Cloud9 in my opinion here. I think you need to try to find your footing here. I think just given your show, and again, going against Wildcard that has no international experience, you immediately become a smoke show. You lose your bullets. You lose your opportunity there. I think best case scenario is you try to go for an easier opponent, try to regain, and I think that should be Cloud9.
Milosh is in there with everyone. It looks like they're getting ready for school picture day.
I was just about to say
Everyone's
that.
just kind of lining up and waiting. I gotta say though, obviously we haven't really done this ever before when it comes to Siege and something like this, but it's awesome to kind of just see representatives from every single team. Like you don't really get to see something like this.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
I agree. All of them right together with their little legs up in the air, you know, feeling real confident about the teams that they're going to pick. I wonder if we'll see any chicken cards. That would be pretty funny, especially since everybody in the room can interact in a way.
Posted up.
Yeah, Milosh, he's getting ready. He's getting ready. It's an intense situation. But it'd be funny to see, let's say, if Scarz picks a team and somebody instantly chicken cards them and then the whole room erupts with, like, first chicken.
Mentally, though, kind of maybe going a little too deep into it, but if you're picking a team, you're essentially saying, we think you're not that strong.
Yes, essentially. But if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, technically you have to pick somebody. So it's not necessarily an ego chow. Unless, let's say, Scarz were to pick somebody at the top of the totem pole, then, I mean, that would be pretty confident.
Like I said, Scarz has to pick Cloud9. It makes the most sense.
Cloud9, really?
Yes.
Out of all the teams, and not even a team
they went 7-5 against PSG Talent.
Right. So, but they could pick PSG Talent.
I mean, sure, but I don't know. If you can't, I don't know. I don't think PSG Talent.
Who makes the decision here? Because of course you're going to have whoever is representing in terms of coaches, etc. But is it like a team decision?
It depends on the ecosystem of the team. A lot of teams are based around coach heavy, where they make the decisions and the players just play. Sometimes it has to do with the player as an ecosystem as a whole. They talk about it pre-hand, be able to figure out what team would be best suited for them, especially after watching all the games today. You're kind of at a disadvantage if you were one of the last games playing, because you have to immediately get out of it and then assess out of all the teams you played who you're going to pick next.
I think it's similar to like when you're picking a map pool of what map you're going to end up deciding on. You had like 3 that you think you're going to go to, and then you have one for
100%.
sure that you are 100% going to pick, unless, like you were saying, someone pulls out that chicken card. Then it leaves you with your last 2 options. No one should be going into this looking at all 10 and be like, well, I'm just going to choose at random.
Yeah, what about for the teams, of course, that kind of won their bullets today? They're at the top. They're just kind of sitting and waiting.
They're just kind of sitting there waiting and see what's going to happen.
They're just happy at who picks, unless there's a specific matchup that you don't want to go up against. Let's say if it's a NA team at the top and they don't want to play against a G2, for example. They would be able to pull out that chicken card just to avoid having a riskier fight and hoping somebody else or an easier opponent comes down the line. But then again, you only have one use of that chicken card. So if you use it now, you won't be able to use it when times are dying.
Do you think there's any teams that may have actually kind of prepped and pre-planned a little bit ahead and think, okay, we might have an opportunity? Say we do end up in this situation where we get to pick a team essentially going into the second day, and so we're going to kind of plan ahead.
We think round ahead. Yeah,
we think round one's going to play.
Like I said, I think it's as simple as just as you going into a map. Like you have the 3 designated things that you want to pick or maps you want to pick. This should be the same exact situation here. I think that can change based off your performance and how well you do. Like I said, since we're talking about Scarz, because they're specifically going to be starting first, I think they maybe did think that they were going to get a win over Wildcard, so they maybe thought, okay, we're going to go with a different opponent. But after that dramatic loss, surely that should change anything that may have been there before.
So what Lax is trying to say,
what am I trying to say?
In map bans, because you've never been on that side of the coin, but usually you have it pre-planned, the maps that you want to go to.
Said that prior.
And take out the maps from the other team. So essentially in this situation, you're looking at the teams that to you match up best against. It doesn't necessarily matter where they are in the leaderboard. It just matters how your playstyle compares to them. A fast team would want to play against a slow team.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had your kind of Cloud9 prediction. What's your prediction? Are you backing in?
Well, hold on one second. SSG is not here. We don't have a representative in person, but we are going to do it over the phone. So we still will be getting the same amount of picks going on. It's just they are
We're getting
not
a live
here.
call-in.
Yeah, pretty much.
A live call-in. They're at the gym right now, actually.
Probably.
But as for who I think Scarz will pick, I believe they're going to go for somebody within the APAC region that also had a rough showing. I think that they would go for PSG Talon.
Okay. Who obviously did actually lose to Cloud9.
Yeah.
So you're saying to pick Cloud9, but would you not want to pick the team that lost to Cloud9?
I think you would possibly want to save PSG Talon for a day 3. If it's available.
So you're kind of
for an
looking at it strategically.
Because you think, obviously, we know what the rest of the cards are. Things will be exposed as later goes on. You will be able to pull out some of those going into day 3. And if you can have an easy opponent like that, then you probably save that.
Call me crazy here. But I could see a situation where a team at the bottom, let's say Scarz, for example, picks one of the top teams like a Furia or DZ, knowing that it's going to be a hard game. If they win, great. But we're only risking 1 to 2 bullets. But if we lose, we're at the bottom of the totem pole going into day 3 where more cards can be activated. And that's where you're able to pick an opponent specifically for that day 3 to maximize the amount of bullets that you could get.
All right, first pick is in, so we are going to go over to Milosh.
Yeah, hi. Welcome to our beautiful studio where we lined up all of them except for SSG. We'll talk about them in just a second here. They're on call. Don't worry about it. And we have our first pick. Now, Scarz, of course, our Japanese squad, picked whom's to play against. We'll have to see. Who did you pick to play? Oh. What do you have to say about that? Are you ready for Scarz, the Japanese domination?
Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, that might be the only game that they're actually gonna win. So we'll see.
I watched your game today, Kirby. Don't lie.
Yeah, it was bad. But it's gonna be better.
Okay, that's our first pick then. Fnatic will be playing against Scarz. We'll have to see what sort of bullets were loaded in for this game later on. But yeah, that's our first pick. We got something in the chamber for then send it back to the studio.
Not quite Cloud9 Lax, Fnatic.
We both were wrong in some ways. I mean, Fnatic didn't look great, but I mean, at the same time, I still think there are weaker opponents. Obviously, there's a lot of strats that go into who you're deciding, who you want to end up playing against. But me personally, I don't think Fnatic should have been the pick.
I mean, they're the next one in the leaderboard. I believe Fnatic had a rough showing, but I agree. There are weaker teams, quote unquote, that have lost today that Scarz could have went for. But again, it all comes down to the matchup. Fnatic did look disgruntled in the way that they were positioning themselves. Very easy for an aggressive team like Scarz to be able to win these 1v1s. The matchup makes sense. Again, there are weaker teams, but Scarz would know best.
Yeah. Now, CIG is up next. In fact, their pick is already in as well.
Yeah, indeed, gentlemen. Our pick is in. So we got Kag here. Have a chat with Kag. Who did you pick to play tomorrow?
Elevate.
Oh, Elevate on the other end. Are you scared of Kag, or do you think they're going to Kag it against you?
Yeah, I'm scared. But it will be a good game.
I can see the sweat dripping down. This is going to be a tough one tomorrow. Gents, I mean, commentary here, because Elevate, they're looking real scared.
I mean, if you want to look at, Brazil as a region and how strong they've been, you're picking a team that is a full Brazilian roster where we've known Elevate to be in that APAC region. They were a Thai team. This is now a full Brazilian team. So these first two picks are kind of question marks for me.
It's not.
They haven't even played in APAC, so they're not an APAC.
Not yet. But it's not a fair showing to Elevate because they played against Furia. So of course it's going to be a difficult game nonetheless. Yeah. So I think that matchup favors Elevate a little bit. But obviously, I mean, like I said, you want to take a team that maybe you aren't expecting to play in later rounds. You want to go against Elevate because maybe you think they'll get knocked out later on.
I like it preemptively for when we do get back home to 8PL. There's a little first showing. All right, next pick is in, Milosh.
It is indeed, and we're going to head in to PSG Talon. My friend, it's been a while, but who will you play against tomorrow?
I think we pick Fabian and M80.
Oh my God. He's thrown in the towel. He wants the master down. He was just your protege just 3 months ago.
I mean, I don't really care. They're ass. We're good. They're gonna get beaten.
Yeah, ass is usually good though. But anyways, thank you very much. That is our next matchup, PSG M80 for tomorrow.
Rolling in thick and fast here, and yeah, so Joker going with Fabian and M80, which to be honest, I think is a bit of a surprise call because M80 looked very good in their match. I know they ultimately lost, but
it was extremely a good game from M80, and where PSG losing to C9, I mean, that's a little bit of a head scratcher for me. So you're going to go against M80. I mean, I think that was an ass decision. So
that's a beef battle for sure. I mean, Fabian just leaving PSG, they specifically picked them. Yes, they're closer in the standings, but that's obviously because M80 lost, but it was such a close game. That is absolutely an ego
They
pick.
picked them, but that doesn't mean they have to bet a lot of bullets, right? Like, they can go in and just say, we're going to go with one.
Yeah, they can risk up to 2. So if you just go with 1 to play it safe going into day 3, I mean, no harm, no foul. They want to take a jab at Fabian specifically. I think that's what that was.
I think M80 are going to love that matchup. Straight up, 2 bullets going into the chamber, and I think that they'll come away with a pretty comfortable win.
I'd be happy.
Well, it's crazy to think that this next pick is going to be from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of crazy in itself, right? I mean, a rough day for them, losing out to Loud. For Falcons now, do they go and say, okay, let's go and actually take on a good team?
I think they avoid
Brazil.
I think they avoid Brazil, especially after losing SI 2 phase, and then now starting out this tournament, you're losing to Loud. I think they're going to avoid Brazil for right now, regroup, try to get an NA team, APEC team, another EU team, whoever that's going to be. I think for just right now, this specific pick, they avoid a Brazilian team.
Well, just like at SI, Furia lost to Cyclops in the first round and then bounced back. I could see this being the same thing where Falcons came in with a lot of bravado. They felt very confident, and then they lose their first round. So as long as they're picking anybody that they could beat, I could see them also picking up a top team just to get that confidence back. We lost today, but we'll get it back.
We don't have to wait any longer. The pick is in.
The pick is indeed in, and this time it's on Falcons. Today, a rough time, but it's okay. I'm used to disappointment. I'm an EU fan anyways. Who do you pick for this game?
FearX.
FearX. Okay. All right. FearX. The gauntlet has been thrown. Do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, I think not today, bro.
Chicken card invoked. Oh! I mean, the Foxes are picking the chicken card. This is not going well. All right, well, this means that Falcons, they're going to have to pick somebody else. So do you know who you want? Yeah.
Wildcard.
Yeah, easy. Wildcard picked up to play Falcons tomorrow. What do you think about that?
It's fine with me.
There you go. Yeah. The rookies have what it takes, buddy. You were a rookie one day. Don't worry about it. I remember Vitality's Stuflex back in the day. Anyways, that's it for our next pick. We'll send it back to the boys.
So chicken card from FearX, and it means for Wildcard, who of course had a very dominant showing today, 7-1 victory themselves, now go up against Falcons.
Listen, I can appreciate Justin saying, we're ready, we're confident, but let's be honest here. I don't really see that going in Wildcard's favor. I think that is a great pick coming out of Falcons, as I expected. I think they're going to go for weaker teams just to get back on the saddle, just to feel comfortable again. So once they get to that round 3, they can actually set themselves up better than what we saw today.
Fox, very quickly though, a chicken card, you only get one.
You only get one.
It's done.
You can never use it again. So there might be a situation where you have to use it. I will say that's a great position to use it.
That's a good pick.
Falcons picking you out right out the gate and then immediately transferring into Wildcard. Even though you may say Wildcard is a weaker team, they're at the top of the standings right now. That's all I got to say.
That's true. All right, G2 are up next, and their pick is already in.
Yeah, their pick is indeed in. We got Amayo from G2 here. Who do you want to play against?
We play FearX.
Do you feel silly for picking that chicken card 5 seconds ago? FearX, I mean, the gauntlet's been thrown. You can't do anything about it. What do you feel? Because it seemed like you know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think like I have some Manchester feeling, So I feel good, really good.
All right, feeling good. I didn't hear that 1 minute ago, but, there it is. G2 are playing FearX. Now, that's a game I'm looking forward to.
I think that's a better matchup for FearX. I think, obviously, for G2, it hasn't been smooth sailing with this roster and then even coming into this, but G2 obviously going to that match's favorites. They're going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that, but at the same time, like I talked about with that roster change of getting Coded and Woogieman back into that roster, there is a lot of unpredictableness that comes from that roster now that G2 is absolutely going to have to be ready for, especially with the aggression that they just faced against SSG that they couldn't muster out a good opponent against.
If we take anything from G2 today, they played very individual. They were always going for gunfights. FearX is in a great position to be able to capitalize off that. If they're winning their ones, it could easily not go in G2's favor. the confidence could get the better of them. G2 is a confident team. They just need to be able to have that wake-up call that they got today and just try to focus and reset.
Over to Team Liquid and their decision.
Team Liquid and their decision. Now, reminder, Team Liquid signed one of, if not the best chess player of the modern era. Are they playing 6D chess in the game here? Who do you pick?
Cloud9.
Cloud9 on the other end. Cloud9, do you accept the challenge?
We accept, yep.
Accept it. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Now, usually, if maybe you're like a League fan or something, you think this is really cool, but tomorrow there's a lot to figure out between these two squads, a lot of heritage between them. So, gents, there's a lot on the line here.
I mean, a lot of these bigger teams, they're going to pick the weaker teams or that they see as a weaker team. The thing is, in a best of one, it really comes down to a 50-50. Are you going to show up that day? Are you going to have a way better performance? Because you don't have a lot of rounds to work with. So if you can't find your stride, some of these teams can walk away with it, where we have seen in many instances, best of ones do favor some teams that can just pull something out of the blue where a team just isn't ready for it.
And I do love that answer from Vivid. The confidence. He was like, we pick C9. And he just goes, yep.
Yeah, I respect.
And it feels like he was prepared for something like that to happen. And obviously, good sweet spot for C9.
No chickens from NA.
No chickens. We've only had one so far. Do we get another? It's BDS's turn.
It is indeed. Come on over. We got BDS here lined up over on the side. Dilun, stop. What are you doing? No rivalries here. Rivalries only in the ring, right? So, BDS, who do you pick for tomorrow?
Our good friend at Furia.
Furia versus BDS. That's only if Furia accepts. Now, maybe they'll chicken out of the game. I don't know. We've already seen one chicken cut. What's going to happen?
I think the woman here have the big balls, so we accept it.
No comment. That's all you need to hear. Furia accept the BDS challenge. Now, that is a match to look forward to.
That's a big call. That's a big pick there from BDS, backing themselves in against Furia. Now, the question is, though, again, like they don't have to put 2 bullets in. They could just say, yeah, we'll go pick Furia, we'll put one on. If it works, great. If it doesn't, not a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, and with 3 picks left, they end up choosing them as their opponent. I think reality is you aren't going to scare a world championship winning team, and especially a coach. So I think Furia is going to be ready for whoever they want to play.
Well, that's actually a good point. I mean, Fox, there's not really many quote-unquote bad teams or lower-seeded teams remaining.
No, not at all.
Running out of options.
Not at all. And we talked about it. I mean, there was going to have to be someone that had to pick Furia, or eventually they were just going to be matched up at the end. I like the pick from BDS, though. It's a little bit of confidence. And like I was saying before, if you pick a team that's arguably one of the strongest teams, and let's say you don't risk that many bullets, it puts you in a better position. If you are to lose, it puts you at the bottom of the leaderboard tomorrow, where you're able to then pick a really good team for day 3. And there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do on day 3.
Well, their game finished very, very late. It is Team Secret. Their pick is in.
Yes, indeed. Team Secret's pick is in, and there's a big brain here that's waiting to tell us. Team Secret, who do you choose to play tomorrow?
Resident Fellowship, Loud.
Oh, okay. Loud's first big tournament here in Rainbow Six. Do you accept the challenge?
I accept.
All right, Team Secret versus Loud. I mean, that's one to look forward to, because there's a lot of experience on the Secret side, but also on the Loud. I mean, they've been a team that's been dealt a bad hand over time, but now they're with a huge organization behind them. This is one to look forward to.
A big win, of course, for Loud today. They'll be looking to back that up tomorrow now against Team Secret, which I think pretty fair to say they'd go in as favorites, Fox.
Yeah, that's a great matchup for Loud for sure, especially with the confidence behind them. If they're able to just steamroll through, be able to pick up a second win. It puts Secret in a rough spot technically, but obviously I think that'll be a good test to Loud. I feel for Loud, it's all about getting more reps at the moment.
Absolutely. I think any pick that Loud was going to get, if they're getting Secret, fine, so be it. It's just another match for them. Like you were saying, getting that experience is only going to help them accelerate even further through this tournament. And like we were saying, day 3, that is when some funky stuff can happen. So whoever you're getting at the end here, you're getting one of the better teams, but you're also going to put yourself in a position where you could actually make a lot of things work, like I said, once we go further down into these rounds.
I've got a phone call here, but I can't seem to answer it. Maybe Milos can.
I can. Look, I'm just going to say it straight. SSG are not here. So they'll be joining us via satellite, a.k.a. Discord call. SSG, who do you pick for tomorrow?
Easy.
DarkZero on the other side. We'll see if they accept. I can't believe this is so scuffed. Why are they not here? Anyways, DarkZero, do you accept the challenge?
Of course I do. NA rivalry, brilliant. Benja, I know your hides. I'm coming for you.
Wow, I can't wait for another NA game. That's always really fun. Haha, right, Fox, Lax? right?
I love NA. I think that's going to be a great matchup, but to be honest, SSG, DZ, both teams look amazing today. They both have completely innovated their rosters. It'll be exciting to see because from what we know, DZ is a slower, methodical team, but they did change that recently since getting Spirits. SSG, very aggressive team, the hot and cold, basically, and he's on either of these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, NA rivalry, but then you look at this next pick. There is no pick. It's two teams that are forced to play against each other, which is going to be W7M and FaZe. So we talked about an NA rivalry. Now we have a LATAM rivalry. That is going to be quite a barn burner as well.
I mean, in terms of two organizations, there's so much historicalness to that matchup, W7 and FaZe. Of course, the remaining two teams, there's no picking involved there. Fox, what's your thoughts on that before we kind of wrap things up?
Well, today, the two teams that didn't get picked was G2 and SSG, and we saw that turned out. Now, I would say we have an arguably closer game between these final two teams. I think it'll be great regardless. That's all I really have to say.
Yeah, draft done here, boys. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks for joining me, and we're going to go back over to Milos.
Thank you, gents. The draft, the first time ever in Rainbow Six history with a live draft with all 19 teams that are present with us here in the studio with SSG joining remotely. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. What a great day that we've had today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabian, for tolerating us here in this social setting. It's been a hell of a day that we've had here for Reload. Our first day to kick off Siege X and the brand new story and a chapter in competitive Siege. Now, you've seen what the games are. The schedule and the amount of bullets that will be loaded in for tomorrow will be announced on socials in just a bit, so keep your eyes on it. We'll talk about that very early in the morning. What a day, what a time. It is Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Love Siege, and oh my God, have we had a hell of a day. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early for more Siege X.